Chapter 2380. A top professional is indeed a top professional. His moves are extraordinary. He defeated all his opponents with just one roar. Our Songlong Star area is going to make a name for ourselves. Those people are so despicable. They knew the top professionals, but they still went to fight. Now, they were defeated in less than one move. What a disgrace. The first professional job is already so powerful. What about the second professional job? The future belongs to the young people. Lin Fei was completely famous. The Certification Administration Office defeated all the competitors with just one move, which caused a sensation in the Songlong Star area. Now everyone knew about it. At the same time, the news spread out of the star area. Everyone was shocked by the power of Lin Fei. His talent skill was so domineering that it could destroy all the attacks with a roar and attack the opponent's body and spirit at the same time. Those who were unconvinced were now completely convinced. No matter how unwilling they were, they realized that they were not Lin Fei's match. Very few people dared to challenge Lin Fei. Most people tried to break through the attack, trying to figure out how to block it. Territorial Lord, our people can't come back. They may have been ambushed by someone and all died. Songlong City, City Lord Mansion. There was a hint of helplessness in the low voice. The people sent out by the Palace of Judgment couldn't come back. They all lost contact. At the same time, their life plates were all broken. It seemed that they were all killed in an instant. The Palace of Judgment in the Songlong Star area had always been the most powerful force in the star area. Almost all the heavenly suns in the entire star area were gathered in the Palace of Judgment. The influence of the Palace of Judgment had never been affected. This time they were in big trouble. If the Palace of Judgment didn't have a heavenly sun entering the capital college this year, although it wouldn't be a big loss, it would still have an impact. Hold a banquet for me. I want to have a good chat with Lin Fei. Don't you think that if Lin Fei joins the Palace of Judgment, we will still be the biggest winner even without them this year? The middle-aged territorial lord said unhurriedly. Top professional, roaring warrior. A few simple words had a big impact. If they could really attract him to join the Palace of Judgment, it would be a good choice. Region Master, I heard that Lin Fei has a bad temper, and now he has the support of Li Xiong. It is not easy to let him join us. Just do as I say. Lin Fei was very free recently. From that day on, no one came looking for trouble, and at the same time he became famous again. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard almost every day and rarely went out. The energy blocks sent by the various forces in Songlang City were all digested in a short time. With the system, mere energy blocks could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't try to find out more information, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Energy blocks weren't something that ordinary forces could control. In the entire empire, only the empire could control them. Every star field had a piece of land that was used to grow special creatures and produce energy blocks. It was difficult for outsiders to get close to it. Every piece of land was classified as a restricted area. Anyone who entered the restricted area would be immediately killed. In this world, countless people wanted to obtain special creatures to satisfy their need for energy blocks. Unfortunately, not a single person had succeeded. Not only was there an imperial army guarding that place, but there were also experts overseeing it. The energy blocks had always been in the hands of the empire's royalty. They controlled the lifeline of everyone's cultivation, and any resistance would be futile. Lin Fei also tried to find out some information. Although it was some gossip, after the analysis of the little devil, the possibility was very high. For example, the Expeditionary Empire controlled some very powerful weapons. Yes, they were technological weapons. The Expeditionary Guards of Songlang Starfield had technological weapons. These technological weapons needed energy blocks to replenish their power, and their power was very terrifying. Even a 6th or 7th transformation expert would be killed by these technological weapons. No one believed these gossip, but Lin Fei did. Although he didn't find out the specific location of the special creatures, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. The other party had sealed the information too tightly, and no outsider knew. The only thing was that every star field had a plantation for special creatures. The domain lord is holding a banquet for the geniuses. Lin Fei received an invitation. The person who sent it was Yuan Fei. He was very happy when he arrived. Little Lin, you're really lucky. The domain lord hasn't held such a banquet for many years. I think it's most likely for you. Yuan Fei was indeed very envious of Lin Fei. He was so young and had amazing talent. His future was limitless. Recently, Yuan Fei had been coming more often. He put away his arrogance and became more approachable. Lin Fei naturally knew that this domain lord was the one who created the Judgment Palace. He was also the guy who set up the sacred world. In order to set up the plot, he destroyed a world continent. This kind of person was very resourceful and not easy to deal with. Through the outside investigation, Lin Fei knew that this domain lord was also a powerful person. He was an 8th transformation expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in his current position. For such a person to hold a banquet and invite him, Lin Fei thought about the plot he had set up in the sacred world. Calculating the time it should have been triggered. It seems that the domain lord is anxious. In order to hide it from the Judgment Palace, Lin Fei had set up some tricks to create the illusion that the heavenly talents of the Judgment Palace had been ambushed by a mysterious force and had died. This year, the Songlong Star region had gained nothing. Even if there were still some heavenly talents in the Songlong Star region, they were far behind those people. It would be extremely difficult to get a good ranking in the Capital Institute. But if it were him, just his top profession, the Roaring Warrior, would be able to suppress everything and steal everyone's limelight. In a moment, Lin Fei understood everything. This was not a difficult task. Little Lin, this is your chance. You must seize it. Yuan Fei said, You're now famous in the Songlong Star region. After all, you're a foreigner. Although you're from the Songlong Star region, there are still people who are not convinced. I've seen many geniuses and many of them have died on the way. Little Lin, I have high hopes for you. If you can gain the domain lord's appreciation, it'll be equivalent to having a backer. Those who want to touch you will have to think carefully about the consequences. Let me tell you one more thing. The domain lord is on the 3rd prince's side. Brother Yuan. I understand. Lin Fei nodded. Lin Fei had heard about the internal competition within the royal family. It was quite intense. The Emperor Yuanzhang had never appointed a crown prince, which undoubtedly made the princes ambitious and wanted to sit on the throne. Chapter 2381. The banquet ordered by the territorial master was still very noisy. As a big shot who controlled the Songlong Star area, the banquet ordered by the territorial master was held in person. Those who were invited were all first-class figures in the Songlong Star area, not to mention how glorious they were. As the night fell, waves of people came outside the magnificent city governor's mansion. Old Wang, you are here too. I must come to the banquet held by the territorial master. The territorial master hasn't held a banquet for a long time. Have you heard? It seems that the heavenly son of Lin Fei will also come to the banquet. Lin Fei came neither too early nor too late. He did not come alone. Yuan Fei and Minister Li Xiong came, and even Xiao Mingshan of the Expedition Guard came. Could be said that all the big shots in the Songlong Star area came. Lin Fei even thought that if that strong man took action at this time, the situation in the Songlong Star area would change. Look at that young man. He seems to be Lin Fei. Do you mean the young man standing with Minister Li Xiong? That guy is so young. It had to be admitted that as soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, he caused a lot of noise. After all, Lin Fei was now a household name in the Songlong Star area. As soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, many people noticed him, especially when he walked with Minister Li Xiong. Although Minister Li Xiong was only a minister of the branch, he had a lot of power. People with good eyesight knew that Li Xiong was likely to return to the Imperial College to take up a new job because he found a heavenly son of a top profession, and his future was bright. When Lin Fei and Minister Li Xiong walked together, everyone was more jealous, especially those heavenly sons. Their eyes were almost green, and they wished they could be Lin Fei's heavenly son. The internal competition in the Imperial College was very fierce. If you could know a senior of the Imperial College, even if you were in the middle level, your life would be much better. Li Xiong was such a candidate. When he returned to the Imperial College, he would definitely enter the senior level and become a dark horse in the Imperial College. Lin, you are famous now. Li Xiong has received the news that the Imperial College has decided to promote him to be an elder of the college, which is equivalent to a meteoric rise to the top of the college. Not everyone was qualified to be an elder of the Capital Institute. One had to have made great contributions to the institute. Although he was now the head of the branch college, he was actually just a steward. Many people would never be able to become an elder in their lifetime. Li Xiong did it. Every time he saw Lin Fei, Li Xiong's mood would be very good. Lin Fei was simply a noble person in his life. No matter when he saw him, he appreciated him more. Lin Fei smiled at those who came to him to be friendly, and he didn't look like an arrogant person at all. His impression in Li Xiong's eyes was enhanced again. Generally, the chosen one would be extremely arrogant after having some strength, but compared with Lin Fei, they seemed to be nothing. Li Xiong never saw a trace of arrogance in Lin Fei. He always behaved as usual. Ordinary people would not have such a temperament at such a young age. In tonight's banquet, Li Xiong actually wanted to see Lin Fei's performance. Fortunately, everything was very perfect. He was not a person who only practiced martial arts. The empire needed such a talent. A talent! Li Xiong withdrew his gaze. Xiao Mingshan came over with a cup. Congratulations! As the person in charge of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan naturally knew Li Xiong's recent situation, and he was also very envious. The Imperial College was established by the Emperor, and its influence spread all over the Expeditionary Empire. If he could become a senior in the Imperial College, his life would be worthwhile. Luck! Luck! Li Xiong said modestly, with a bright smile on his face. The territory master is here. When the loud voice came from outside, everyone stopped and looked at the door. The silver-armored territory master, like a god of war, appeared in everyone's sight. The territory master of the Songlong Star Territory. Lin Fei also looked in the direction of everyone. What a powerful and unfathomable aura. It seems to be the 8th stage profession mentioned by the outside world. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw the power of this territory master, and he immediately asked the little devil to scan and judge the opponent's combat power. Master, this Songlong territory master has an amazing combat power of 62 million. He is the strongest person in this star territory. Lin Fei knew that the territory master's combat power was very powerful, but when he heard that the territory master had a combat power of 62 million, he could not help but gasp. It was 6 times his combat power. The territory master of the Songlong Star Territory has a combat power of 60 million, so the other 30 or so territory masters have combat power at least above this. Then, the Expedition Emperor may have a combat power of about 100 million. Lin Fei now finally had a profound understanding. When the silver-armored Songlong Territory Master came in, although he did not deliberately release his aura, everyone could still feel the terrible coercion from the Territory Master. The whole person of the Songlong Territory Master seemed very peaceful. If it were not for the trace of coercion on his body, outsiders might think that he was harmless. Only by knowing the strength of the 8th stage profession would you know the horror. As soon as the Songlong Territory Master arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. He first came up and greeted Xiao Mingshan and Li Xiong. After all, these two were important figures of the empire, and their status was much higher than the others. It was very rare for the Songlong Territory Master to come in person at this kind of banquet. I heard that there is a top profession in our Songlong Star Territory. I think it should be you. After greeting Xiao Mingshan, the Songlong Territory Master's eyes fell on Lin Fei. I am deeply honored to let the Territory Master remember my name, Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A strong person with 60 million combat power deserved the respect. This was also because Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. You are very good. There has not been a genius like you in the Songlong Star Territory for a long time. The Songlong Territory Master said with a smile. The Songlong Star Territory needs talents like you. Li Xiong and Xiao Mingshan next to him laughed. The rest of the people were very envious. At this time, everyone knew at a glance that this territory master came to find Lin Fei. He was a top profession, a roaring warrior, and had this qualification. The Songlong territory master valued Lin Fei so much, which made those people jealous. Few people had heard that the territory master valued a person so much. Many geniuses' eyes were red, but they could not say anything. A top profession suppressed them and they could not lift their heads. Originally, they thought that the Songlong territory master would say something, but he simply said something to Lin Fei and ended the conversation, which surprised everyone. Chapter 2382. With the arrival of Songlong Region Lord, the banquet reached its climax. As a prodigy, Lin Fei received everyone's attention once again. There were very few people in the entire Songlong star field who could gain the appreciation of Songlong Region Lord. The Region Lord, who had to deal with many affairs every day, did not have the free time to show up. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Fei received an invitation. "Young Master Lin, our Region Lord wants to see you. Please follow me." Lin Fei was not interested in the banquet. After the Region Lord left, he chose a place to eat and drink immortal wine, waiting for the banquet to end before leaving. He was not interested at all. What opened Lin Fei's eyes the most during the banquet was the Region Lord's battle prowess. His battle prowess was 6 times his own. Knowing the battle prowess of an 8th transition professional, Little Devil could deduce some information about Songlong Region Lord. No problem. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The geniuses of the Judgment Palace were all taken in by him. Although the Judgment Palace was the most powerful force, losing a group of geniuses would have a huge impact. It would be abnormal if the Songlong Region Lord didn't do anything. "Master, Songlong Region Lord is here to rope you in," Little Devil smirked. In a guest room of the City Lord's mansion. "Region Lord, he's here. Come in." Someone from the City Lord's mansion opened the door. "Young Master Lin, please come in. The Region Lord is inside." It was a very elegant room. Lin Fei met Songlong Region Lord again. He was not as oppressive as before. Instead, he seemed very gentle, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. "Master, be careful. There's a special aura here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be created by Songlong Region Lord." Little Devil suddenly reminded him. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. "Fortunately, I have the system. It won't be that easy to get me to take the bait. The little prodigy is here." Songlong Region Lord was indeed very interested in Lin Fei. The prodigies that he lost in the sacred world were nothing compared to the one in front of him. The Judgment Palace needed top-notch professionals to be stationed there. They needed to use their absolute strength to tell everyone that the Judgment Palace and even the Songlang Star Zone wouldn't change just because they lost some geniuses. "Master, you flatter me. It's just an empty title," Lin Fei said. The Songlong Region Lord had sent people to investigate. Based on the information from Expedition TV and the spies arranged by the Palace of Judgment, it was confirmed that this person had a clean background and was a talented person. When Lin Fei defeated over 21st transition jobs in one go, the Songlong Region Lord had an idea. The Songlong Region Master turned around, his eyes filled with vigor. "Lin Fei!" With a rumbling sound, Lin Fei's heart trembled. The Grey Wolf Region Lord's eyes seemed to have become a special starry sky, and Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into this special starry sky, becoming muddle-headed. "Master, wake up!" Just as Lin Fei was about to lose consciousness, the Little Devil's voice was like a bell, ringing Lin Fei awake. Lin Fei recovered. "Master, the Songlong Region Lord used a spiritual secret technique on you. It's much stronger than that Qilin. They're not on the same level at all. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength on you. It seems like he wants to figure out your background." Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had the little demon in his hands. Even if he temporarily lost control, he could immediately recover. "Master, don't move recklessly now. Stay muddle-headed and continue to deceive him. As long as you get through this, you'll be safe. Moreover, you'll be able to get a lot of resources from him." The Little Devil smiled coldly. "The Songlong Region Lord wants to scheme against you. In the end, he'll be the one who regrets it." Then, just as the little devil said, the Songlong region lord really asked about Lin Fei's background. In this muddle-headed situation, Lin Fei told him everything in detail. The region lord didn't notice any problems. His background is clean. There's no problem indeed. The Songlong region lord was very satisfied. Such a talent, the Judgment Palace will gladly accept. A future master of the top profession was a big shock to everyone. Once he grew up, he would definitely be an existence that couldn't be ignored. He would also be the top master of the Songlong Star region. You're here to get your top profession certification. Who sent you here? The Songlong region lord continued to ask. My master. He said that I can come out. The Empire expedition is a big stage. It's a big stage. Lin Fei continued to say. Master. The Songlong region lord was very curious about Lin Fei's background. He didn't expect that Lin Fei had a master behind him. It wasn't easy to get a top profession certification. The Songlong Star region hadn't had a top profession for a long time. He thought that Lin Fei was lucky, but he didn't expect that he had a master behind him. This was not a small problem. The Songlong region lord showed a trace of deep thought. This is a little troublesome. Lin Fei returned from the city lord's mansion. His face was slightly gloomy. Old thing, he really has some tricks up his sleeve. He wants to control me. Unfortunately, I gave myself a master. He's definitely going to have a headache. The difference between Lin Fei and the Songlong region lord was too big. It didn't mean that he was afraid. For example, the Songlong region lord thought that he knew everything. In fact, it was all said by Lin Fei on purpose. There were no flaws. Master, the Songlong region lord thought that he controlled you. In the end, he didn't achieve anything. I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the Songlong region lord. He almost fell into the trap. Who would have thought that the region lord would directly attack him? There was nothing wrong after that. Regarding the search for special creatures, is there any news? I don't have energy blocks. I'm restricted everywhere. Lin Fei originally wanted to come to the Expeditionary Empire to obtain a lot of resources. Who would have thought that the Expeditionary Empire's energy seemed to be controlled? Even the system's ability was suppressed. As a result, there were some problems in obtaining origin energy. This limited a part of Lin Fei's strength. Realm was not the most important. Energy was the most important. Master, wait a little longer. I have already released special creatures all over the Songlong Star field. It won't take long to help Master find that special creature. City Lord's Mansion. The Songlong region lord showed a rare trace of solemnity. Shadow, go and do one thing. Investigate the master behind Lin Fei. For some reason, the Songlong region lord was worried. To be able to see that the other party had a peak profession, the other party was definitely not a nobody. His eyesight was sharp enough. To be able to have such eyesight in the Expeditionary Empire, the background was not simple. The Songlong region lord was worried about the master behind Lin Fei. If it was a rank 8 professional expert, then the Songlong Starfield would be in trouble. Hence, the Songlong region lord did not control the other party in the end. There was a mysterious master behind him. Who knew if the other party was watching him from a corner? This master had to be found. The only rank 9 professional expert in the Expeditionary Empire was that supreme existence. There were many rank 8 professional experts. There were also some hidden cultivators and lone warriors. None of them were easy to deal with. Chapter 2383. After the banquet held by the Songlong region master, Lin Fei's reputation became even more prominent. Everyone knew that the Songlong region admired Lin Fei very much. Not long after, the Songlong region master made an important announcement. The top professional, Lin Fei, had agreed to join the Palace of Judgment and become a member. This news was shocking. More people admired the Songlong region master for unknowingly recruiting Lin Fei into the Palace of Judgment. In the future, the Songlong region might become one of the top 3 strongest regions among the 38 star domains. Lin Fei's reputation grew. The surrounding star domains all knew that the Songlong region had produced a heavenly son of a top professional. Moreover, he was a roaring warrior who specialized in attacking. With one horrifying roar, he had defeated more than 20 first-job professionals. In the future, he would be a top existence among the 8th-job professionals. There was even a chance that he would become the second 9th-job professional. If he was lucky, he might even be able to reach the supreme realm. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had also begun. Soon, news about Lin Fei was suppressed by the preliminaries. The world was vast, but nothing was more important than the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had begun in all 38 star domains. Everyone's attention was on the preliminaries. As long as a heavenly son could pass the preliminaries, regardless of whether he or she could enter the Capital Institute in the future, the major forces of the empire would extend an olive branch to him. This was also an opportunity for the major forces to select talents for the Capital Institute. In a short period of time, the preliminaries of the Capital Institute swept across the entire empire. This time, the preliminaries took a whole month. Every star domain would select a batch of candidates. In the Zhonglong region, there were more than 500 people who passed the preliminaries. When the major forces of the Zhonglong region learned of the results, they were disappointed. Compared to the previous time, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was much smaller. Looking at the other star domains, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was about 800 to 900, with the most reaching up to 1,000. In total, there were more than 30,000 people in the 38 star domains. Including the heavenly sons of the capital, there were close to 40,000. Every time the Capital Institute was selected, it was a grand event. After passing the preliminaries, Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. After joining the Palace of Judgment, Lin Fei received a lot of resources such as energy blocks. The Palace of Judgment gave him 500,000 energy blocks on his first try, which was not a small number. This was only the first batch of resources. At the same time, Lin Fei received a skill that matched the skills of the Roaring Warrior. It was a skill that was given to him after he joined. During the expedition to the Empire, the skills and cultivation techniques of the ordinary classes were very complete. Basically, you could get whatever you wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could pay the price. Obtaining the skills and cultivation techniques of the first-rate and peak classes would be somewhat difficult. The skills of a master class were almost never made public. For the Zhonglong region master to be able to send over a skill from the Howling Warrior, his capabilities were not small. Recently, Lin Fei had been trying to master this skill. In reality, he was just putting on a show for others. In all of the Empire, there was no one else who could learn this skill so quickly other than him. This was the skill of the Roaring Warrior, called Spear Boomerang. It was a very powerful attack. When attacking, it could increase the power of the attack by a lot. Lin Fei liked this skill very much. It was very powerful, but it consumed a lot of origin energy. Ordinary classes could only use it 3 to 4 times at most before the energy in their body would be used up. Master, good news. I found something. When Lin Fei tried to contact it, he finally received a piece of good news. Since the banquet, Lin Fei rarely left the certification office. He had been studying the skill and waiting for the information from the released creatures. That's great. Lin Fei did not look happy, but he was very excited. The day he had been waiting for had finally come. Lin Fei opened the system and pulled up the recording through Little Devil. Special creatures were a kind of subtle existence. Unless one was observant, they would not be able to detect the existence of these special creatures. For the sake of these special creatures, Lin Fei had consumed a lot of energy. Now he had gained something. I want to see where these special creatures are. The scene appeared. The Ash Wolf Star region was very big. Many places were uninhabited, and the entire star region's population was concentrated in the center. The scene was very clear. The special creatures had arrived at a dangerous place in the star region. The Ash Wolf Star region was also famous for being a dangerous place. These dangers could be used against humans, but for special creatures it was almost no trouble at all. The journey was smooth. In order to find the planting place, Lin Fei released a large number of special creatures, covering the entire Ash Wolf Star region. He did not let go of any place. After a month, he finally found something. This seems to be the dangerous place. The special creatures kept advancing. During this period, tyrannical star beasts kept appearing. They were of a higher level than demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, and they were more powerful. Along the way, there were almost 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts. They were also in groups. Dozens of star beasts could wipe out 600,000 to 700,000 human experts. 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts were just the beginning. Slowly, star beasts with a combat power of millions appeared. Their strength kept increasing. Star beasts with a combat power of 5 to 6 million appeared one after another, occupying the dangerous place. I found something. After passing through the entrenched powerful star beasts, a vast area appeared in the dangerous place. A group of dark red special creatures, dozens of feet tall, was doing unimaginable breathing. Traces of origin energy between heaven and earth were absorbed by the huge flower bud. Energy blocks condensed below, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would not take long for them to become a complete energy block. They are really good at hiding. If we want to pass through this dangerous place, just dealing with these star beasts is a big headache. It seems that there are people from the army stationed here. In the next second, a wave of special energy rolled over, and the scene was cut off. Fortunately, there were many special creatures. Lin Fei finally saw that outside the dark red special creatures, the bases were abnormally dazzling. Soon, the special creatures were killed by the special energy. This is it. Lin Fei was very sure. Those dark red creatures with flower buds should be existences that could absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth. This was the first time he saw such special creatures. It was indeed very strange. There were star beasts outside and people from the army were inside. Lin Fei even suspected that the special energy attack just now was a special array formation set up by the army. What a tight security. Send special creatures to keep an eye on the outside. Don't go in recklessly. Lin Fei did not think that the special creatures could enter. That kind of special energy could sweep through and kill everything. Moreover, the special creatures were like real creatures. It was hard to tell which one was real, and it was enough to fool everyone present. Find out the information about this place immediately. Chapter 2384. Song Lang Starfield, Nameless Ominous Grounds. This place was not very famous in the Song Lang Starfield, but it was very dangerous. Anyone who came in would not be able to leave in the end. It was as if they had disappeared mysteriously. In fact, this place was a secret plantation base controlled by the Empire. The nameless ominous grounds looked ordinary, but there were experts from the military station there. At the same time, a mysterious array was set up. Could be said to be the most dangerous place in the Song Lang Starfield. For example, during the recent period, for some reason, powerful star beasts kept breaking in, and the number of murderers killed was in the hundreds. This base was not that easy to break in. The star beasts had all died outside. Every time they were killed, someone would come to clean up the corpses. Those who were not in the know would not be able to see the changes. In the depths of the base, there was a temporary underground cave. The cave was not an ordinary cave, but a huge black palace built underground. Inside and outside the palace, there were murderous black armored guards. The people of the Song Lang Starfield would never expect that there would be a secret base somewhere. Have you found out? As the only person in charge of the palace, Zhan Rong frowned and did not look very good. Since a while ago, star beasts kept breaking in. The base had already killed hundreds and thousands of star beasts. Until now, they had not found out the specific reason. Zhan Rong's only task was to guard the base. The star beast's intrusion was not a good sign. Zhan Rong immediately arranged for someone to investigate. He had to find out the situation. What he was most worried about was the secret of the base being exposed. Although the possibility of this was very small, the nameless ominous grounds had been set up inside and outside. Any movement would be discovered. Not only that, the Empire had provided a set of equipment specially used to monitor the surrounding situation, eliminating all danger. The possibility of exposure was very small. Even so, they had to find out the reason for the star beast's abnormalities. Sir, According to our investigation and analysis, we have always thought that our base is safe. There has not been any leakage. Why would the star beasts break in? They must have been oppressed by a large star beast and accidentally broke into our base. One of the subordinates said guiltily. In the past few days, they had not found any useful information. After the people in the base analyzed it, they thought that it was a normal phenomenon. After checking through the equipment, they found that no one had entered this area before, so it was impossible for it to be man-made. It was more likely that it was caused by star beasts. Jean Rong had been guarding this place for 300 years, and nothing had happened during that time. This time, the star beast's attack was a bit strange, and he didn't want anything to happen to him in the last 50 years. In the 38 star regions, every base was very important. If anything went wrong, then your future would be gone. You could just sit on the bench, and if things got out of hand, you might even end up in the imperial prison. There was once a person in charge who caused the base's information to be leaked and was attacked by outsiders. Although he defeated the enemy in the end, he was still labeled as incompetent and his future was overshadowed. Trash. Is this the result of your investigation? Jean Rongyao was about to vomit blood. What kind of investigation was this? Continue the investigation. The intuition of an expert was very sensitive. As a 7th transition job expert, he would sometimes be very sensitive in this aspect. Since he was in charge of overseeing the base, any small matter could turn into a huge matter. He had to be on guard. I hope nothing bad happens. This secret plantation base is really not simple. Ever since he discovered this secret base, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Through the information sent back by the special creatures, he finally understood some basic information about the secret base. It was a very dangerous place. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't send his subordinates to investigate and had chosen the special creatures instead. If he really sent people over, it would definitely alert the enemy, and the enemy would be prepared. During this half a month, Lin Fei had stimulated those star beasts. After wave of probing, the information was verified, and a rough secret base appeared before his eyes. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't come up with a good idea. The secret base had a powerful surveillance system set up inside and outside. Before one could kill their way in, the array formation inside had been activated, and preparations had been made. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill their way in. Based on the Little Devil's analysis, there should be a surveillance system developed by the Empire in the secret base. It was used to monitor this area, and it could even control the array formation. The other party didn't need to watch all day. With the system provided by the Empire, they could control everything here. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be difficult to get a sample to replicate. But now, it seemed that it was not a small problem. Not only did he have to deal with the surveillance system, but he also had to deal with the overseeing expert, who was a 7th job advancement expert. The most terrifying thing was that this system was connected to the secret base, and it didn't lack any energy. Even if an 8th job advancement expert came, they wouldn't be able to destroy the secret base in a short period of time. This is a difficult problem. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. It's just a secret plantation base. Is there a need to make it so strict? Thousands of star beasts probed, and that was Lin Fei's method. Each time, they were killed by the secret base's array formation. As long as this array formation existed for a day, outsiders wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Fei definitely had to get a sample of the dark red creature. This was the first step in his expedition to the Empire, and he didn't want to be restricted by others. Master, it's not that there's no way. As long as someone attacks the secret base, I can invade it. At that time, it won't be difficult to get a sample back. Little Devil said. This was the plan that Little Devil came up with after analyzing it. Lin Fei agreed, but it wasn't easy to attack this secret base. The star beasts were so powerful, but they were still killed. If he wanted to make the other party feel a sense of danger, he needed a powerful figure to force the overseeing expert to appear. This was also the only chance. I have to think of a good way. That kind of special plant was not easy to get, and Lin Fei had to succeed in one try. The preliminary selection of the Capital Institute had already ended, and he would be heading to the Capital Institute in a few days. If he missed this opportunity, He didn't know when he would get another chance. "Master, I have good news. Maybe we can start with him." A few days later, when Lin Fei was preparing to arrange cannon fodder, Little Devil sent a piece of good news. An image popped up and it finally locked onto a person. On the image was a man in green with two subordinates, and Lin Fei didn't recognize him. Little Devil showed another person. "This person has changed his appearance, and this is his original appearance." Chapter 2385. In a courtyard in Songlang City. "Mu Chu, you're finally here." Mu Chu came in with two subordinates and saw an old man drinking. "Elder Wang, we messed up. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that such a person would appear in that place?" The gray-robed old man said faintly, "I heard that the sovereigns of the Palace of Judgment didn't come back. They must have been killed by that person. It's not a bad thing." Mu Chu had just returned. After being unable to do anything about the matters in the Holy World, Mu Chu observed for a while and then left the Holy World. It took him a long time to go back and forth. On the way, he received a message from the elder and came directly to Songlang City. Mu Chu heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Wang's status was not low. It was good that he was not angry. "Have you heard about the recent events?" Wang Haoran asked. Mu Chu's face darkened slightly. "I've heard about it. We've been fighting with the Palace of Judgment for such a long time. I didn't expect them to recruit a top professional. If we let that person grow, it will be very disadvantageous for us. He is a powerful existence who can become a 9th stage professional in the future." A top professional who could break through to the 9th stage professional had a higher success rate than anyone else. Even if they couldn't become a 9th stage professional, they would still be a top existence among the 8th stage professionals. Such a potential stock would have a great impact on their forces. That fellow, Song Lang, is really lucky to have encountered a peak professional at such a young age. He has boundless potential. "We came to Songlang City for Lin Fei," Wang Haoran said with a serious expression. "Elder, are we going to ambush that sovereign?" Mu Chu asked. "I also heard that Li Xiong of the Capital College branch values Lin Fei very much. If we touch Lin Fei, it is equivalent to provoking the entire Capital College. Once the Capital College takes action, we may suffer a great loss." Mu Chu had not been back for long. Through internal information, he knew the importance of Lin Fei in Songlang's star zone. Any force that wanted to target Lin Fei would be annihilated the moment they failed. Wang Haoran sighed. "There's nothing we can do about this. Ever since that bastard Song Lang started to encircle and annihilate our forces, our days have been getting harder by the day. If we let Song Lang achieve his goal, we'll forget about it. But don't worry, we're not ambushing Lin Fei this time. We're just trying to instigate him to defect." Instigate defection? After the little devil hinted that he had found Mu Chu, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If his idea worked, he would have a higher chance of obtaining a sample. The expeditionary empire might appear to be stable, but there were still plenty of internal conflicts. At the same time, there were foreign enemies eyeing them covetously. For example, back when the expeditionary empire had established the empire, they had overthrown the previous empire. Even now, the descendants of the previous empire had not been completely annihilated. Furthermore, they had established the Heavenly Gates path with the intention of overthrowing the expeditionary empire and restoring the glory of the empire. Lin Fei suspected that the power behind Mu Chu was related to the Sky Gates sect. "I have to go and have a good chat with Mu Chu." No matter why Mu Chu came here, Lin Fei believed that there must be a purpose. After Mu Chu came to Songlang City and met Elder Wang, he stayed in another independent courtyard. Instigate Lin Fei to defect. This was one of the things that Mu Chu wanted to do. Rather than killing a future top professional powerhouse, it was better to instigate him to defect, which would be of great help to their forces. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and it was the best choice. How to do it had become a problem. That heavenly son, Lin Fei, had been living in the certification management office. Minister Li Xiong was worried that something would go wrong, so he had sent several masters to protect him. It was extremely difficult to sneak in. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Chu overturned his ideas one by one. but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. "Brother Mu Chu, how have you been?" Suddenly, a voice spread in the room, scaring Mu Chu. His face changed on the spot. He released his aura, but he couldn't find the person. "There's no need to look, old friend." Mu Chu only felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment. In the room, light spots rose all over the sky and condensed into a human figure, which appeared in Mu Chu's vision. "It's you, the leader of the Avengers. Why are you here?" Mu Chu was shocked. Wasn't this the #1 master in the sacred world? He actually came to Tsonglang's star zone and could sneak into his room without anyone noticing. This method was terrifying. "Brother Mu Chu, don't make a fuss. If you can come to Tsonglang's star zone, why can't I come? Don't you think so?" Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, said with a smile. Mu Chu was very afraid of this leader of the Avengers. He was very strong in the sacred world, but in the star zone, this little bit of strength was really nothing. "You are very bold. This is not the sacred world. You have offended Tsonglang region master. Aren't you afraid of being created?" Mu Chu said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You don't like Tsonglang region master, and neither do I. Today, I came to see you because I want to do something big with you." Did he really say that? After Lin Fei left, Mu Chu immediately went to see Elder Wang and explained the situation. Yes, he said he wanted to do something big. He seems to know that Elder is in Tsonglang City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left those words. Mu Chu's expression was not very good. His whereabouts had been exposed, and he didn't even know it. If the news spread to the city lord's mansion, it would definitely be a nightmare. Wang Haoren was also not calm. He had been very low-key since coming to Tsonglang City, avoiding all tracking and usually not going out. Even Tsonglang region master wouldn't be able to find him. Now, he was actually seen through by an outsider. Through Mu Chu's words, he clearly knew that Wang Haoren was here. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know that Wang Haoren was here. Elder Wang, the leader of the Avengers, is not simple. Tsonglang City is not an ordinary place. With such amazing methods, he probably has a powerful expert supporting him. Mu Chu analyzed. "I think there's a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter what, that person definitely can't be on the same side as Tsonglang region master." Wang Haoren nodded. "That makes sense. I really want to see what big things that guy wants to do." In Mu Chu's room, it was rare for Wang Haoren to come. He wanted to see what tricks that person had up his sleeves. "He's here." Just like last time, the light spots condensed into a black-robed man. He really came quietly. Wang Haoren was shocked. "Good fellow, there are no fluctuations, as if he's just here. He actually has such means. Could he be an expert who is proficient in stealth? No, even those people might not be able to hide from my eyes." Why? Lin Fei's performance shocked Wang Haoren. There really is an expert in Tsonglang City, and it's a guy with a combat power of 40 million. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he didn't come in person. Now, he wasn't afraid that the other party would find his traces. "Your Excellency, good means." Chapter 2386. He? F? O? Co? W? Percent? B? Q? U? O? BFB? 0O? He couldn't see through this guy from the sacred realm. There were many people in the Empire who could avoid him, but not many in the Tsonglang Star Zone. Yet this guy did it. He left no trace. He came and went without a trace. Wang Haoren didn't dare to underestimate him. He treated him as someone on the same level as himself. Even if his realm was lower than his, he had to take him seriously. "Ha! If I didn't have any ability, how would I dare to come here? I'm afraid that someone will eat me whole," Lin Fei said with a chuckle. "This little trick is nothing in your eyes." Wang Haoren had a preliminary understanding of him. This guy was cunning and not easy to deal with. "Now that you're here, can you tell me about the big thing you were talking about?" Wang Haoren didn't want to talk about anything else. He just wanted to hear about the big thing. If Mu Chu hadn't told him some things about this guy, Wang Haoren wouldn't have taken it seriously. He was able to come to the Zhonglang Star Zone from a small world far away, and was an enemy of the Palace of Judgment. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this big thing could help them, Wang Haoren wouldn't mind helping. Actually, it's quite simple. I want to attack the secret energy plantation base in the Zhonglang Star Zone, Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren and Mu Chu's expressions changed slightly. This was too big. You want to attack the secret plantation base? That's the Empire's secret base. There are many powerful people there. Whoever goes there will die. Mu Chu couldn't imagine how this guy could be so bold. There were people who wanted to attack that place during the expedition to the Empire. In the end, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the army of the Empire. This was definitely a big deal. You found the Empire's secret plantation base in the Zhonglang Star Zone? Wang Haoren calmed down a lot. He was interested in the secret base. He was shocked. That place was as mysterious as some arcana realms. No one had ever found it. Yes, in a secret place in the Zhonglang Galaxy, Lin Fei briefly explained. If it's an attack on the secret cultivation base, then I'm sorry, but we won't interfere in this matter. Wang Haoren did not think that he could stand against the powerhouses of the army. Once he showed up, he would definitely die. Wang Haoren knew very well how terrifying the Imperial Army's people were. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would not rest until they were dead. Many heroes had died under the pursuit of the military. Wang Haoren would definitely not do such a thing. There were no benefits and it was very dangerous. Aren't you going to listen? I believe this is a very good thing for you. Lin Fei was not surprised in the slightest. The might of the Empire's great army was not undeserved. It had an illustrious reputation, so it was normal for the other party to have such a reaction. I only need you to help me attract the enemy's firepower. After this, I am willing to pay you a considerable sum of energy wall stones. 50 million energy wall stones is not a small number. Lin Fei needed a powerhouse to attract the enemy's firepower. Even if it only took a few breaths' time, he would be able to obtain a sample. 50 million energy wall stones. Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal. When Wang Haoren heard 50 million energy wall stones, he was also slightly shocked. This was indeed not a small number. Hiring a first or second transition powerhouse with a few million battle prowess would only require a few 100,000 energy wall stones. 10 million energy wall stones was more than enough to hire a sixth or seventh transition powerhouse. Mu Chu was shocked that this Avengers Alliance leader actually had such a large sum of money. 50 million energy wall stones could do a lot of things. Can I hear the plan? Wang Haoren had to admit that he was tempted. 50 million energy wall stones could do many things. For example, Wang Haoren had recently taken a fancy to a weapon. It was a technological energy weapon used in the Expeditionary Empire. When used in conjunction with a profession, the effects would be very powerful. That technological weapon required tens of millions of energy wall stones. If he really bought it, he would definitely go bankrupt. Don't doubt the wealth of a powerhouse, especially someone like Wang Haoren, who was wanted by the Star Field. Lin Fei briefly explained the plan. It was nothing more than to attract the enemy's firepower at a critical moment. After that, he could leave. As long as the overseeing powerhouse was distracted, the rest would not be troublesome. As for the surveillance of the secret base under the invasion of the imps, it would be vulnerable. Even if the Expeditionary Empire was furious, it would not be a big deal. As the domain master of the Blue Wolf Starfield, there would definitely be trouble, and it would not be a small one. Although it would not be a big deal, it would be a loss of face. You can think about it carefully. I will come back in 3 days. In fact, it was not even 3 days before Wang Haoren agreed. For 50 million energy wall stones, it was worth it. After some arrangements, there was almost no danger. He now had 40 million battle prowess. Even if he encountered someone whose battle prowess was a few million higher than his, it would be very easy for him to escape. In addition, he could also use this opportunity to strike a blow to the morale of the Palace of Trials. No matter what, he could make them look like they were lax, which was also a way to win. Most importantly, As long as the secret base of the empire was exposed, those who were secretly dissatisfied with it would definitely take action. Even if they could not shake the expeditionary empire, it would still give them a lot of stimulation. After Wang Haoren agreed, Lin Fei was completely relieved. After paying 1/3 of the profit, he arranged a date to take action and left. He was not worried that the other party would be lazy. If Wang Haoren really wanted to be lazy, Lin Fei had plenty of ways to deal with him. Even if the other party's battle prowess was higher than his, he might not have to do it himself. 6 days later, in the evening, Lin Fei and Wang Haoren arrived at a valley outside the secret base. It was not far from here. Lin Fei did not want to expose himself prematurely. He had to prepare for the most suitable time to take action. There was only one chance to take a sample, and if he missed it, there would not be another chance. Elder Wang, you only need to follow the main force and wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. Let me say this first, you must wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. It would be best if he can hold on for half an incense stick of time. At that time you can leave. Of course, I will also inform you. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren nodded. I have been paid to eliminate disasters. This elder will not let you down. Okay, then let's do it. For this surprise attack, Lin Fei had spent a lot of money. Through the system, he immediately controlled all the star beasts outside the secret base. This alone consumed a lot of energy. Controlling each star beast required a special creature, which was not an easy task. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. Chapter 2387. Boom, boom, boom. More than 300,000 star beasts formed a terrifying beast tide that charged into the depths of the base. The star beasts that had been guarding the area alone were also frightened by the black mass of star beasts and joined the main force of the beast tide. The original 300,000 star beasts eventually reached 500,000 star beasts. Among them, there were more than 20 star beasts with battle prowess of 7 to 8 million. Even though their numbers were huge, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from a powerful enemy. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts moved very quickly. Under deliberate guidance, they killed their way into the depths of the secret base. Like a flood, they attacked and destroyed the secret restrictions. What's that sound? Is there it? The soldiers in the secret base were all at the first and second job transitions. Suddenly, they heard the sound, and the ground seemed to be shaking. On the huge surveillance screen, the people in the base finally saw the black mass of star beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The surveillance equipment set up one after another exploded, and the surveillance on the big screen dimmed one after another. Not good. The beast tide is here. Prepare for battle immediately. Inform all the soldiers to prepare for battle and exterminate these star beasts. The people in the base did not really care about the hundreds of thousands of star beasts. Putting everything else aside, just the restrictions of the secret base and the super large protective barrier were not something that the star beasts could break through. In the end, the star beasts were destined to work for nothing. It was not that the secret base had never been attacked before. That time it had not been suppressed. It was the same this time as well. As one of the people in charge of the base, Yang Jian subconsciously frowned. This matter was strange, but he was not anxious. He passed down the orders and prepared for battle. This shouldn't be the case. Standing in front of the huge surveillance screen, Yang Jian could not understand. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts swept over, destroyed the surveillance equipment, and finally killed their way to the periphery of the base. These beasts don't know what's good for them. Activate the first restriction array and kill them. Someone at the front desk was controlling the restriction array. With just a single command, they could unleash a powerful attack. No matter how many star beasts came, they would be killed without hesitation. In the end, they would become fertilizer for the earth. When the star beasts approached the base, a protective barrier rose up, covering the entire base. At the same time, blue beams of light shot out from the base, forming a dense and continuous stretch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue beams of light were filled with an aura of destruction, and they shot out like resplendent meteors. The star beast's powerful defenses were useless in front of the blue beams of light, and they were all pierced through by the blue beams of light. A powerful star beast was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and it unwillingly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 star beasts had been killed by the blue beams. The number of star beasts dying was still increasing. In the dark, Wang Haoren revealed a solemn expression. Rumor has it that every secret base of the Imperium is extremely dangerous, and it seems to be true. I wonder what solution that guy has. Wang Haoren would definitely not agree to break through the array formations restriction. Humph, a level 1 attack is enough to kill and injure the star beasts. Let's see if they still dare to attack the base in the future. What a bunch of bastards. Yang Jian sneered. The star beasts had suffered more than 30,000 casualties. The ground was littered with the corpses of star beasts. Blood flowed like a river, and the stench of blood filled the air. Little devil, shut down the other party's system immediately. I don't want the astral beast that I spent so much effort to control to die outside the base. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the base. Got it. When Lin Fei saw the blue beams, he had Little Devil analyze their power. Each attack had a combat power of 3 million, and killing the star beasts was as easy as flipping his hand. He had to shut down the system now. Without the system, Lin Fei could proceed to the next step. Whoosh! Yang Jian stood in front of the screen with a sneer on his face. However, in the next second, the huge screen turned black. Sir, bad news. Our system has shut down. Oh no. The star beasts have broken through the perimeter of the base. That's right. The system shut down automatically. Within the base, the group of staff could no longer remain calm. The system that had always been regarded as omnipotent had actually shut down automatically at this time. This meant that the base had lost its best defense, and the star beasts outside could break in. With hundreds of thousands of star beasts wreaking havoc, the base might suffer great losses. Immediately restart the system. Yang Jian was furious. Of all the times to shut down the system, it had to shut down at this moment. As for the invasion, he did not believe that it was possible. Immediately order the base's soldiers to encircle and annihilate the star beasts. Before the system restarts, stop them from invading. Even if we die, we have to hold on. Yang Jian was extremely anxious and roared. First team, go. Second team, go. Third team, go. The base's array formation had lost its defensive effect, and the star beasts were enraged. They swarmed in and devoured the energy blocks one by one. A moment later, a group of the base's soldiers appeared in front of the star beasts with special weapons in their hands. The special weapons fired red beams at the star beasts. The first batch of star beasts were turned into sieves and fell to the ground. Kill them! The base's soldiers moved quickly, but the speed of the aircraft was even faster. Without much control, they dodged the star beasts' attacks. Instead, the star beasts fell to the ground one after another. With the weapons in their hands, the base's soldiers blocked the invasion of a large number of star beasts. In front of the base's soldiers, the ground was littered with corpses. Damn! This looks like an energy gun. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Empire are actually equipped with such weapons. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also extremely shocked. Lin Fei was 100% sure that those were energy guns. There was a special energy wall embedded in one of the weapons, and every shot would consume a portion of the energy. It's time for Elder Wang to make a move. If this continues, it won't be easy to kill them. Lin Fei realized that without an expert, these star beasts wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to break through the base's defensive line. All right, you can make a move now. Lure that expert out. Lin Fei transmitted his voice over. Wang Haoren was extremely shocked. The base's defenses had been shut down for no reason, and the enemy had mobilized the base's soldiers to act as a defensive line. This was an inconceivable matter. This is a good opportunity. Be it the aircraft beneath the feet of the base's soldiers or the Blacktooth energy gun in their hands, they were all priceless items on the black market. They were extremely useful. Even if Lin Fei didn't say anything, Wang Haoren would still make a move. Without the defensive barrier, The base's soldiers were nothing in his eyes. No one could stop him. Aircraft? Blacktooth energy gun. This elder wants them. Wang Haoran's figure appeared. A sword sheath behind him opened, and dozens of swords flew out. Sword intent soared into the sky, tearing apart the void, forming a black line that circled around the base's warriors, and their heads fell to the ground. Chapter 2388. Invisible Swordsman, a second-rate job. Dozens of soldiers were instantly killed. Wang Haoran waved his hand and kept the aircraft and Blacktooth energy gun. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. These two items made this trip worth it. Wang Haoran no longer dared to underestimate the mysterious leader of the Avengers. If not for the other party's methods, it would have been extremely difficult to snatch the aircraft and energy gun from the enemy's soldiers. Kill! Dozens of swords turned into sharp black shadows. With just a light sweep, the soldiers' heads would fall to the ground or even be cut into two. Kill him! We can't let him in. Hurry up and report that a mysterious expert has appeared. He's suspected to be the invisible swordsman. With Wang Haoran's appearance, a gap was created in the blockade formed to deal with the star beasts. The star beasts charged in through the gap. The unified blockade was no longer effective. Hundreds of thousands of star beasts charged in like a flood, breaking through the blockade formed by the soldiers. No matter how many people they had, they couldn't stop the star beasts. The plantation base was in chaos. The star beasts charged into the base and targeted the energy crystals, plundering them wantonly. The plantation base was in complete chaos. Wang Haoran's appearance constantly defeated the attacks of the base soldiers. This fellow is really willing to put in so much effort. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. At the same time, he silently snuck into the vicinity of the plantation base. Lin Fei was very interested in the aircraft and energy gun, but now was not the time to make a move. He didn't want anyone to know about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Wang Haoran. The leader of the Avengers was just an identity. No one could link it to Lin Fei, who had recently appeared. Invisible Swordsman. He's at least a fifth transformation Invisible Swordsman. Damn it, why is such a person here? Yang Jian stared at the screen. The Invisible Swordsman's attacks were constantly taking away the lives of the base soldiers. Hurry up and dispatch the law enforcers to stop the Invisible Swordsman. Yang Jian ordered again. Although the Invisible Swordsman was a second-rate job at this realm, it could bridge the gap between first-rate and second-rate jobs. It's definitely a conspiracy. Soon, Yang Jian roared again. The experts sent out were unable to take down the Invisible Swordsman. Instead, there were many casualties. We have to inform Lord Zhan. Wang Haoran was in an extremely good mood. He had collected over 100 flying devices and Blacktooth energy guns. Boom! In the depths of the base, a storm swept over, and in the storm stood a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes flashed with a cold light. So, you're a survivor of the Tianmen path. You deserve to die. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Haoran was surrounded by a huge black storm. His expression turned grave. The saber lights were like the wind, one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, and their might was extraordinary. Zhan Rongyao was very dissatisfied. The remnants of the Tianmen path had actually dared to break into the cultivation base. This was a provocation. Instead of hiding properly, they had dared to come to the cultivation base. No matter what would happen in the end, Zhan Rongyao would inevitably be criticized by his superiors. He hated the remnants of the Tianmen path very much. Wang Haoran called back dozens of black longswords and slashed apart the saber lights that the other party shot at him. However, it was also very strenuous for him. The other party's strength was above his, and even a small attack made him feel pressured. Blade like wind, one blade slash. Zhan Rongyao was a first-rate blade warrior. The storm that everyone saw was actually formed by the blade wind. Could cut through everything, and it was very terrifying. All the wind turned into a black saber. It was incomparably huge, and with one slash, a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. Zhan Rongyao's attack was very terrifying. The aura of just one slash caused Wang Haoren's expression to change again. I've always heard that blade warriors are invincible. Today I, the invisible swordsman, will experience it for myself. Wang Haoren was not willing to fall behind. Dozens of long swords soared into the sky, forming a huge sword wheel, and met Zhang Rongyao's blade attack. Wang Haoren had still underestimated the other party's strength. The other's blades slashed on the sword wheel, and a huge force knocked away all the long swords. The entire sword wheel flew backward and crashed into the star beast's body. Wang Haoren's body swayed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was even a small blade mark on his forehead. It was cut by the blade in an instant. Too powerful. I, the fifth revolution invisible swordsman, am actually not his opponent. I was seriously injured by one slash. Wang Haoren recalled his long sword, took out a black sword pellet, and sprinkled it toward Zhang Rongyao. Under the guidance of Qi, it exploded, and a rain of swords stabbed toward Zhang Rongyao. At the same time, he retreated and left the base. Retreat. Wang Haoren was not confident that he could block the opponent's second slash. Who allowed you to leave? Zhang Rongyao rushed out, and the rain of swords was smashed by the storm. He chased after Wang Haoren. Good chance. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. Wang Haoren, who had 40 million battle power, was actually at a disadvantage with one slash. This also let Lin Fei see the power of a professional advancement. There was no comparison at all. He attacked again. A huge energy fluctuation came from afar. Lin Fei knew that the base's expert had made a move. Rise! In a corner, Lin Fei waved his hand and forcefully took away a source tree. One was enough. No one would be able to see any clues. As soon as he took away the source tree, a terrifying aura descended, and a huge storm covered the base. Wherever the storm passed, the remaining star beasts were broken into two pieces, and blood flowed like a river. The base's defense system was successfully rebooted, and the previous defense was restored. Zhang Rongyao stood above the base and looked down at the chaotic base. He couldn't help but frown. The remnants of the Tianmen path, what are they planning this time? I can't see it for a while. Contact the Expeditionary Guard immediately. This matter must be investigated. Just say that the remnants of the Tianmen path have appeared and are suspected to have designs on the plantation base. When Zhang Rongyao descended, Lin Fei left. This guy's battle power was even more terrifying than Wang Haoren's. Lin Fei blocked everything, and his heart was in his throat. He finally left the area with great difficulty, and only when he was hundreds of millions of miles away from the base did he heave a sigh of relief. A seventh professional expert has been arranged for a plantation base, and there's also a powerful formation system. It's really not a place that just anyone can break in. Looking at the source tree in the system, Lin Fei smiled. He had spent so much energy, but it was not a wasted trip. With a source tree, it was equivalent to having a strong Jingguang path. Cough, cough, cough. In order to help you delay that guy, this elder has suffered a great loss. In a very remote place in the Songlong Star Zone, Wang Haoren's face was pale. He seemed to have aged decades, and his aura had also become extremely weak. Although Wang Haoren had escaped in the end, the opponent's attack was very overbearing. He had still taken a blow from the opponent, and his vitality had been greatly injured. He had almost been killed. This is a 50 million energy wall stone. Chapter 2389. The people from the Skygate sect are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the cultivation base. They're courting death. Have you heard? The Expeditionary Guards have begun to take action. They've issued a bounty for the capture of an invisible swordsman. Humph, that's nothing. I heard that the higher-ups were very angry when the news reached them. It's said that they've mobilized a group of experts to investigate this matter thoroughly. The people from the Skygate sect have nothing better to do. Now that the higher-ups are here, no one can escape from them. In the past few days, the hottest news was that the cultivation base that did not belong to the Empire had been attacked. Even the Imperial College selection had been overshadowed. No one knew how the news got out, but the entire Tsonglang star zone was in an uproar. Then it spread to all the other star zones. Those who knew the news secretly gasped. This was a blatant provocation to the empire. 800 years had passed since the invasion of the cultivation base. During this period, no one had dared to attack the cultivation base of the empire. This time it was a big deal. The loss of the aircraft and the Black-Tooth energy gun was no longer a small matter. The damage to the source tree was secondary. The main point was that the standard weapons of the military headquarters had been lost. This was a big deal. Tsonglang City was also in a rare state of panic. The Tsonglang region lord ordered a thorough investigation of the entire Tsonglang City and the entire star zone. Anyone with an unknown identity would be locked up in Tsonglang prison. In a short time, thousands of people were locked up in prison. This matter was too big. Even the Tsonglang region lord knew that he had to take action. Such a big thing had happened in the Tsonglang star zone. The higher-ups would definitely have some opinions. Although the Tsonglang region lord was not afraid of the higher-ups, he still had to do something to save face. In the Tsonglang star zone, the bandits, habitual criminals, and other notorious people were completely out of luck this time. Regardless of the consequences, they all became targets of attack. For a moment, the bandits in the Tsonglang star zone disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay in the Tsonglang star zone. If they were caught, it would not be as simple as losing a layer of skin. Tsonglang, you have a lot of responsibility for this matter. In the city lord's mansion, the Tsonglang region lord was entertaining a group of people from the capital. This group of people was not ordinary. They were especially worthy of the Tsonglang region lord's personal reception. It was not a small matter that involved people from the capital. For example, at this moment, Brother Bai, I can curse people. The Tsonglang region master smiled bitterly and said, I've been implicated even when I'm lying down. The bastards of the Elysium path are really unethical. Of all the things they could have done, they just had to do this kind of thing. Aren't they putting me on a fire to roast? The Tsonglang region lord had been in a bad mood these days. Ever since the news had spread that day, the Tsonglang region lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. This kind of thing had not happened in the empire for hundreds of years, and it just had to happen in his own star field. Most importantly, the plantation base had lost a batch of spacecrafts and Black Fong energy guns. The matter had blown up. The green-robed Brother Bai in front of him was the person in charge that the imperial capital had arranged to investigate the culprit behind this matter and recover the items that had been lost. The higher-ups have a lot of opinions, especially about your management skills. You know, with that person gone, the crown prince is in charge, and the princes aren't happy about it. Bai Qinglong took a sip of wine. This time, the Tsonglang region lord had indeed been shot while lying down. Fortunately, he knew the person who came down from above. They wouldn't target him, it was just that they didn't want to lose face. Most likely, all the other region lords were watching him as a joke. Do you have any concrete information? Not yet, but we can confirm that it's the people from the Heaven's Gate sect. We don't know the whereabouts of the weapons yet. After the banquet, Bai Qinglong left with his people. He was ready to enter the plantation base to understand the situation. The fact that he had come here to drink was a great honor to the Tsonglang region lord. Damn the Heaven's Gate sect. After Bai Qinglong left, the Tsonglang region lord couldn't help but curse at the people in the dark. The empire's plantation base. Zhan Rongyao didn't look too good either. The investigation team from the empire had arrived with the will of the crown prince. As the person in charge of the base, Zhan Rongyao was in a lot of trouble. For example, right now, Zhan Rongyao was explaining what had happened that day. You said they used astral beasts to open the way? Wait, how did they break through the defense of the base? Shut down automatically? How is that possible? The management personnel of the base were all questioned by the investigation team. Mingshan, do you think it's possible that they colluded with outsiders? Bai Qinglong frowned and asked Xiao Mingshan. There's no evidence. Xiao Mingshan shook his head. Ever since the incident, I've brought people to control everyone in the base. I even used special methods, but I didn't find anything. The only clue is that before the base was invaded, there were astral beasts appearing one after another. If it's not collusion, then it's troublesome. Bai Qinglong knew that this matter was out of their control, especially since the other party could shut down the basis system. Who could guarantee that the basis system wouldn't shut down again? They had to be careful of this loophole. As long as they didn't get to the bottom of this matter, the base would be in danger. It's troublesome indeed. Xiao Mingshan hadn't been idle these days. He had sent out all the expeditionary guards to investigate this matter. But until now, they still didn't have any useful clues. But we can be sure that the person who did it is from the Heaven's Gate sect, and he's a rank 5 invisible swordsman. Based on our understanding of the Heaven's Gate sect, the only rank 5 invisible swordsman there seems to be Wang Haoren's foreign affairs elder. Wang Haoren. Bai Qinglong narrowed his eyes. He's got guts. But as far as I know, the Heaven's Gate sect has always been a stray dog. They don't have the ability to do such a big thing. Every cultivation base of the empire is top secret. They can't find it, and they don't have the ability to break into the basis system. Xiao Mingshan smiled bitterly. Breaking into the basis system is no small matter. If he can break into the cultivation base of the Zonglong Star Zone, then he can break into the cultivation base of the other star zones. Sigh. Elder Wang, you've made a great contribution to the Heaven's Gate sect, in a secret branch of a small world outside the Zonglong Star Zone. After Wang Haoren collected the 50 million energy wall stones, he immediately left the Zonglong Star Zone and returned to the Heaven's Gate sect branch to heal his injuries. When the news spread, Wang Haoren was directly on the Empire's wanted list and was ranked in the top 20. He was famous, but unfortunately it was a bad reputation. Within the Heaven's Gate sect, Wang Haoren suddenly became a hero. Chapter 2390. Wang Haoren was recuperating in the courtyard. Jean Glory was a blade warrior, a 7th job professional powerhouse. To be able to escape from the other party, he had paid a great price. It was only natural that he was seriously injured. With the 50 million energy wall stones, there was nothing he could not get. His injuries would recover day by day, and it would not take long for him to completely recover. Wang Haoren, who was resting in the courtyard, heard the sound at the door. He looked back and was surprised. He immediately stood up. Elder Song, why are you here? Elder Song was a high-level elder. He was much more valuable and had more power than the elders themselves. Song Zhiping strode forward. Haoren, you have made a great contribution to the Heavenly Gate path. I heard that you are wanted in the Zonglong Star Zone. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came personally. Wang Haoren was flattered. Elder Song was a high and mighty person in the Heavenly Gate path. It was impossible for him to talk to someone like him normally. Now he was talking to him in such a pleasant manner. He did not even dare to think about it. Everything else was easy to say. Song Zhiping had come on behalf of the Heavenly Gate path and had brought top-grade healing pills. He had praised Wang Haoren and given him all kinds of rewards that would make people jealous. What shocked Wang Haoren the most was that the Heavenly Gate path had decided to make him the overall person in charge of the Zonglong Star Zone. This was a meteoric rise, equivalent to a high-level elder of the Heavenly Gate path. Wang Haoren's strength was not weak at all. He was more than qualified to be the person in charge of a star zone. It was just that he had never had the chance. This time he had gotten what he wanted. Although he was wanted by the Zonglong Star Zone and even the Expeditionary Empire, becoming the person in charge of a star zone did not require him to do anything. He only needed to control the overall situation, which was very safe. After announcing the rewards, and with Song Zhiping lowering his stance, the two chatted happily as if they had been old friends for many years. That person is called the leader of the Avengers? From a distant world? Song Zhiping had not only come to reward Wang Haoren, but also to understand the specific situation. The Heavenly Gate path had become famous. They were very happy to be able to deal with anything that happened in the Expeditionary Empire. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Song Zhiping was quite surprised. He had thought that it would be the work of a potential enemy of the Expeditionary Empire. He did not expect it to be a foreigner, a native who was hundreds of years away from the Expeditionary Empire. Yes, my subordinate, Deacon Mu Chu, knows this the best. Very soon, Mu Chu was called over, and when he saw this important figure, he was very shocked. Song Jiping was a 7th job transition expert from the Heavenly Gates path, and it was very difficult for him to even catch a glimpse of him. Mu Chu told Song Jiping everything he knew without missing a word. The more Song Jiping listened, the more shocked he became. He rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that the background of the leader of the Avengers is not simple." Song Jiping realized that the leader of the Avengers was not an ordinary person. There were spies from the Heavenly Gate sect in Songlang City, and Song Jiping knew quite a lot about them. For example, the cultivation basis system had been breached. This was definitely a divine skill. Everyone knew that the Expeditionary Empire's technological civilization was very advanced. It was a pity that the most powerful system defense was controlled by the royal family, and it was the same for technological weapons. Then do you have any way of contacting the leader of the Avengers? Song Jiping really wants to meet this mysterious man. If we can reach an agreement or get a way to attack the basis system, that would be great. Mu Chu smiled bitterly and said, "We really don't know about this. He didn't leave any contact information. Last time, he took the initiative to look for me." Wang Haoren proved that Mu Chu's words were not wrong. In the end, he concluded, "Elder Song, the leader of the Avengers is not simple. Even I, a 5th-stage professional, can't see through this guy. The power behind this guy is even more terrifying." Song Jiping was deep in thought. Then, while the outside world was in an uproar, in a courtyard in the Certification Management Office, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The first source tree had bin successfully replicated. Hee, it's finally done. With the first one, the rest is easy. The biggest problem was that he had completely conquered it. He only needed the energy to replicate it. Lin Fei did not take it out. Once this place was taken out, he would be in big trouble. He was very clear about the movements outside. The Songlong region master, the expeditionary guards, and even the imperial capital had sent an investigation team down. If the aura of the source tree were to be exposed at this time, it would be a nightmare. Now, Lin Fei could only endure it. He did not dare to leak even a trace of the aura of the source tree. Who knew if the investigation team of the Expeditionary Empire had advanced technology in their hands? Now that I have the source tree, it's time to find a place to use as a base. The Expeditionary Empire's source energy was very rich and difficult to absorb. That was why there was a unique creature like the source tree. Lin Fei relied on the system to solve the replication problem. What was left was to plant it and accumulate it. The premise was that he needed a base. As for manpower, Lin Fei was not lacking at all. However, a base was not easy to get. Not only did it have to be hidden, but it also had to be in a good location. What a headache. How far have you analyzed the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun? The planting of the source tree was temporarily a problem. Lin Fei could only turn his attention to the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun. The aircraft has been analyzed to about 78, and the Black Tooth energy gun has been analyzed to about 87. At most, it will take 3 days. Little Devil said proudly. If it wasn't for Master's reluctance to spend a lot of energy, it wouldn't have taken so many days. It's all to be prepared. Especially at a time like this, it's good to have more power. After raiding the Empire's plantation, not only had he obtained the source tree, but he had also obtained the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun. This was a great harvest. The aircraft could fly for long distances, and as long as there were enough energy wall stones, its speed was not slow either. It was equivalent to the speed of a second job transition player. The Black Tooth energy gun was very powerful, and it could kill a first or second job transition player. The benefits involved were great. The plantation was protected by the system, and the weapons and equipment were not top-notch. After all, no one had ever charged into a plantation before. Could be said that this was an accident. I've used up a lot of energy wall stones. I have to get them back from here. Lin Fei planned to sell a batch of aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun through the underground black market. There was such a place in the Ashwolf Star region, and the Expeditionary Guard had tacitly allowed it to exist. There were great benefits involved, and it was not something that just anyone could suppress. Set off in 5 days? The next morning, Yuan Fei came to pass a message. Who could get Yuan Fei to pass a message? Naturally, it was Minister Li Xiong. Recently, he had been riding high, and Yuan Fei did not mind doing this kind of small thing himself. He wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Fei. Thank you, Lord Yuan, for coming to inform me. I'll be ready. Leaving Ashwolf City, a troublesome place, could save him a lot of trouble. Then you'd better prepare well. For the next few days, it's best not to go out. The remnants of the Heavenly Gate sect are making trouble, and they might have their eyes on you. Chapter 2391. Ashwolf Star Region, Wood Capital City. Wood Capital City had another name, the Underground Black Market. All the illegal transactions in Ashwolf Star Region were conducted here. As for who was in control of the Underground Black Market, no one knew. In any case, the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. All along, Wood Capital City had become the best place for people to sell their stolen goods. As long as it was a good item, there was no need to worry about selling it. No one would bother to find out where the item came from. As long as one could afford it, everything could be negotiated. Even some prohibited items could be sold. Recently, there had been many spies in Wood Capital City. They were all here to investigate the matter regarding the flying device and the Black Tooth energy gun. With such a huge commotion in Ashwolf Star Region, the secret was no longer a secret. The missing flying device and the energy gun became the focus of everyone's attention. Some rich and mysterious people started to offer rewards for the items, causing the Wood Capital City to be extremely lively. What a great Wood Capital City! Their methods are truly heaven-defying. When the black-robed Lin Fei walked into Wood Capital City, he automatically scanned the area. He could not help but gasp. There was actually an 8th transition job expert guarding the entire Wood Capital City. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei was different. With the invincibility system, he could easily detect an 8th transition job expert with a single scan. Other than that, there were also 5 7th transition job experts and tens of 6th transition job experts. It could be said that this was a major power that dominated an area. It was no wonder that the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. Wood Capital City was very easy to find. After getting a substitute, Lin Fei snuck out and arrived at Wood Capital City, which was located in a remote area of Ashwolf Star Region. So what if he is an 8th transition job expert? From the looks of it, he is in seclusion. I only need to be careful of those 7th transition job experts. This time, Lin Fei was here to cash out the energy wall stones. Who asked Lin Fei to lack energy wall stones? Wood Capital Trade Association. This was the only trade association in Wood Capital City. No matter what it was, this trade association dared to purchase it. They could also help the other party sell it and auction it. All they needed to do was to pay a small processing fee. Safety and confidentiality. This was the Wood Capital Trade Association's motto. Those who knew that someone was disposing of stolen goods in the Wood Capital Merchant Guild could only grit their teeth and not dare to do anything. After all, there was an 8th job advancement expert in the Wood Capital City, and they were not to be trifled with. I want to see the person in charge and tell him that there's a big deal. If he misses this village, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Fei entered the Chamber of Commerce like a specter and said to a staff member at the front desk, "Brother, if you have anything to say, you can tell me." The staff at the front desk stood up and said, "You don't have the right." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slammed his palm on the table. "Get the person in charge out here." A cold killing intent emerged from Lin Fei's body. The staff member realized that he had met someone who was not easy to entertain. "Senior, please wait a moment. I will inform the manager immediately." Many people stared at this mysterious black-robed man. It was not like such a thing had never happened in the Wood Capital Trade Association before. It was mostly some capable people who urgently needed to sell off some treasures. Everyone was used to it. This was usually the case. Recently, very few people came to the Wood Capital Trade Association to dispose of stolen goods. Who asked the higher-ups to keep an eye on them? It was rumored that the expedition guards had arranged many spies to keep an eye on the Wood Capital Trade Association, but most of them were watching this mysterious stranger. "Sir, I'm sorry. My subordinates don't know how to do things. I'm the person in charge of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Wang Yu. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came over and explained apologetically as soon as he came up. There's a deal. Let's see if you can accept it. Lin Fei went straight to the point. Wang Yu did not recognize the person in front of him. When he thought about the recent events, he could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. Sir, why don't we go to the VIP lounge and have a seat? Lin Fei nodded. Sure. Wang Yu brought the mysterious black-robed man to the VIP lounge. His subordinates immediately served tea. Pang! Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, 2 items appeared on the table. When he looked at them, he could no longer remain calm. Flying device, energy gun. The people from Tianmen Taoism had arrived. When the flying device and energy gun appeared, the Wood Capital Trade Association was not calm. The news was passed to the higher-ups. The vice president of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Feng Qingyang, immediately dropped everything and sent a message to the president. He then hurried to the VIP lounge. What do you want? Do you want it or not? When Feng Qingyang entered the room, Lin Fei put down his cup and asked directly, People from Tianmen Taoism? Feng Qingyang knew many people from Tianmen Taoism. The person in front of him was very unfamiliar. The scariest thing was that he could not see the other party's appearance clearly. He was always covered by a layer of mystery. Yes, we, the Wood Capital Trade Association, want everything. Feng Qingyang got the news from the president. No matter what, he had to buy all the flying device and energy gun. Such an opportunity was not common. Perhaps he would not encounter it many times in his lifetime. Great! This trip was not in vain. Lin Fei revealed a smile. 100 flying devices and 100 black-tooth energy guns. I only want the energy wall stone. I don't want anything else. Feng Qingyang was taken aback. To think that there would be so many of them. This was an astronomical figure. Even if the Wood Capital Trade Association wanted to buy all of them, it would not be easy, especially when the other party only wanted the energy wall stone. Feng Qingyang hesitated. We want all of them. Fixed price. 15 billion for the wall stone. The door to the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked in. President, Feng Qingyang said. No problem. 15 billion energy wall stone was a huge number in the expeditionary empire. Any martial artist could rely on this amount of energy wall stone to live a luxurious life like an emperor. Qingyang, transfer all the energy wall stones here immediately. Don't let the guests down. The man said to Feng Qingyang. I will contact you immediately. Reporting. The people from Tianmen Taoism have appeared in the Wood Capital Trade Association. They are collecting energy wall stones. In a narrow room, a few spies were doing nothing. Suddenly, they received a message. After reading it, their faces changed. Report it immediately. Keep a close eye on them. We can't let that person leave. The team leader immediately gave the order, and a hint of joy flashed between his eyebrows. If this matter was successful, it would be tantamount to making a great contribution. Everyone knew that the expedition guards had almost turned the entire star field upside down just to find the people of the Tianmen path. What? The people from Tianmen Taoism are selling their goods at the Wood Capital Trade Association. Are you sure it's true? A big deal of 15 billion energy wall stones? Big deal. It's definitely a big deal. Is that guy crazy? Has he never heard that Tianmen Taoism is short of money? Some of the major forces in Wood Capital secretly received news that a mysterious person had gone to the Wood Capital Trade Association not long ago and sold a batch of priceless goods worth 15 billion energy wall stones. This was definitely a huge number. Chapter 2392. Expeditionary Guard. Did you say that Tianmen Taoism came out to dispose of the stolen goods? The news was immediately reported to the branch of the Expeditionary Guard. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, he almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. How is it possible? When did the people of the Tianmen Taoism need to dispose of stolen goods? The Heavenly Gates Taoism was a remnant of the Empire's expedition. From the establishment of the empire until now, they had never been annihilated. Every time a stronghold was destroyed, another stronghold would appear after a few years. The Expeditionary Guards had a lot of information about the Tianmen sect. They had been besieged countless times, but they had never been able to completely wipe them out. They were like weeds that had been wiped out one batch after another. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. The foundation of the previous dynasty was also very terrifying. How could they come out to dispose of stolen goods, especially at this time? This was a typical case of committing a crime against the wind. They're too arrogant. Contact Lord Bai immediately. Xiao Mingshan was also angry. They clearly knew that the empire had put a bounty on their heads, yet they still dared to come out. It was clear that they didn't take the empire's bounty seriously. Someone came out to dispose of the stolen goods? After Bai Qinglong came to the Ash Wolf Star Zone, he did not have any free time. He collected all the clues he could and captured some members of the Heaven's Gate sect, but he did not find any useful clues. The only person he could be sure of was Wang Haoren, a fifth-job professional, the invisible swordsman. Hearing that there was news about the Heaven's Gate sect, Bai Qinglong immediately brought people over. This is the news I just received. Take a look for yourself. Bai Qinglong saw through it quickly and slammed his palm on the table. Despicable bastards. They're committing crimes against the law and openly challenging the empire's authority. Arrest them immediately. The two of them had never seen anyone who dared to come out to commit a crime at such a time. Did they really think that they didn't exist? Brother Xiao, send a message to the city lord of the wood capital and order them to capture that person. We'll be there soon. Bai Qinglong said. As long as he could capture this person, he would definitely be able to find some clues. He might even be able to find the lair of the Tianmen Taoism and capture them all in one fell swoop. Lord Bai, this is a little troublesome. Xiao Mingshan bitterly smiled. That place is related to the prince. Our Expeditionary Guard's words are useless against them. Bai Qinglong's expression became serious. This matter involved the princes, and no matter which prince it was not a small matter. He helplessly said, "Immediately open the teleportation gate and bring people over." Xiao Mingshan nodded. "I have already given the order. They can leave at any time." Guild leader, are we just going to let that guy leave? Even the Wood Chamber of Commerce took a long time to gather 15 billion energy wall stones. Fortunately, they were able to buy 100 aircrafts and energy guns. The middle-aged president said, "The Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital focuses on credibility when doing business. In the entire Zonglong Star Zone and even the nearby star zones, everyone knows about the credibility of the Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital. Although the aircraft and energy guns are good, it's not impossible to get them. It's just a matter of time. If we take advantage of them, it's equivalent to offending the Skygate sect. You have to know that the remnants of the Skygate sect are able to survive for so long. They're quite capable. We businessmen shouldn't get involved in this." Feng Qingyang finally understood. However, 15 billion energy wall stones almost depleted all of our energy wall stones. Say no more. The middle-aged president stopped Feng Qingyang from continuing. There's going to be a good show soon. I wonder how the people from the Elysium Path are going to take away such a large amount of energy wall stones. That guy is coming out. Yes, the guy in the black robe. Hurry up, he's leaving the city. Outside the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, spies from all over had gathered and were keeping a close eye on the people coming and going. The moment Lin Fei came out of the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, the spies outside immediately kept a close eye on him and sent out messages one after another. When Lin Fei left the city, there was a group of people tailing him. "Master, you went against the wind and committed a crime this time. You've infuriated the people from the Expeditionary Empire. Now, there are at least a few hundred people keeping a close eye on you." The little devil joked. In fact, ever since he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. When the messages were sent out, he could see everything clearly. Originally, he thought that the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce would be able to stall for time, but he didn't expect that the news would be so unguarded. Hee 15 billion energy wall stones. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a big fat piece of meat? Lin Fei said. Even a small bite is a fat piece of meat. Through the system, Lin Fei saw that apart from himself, almost none of the void chanters around him had green dots. They were all red dots. Master, I just caught the head of the expeditionary guards, Xiao Mingshan, and that by Qinglong. They should have come through the teleportation formation and are heading towards Master's direction. From the moment he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei knew that he would become a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of others. Convert all 15 billion energy wall stones into origin energy. This was a huge sum of money. The increase in Lin Fei's wealth was equivalent to the increase in his strength, and he could use his ultimate move. This was also the main reason why Lin Fei had to exchange for a large amount of energy wall stones. This was his biggest guarantee. Without origin energy, he was like a tiger without claws. Boom! Not long after Lin Fei left the city, a loud sound rang out as a huge barrier covered the region he was in, trapping him within it. Someone's making a move. That seems to be the Expeditionary Guard's heavenly cage. Conceal the sky and earth. It's a treasure that only the Expeditionary Guards can use. No way. Why are they so fast? The Expeditionary Guards are on a mission. Those who are not important should leave. Those who disobey will be killed. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong caught up with the elites of the Expeditionary Guards. The people who followed up all stopped in their tracks. The huge black cage had a huge impact on them and the Expeditionary Guards. The forces that wanted to take a bite out of the Expeditionary Guards immediately restrained their subordinates. No matter what, they could not offend the Expeditionary Guards. If they offended them, there would be no place for them in the empire. Bai Qinglong and Xiao Mingshan stared at the black-robed man. Remnant of the Heavenly Gate sect, surrender now, Bai Qinglong yelled. The black heavenly cage turned into a huge hand and pressed down on the black-robed man. Stop struggling. In front of the heavenly cage, your strength will drop by half. You can't stop it, Xiao Mingshan said. The Expeditionary Guards were infamous, not only because of the Emperor's establishment, but also because of their methods. For example, the heavenly cage in front of them was a treasure made by the Empire. Once it was used, it could seal the sky and earth, making it impossible for people to escape. At the same time, it could limit one's strength by half. Anyone who fought against the Expeditionary Guards would lose miserably. This was the most basic method of the Expeditionary Guards. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 2393. The Expeditionary Guards have made their move. I wonder how strong the remnants of the Tianmen Taoism are. Heaven Domain Cage. A huge battle erupted outside the Wood Capital. In the air, the powerful figures of the Wood Capital all turned their attention to the battlefield. Everyone wanted to know what kind of ability the remnants of the Tianmen path had to dare commit such a crime. This was committing a crime against the law. Who would dare to do it? The remaining members of the Heavenly Gate sect did it. Yuan Jingwei, how arrogant. With just you guys? Just as he was about to be crushed by the gigantic palm, the black-robed man let out a long howl. His voice was like thunder on a sunny day, causing the entire world to tremble. Even the experts in the Wood Capital City coughed out blood. Break for me. A powerful aura burst out from the mysterious black-robed man's body. With a rumble, the Expeditionary Guard's trump card was pierced through, and the giant black palm dissipated. The world returned to normal. Countless muffled grunts came from the void. If this is all you've got, then you can scram. Lin Fei was delighted in his heart. 15 billion energy wall stones had been converted into origin energy units, and he could use them as much as he wanted in an instant. Just one move was enough to make Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong's expressions darken. Everyone knew the ability of the sky prison cage. It was not that easy to break. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who were afraid of the expedition guards. I didn't expect the surviving members of the Skygate sect to be so powerful. They broke the sky prison cage with just one move. The technique of this move was concealed so perfectly. What profession does this person have? In the sky above Mu Capital, The president of the Mu Capital Chamber of Commerce revealed a rare, grave expression. It will be hard for the expeditionary force to take him down. Looking at the general situation from the details, everyone could see that the mysterious black-robed man was far more powerful than they had imagined. Expeditionary guards, attack. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong decided to take action personally. The remnants of the Tianmen path were not easy to deal with. It was not easy for the other party to appear, and with such strength, it was possible that the other party had a high status in the Tianmen path. Kill. Dozens of expeditionary guards, clad in black armor, rushed out with a murderous aura. They were all holding energy guns of the same color, and their quality was even higher than Blacktooth's. Bang, bang, bang. Beams of black light interweaved to form a black hell. Everyone felt a wave of helplessness and fear in the face of this black light. Too scary. No wonder the expeditionary guards are infamous. To think that the power of the shot is comparable to that of a fifth-stage professional. This is too terrifying. The black light beam shot towards the black-robed man without any regard for its life. The expeditionary guard's methods were amazing. With the energy gun in hand, he sealed the sky and locked the earth, not giving the opponent any way out. The opponent could only passively defend. Damn, so this is the attack of the expeditionary guards. It's too high-end. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. All of them were energy gun attacks. The expeditionary guard was indeed infamous. They would annihilate anyone they saw. No matter who it was, even if it was a sixth transition job expert, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. Before long, they would be killed on the spot, riddled with holes. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. The 15 billion energy wall stone was his greatest source of confidence. Invincible defense, activate. This invincible defense was no longer an ordinary defense. It had been upgraded. A small black energy shield appeared in front of the black light beam. In an instant, sparks flew and the remaining energy was scattered. Everywhere it passed, it was a mess. Lin Fei's surroundings were completely cleared. It was no longer possible to tell what it looked like before. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still lacking. Lin Fei smiled. However, this smile, in the eyes of Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong, was a form of mockery. The expeditionary guard's attack weapons could not break through the opponent's defense. This was a very rare occurrence. The expeditionary guard had these energy weapons, in addition to the sky prison cage's suppression of the opponent's strength. Even a seventh transition job expert would end up in a miserable state if he was targeted. The expeditionary guard had never failed before, hence the terrifying name of the expeditionary guard. Today, the expeditionary guard seemed to have encountered a difficult opponent, as if they were attacking countless times. The spectating experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to withstand the intensive attack of the expeditionary guard's energy weapons, there were really not many people who could do it. What shocked them even more was the strength of the Tianmen faction. No matter what method was used, it was amazing to be able to withstand the attack so easily. Master, stop showing off. The invincible defense has consumed 5 units. You still have 95 units of energy left. The little devil reminded him. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the upgraded invincible defense. The only thing was that this level of consumption was not something that even the rich could afford. Technological weapons are indeed terrifying. If this had been an hour, I would have raised my hands and surrendered. Lin Fei was a little unhappy. Master, you can be smug. Not many people can withstand it as easily as you did. The little devil said in disdain. Can't you see that they are all so scared? It seems that the undefeated legend of the Expeditionary Guard is going to be defeated by Master. At this level of consumption, Lin Fei did not want to continue wasting it. I have to give them a reminder. Moreover, it's not a bad thing to have the remaining members of the Tianmen faction take the blame this time. Lin Fei was ready to leave. He did not want to continue playing, he just wanted to show his face. Scram. The system consumed 20 units of energy in an instant. Rumble. Rumble. An unimaginably terrifying power suddenly swept across the entire world, and everyone could only hear the rumbling sound. Bang, bang, bang. The first to suffer were the subordinates of the Expeditionary Guard. Even though they were wearing black armor, they exploded on the spot like blooming flowers of blood, one after the other. Oh no, it's a psychic attack. Bai Qinglong and Xiao Mingshan were both powerhouses, and their expressions changed drastically. They could not block the attack of sound, and they were sent flying like broken sacks. The attack did not stop, and it continued to sweep across. Everywhere it passed, everyone fled. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not compare to the speed of sound. This was because the sound was faster than them. Oh, help! This is too terrifying. While everyone was suffering from the psychic attack, Lin Fei quietly left. In this part of the world, everyone was within the range of the attack. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have consumed 20 units of energy to carry out such a large-scale attack. The powerhouses who were watching were all unlucky. One by one, they fell from the sky, and everywhere they looked, there were corpses. The wood capital immediately activated the defensive array formation, but it was still too late. The entire wood capital suffered a huge number of casualties. The power of a single sound is actually so terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of the wood capital chamber of Commerce's president's mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. This time, the Expeditionary Guard had become the biggest joke in the world. Breaking news! The Expeditionary Guard captured the remaining members of the Tianmen faction and encountered the strongest counterattack. The Expeditionary Guard suffered heavy losses. The Expeditionary Guard suffered a huge setback at the hands of the Tianmen faction. The power of a single word from the remaining members of the Tianmen faction caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It's suspected that a powerful psychic profession powerhouse has appeared in the Tianmen faction. Chapter 2394. The Zonglong Star region was once again in an uproar. The expedition guards had lost all face this time. As a powerful and violent organization of the empire, they had become a laughingstock. Another thing was that the Tianmen path had become famous. Everyone knew that a powerhouse had appeared in the Tianmen path. According to the analysis of the powerhouses that day, this spiritual-type professional powerhouse from the Tianmen path was at least a peak 7th job professional, and it was possible that he had reached the 8th job. The Tianmen path was famous, but it was not a good thing for the expedition to the empire. When the higher-ups heard the news, they were furious and issued a wanted order to launch a new encirclement and suppression of the remnants of the Tianmen path. All 38 star regions were mobilized. The branches of the Tianmen path were wiped out one by one. At the same time, some potential enemies of the empire were also wiped out and suffered heavy losses. They were the typical example of a fish in the moat caught in a fire. The days of the Tianmen path were even worse. Those who secretly knew some information about the Tianmen path went to report it, and the Tianmen path also suffered heavy losses. It must be the force behind the Avengers Alliance leader. In a world outside the Zonglong Star region, in a temporary stronghold of the Tianmen path, Mu Chu and Wang Haoren said in unison. Originally, it was good that the Heavenly Gates sect was famous, but now they had directly become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Many secret branches had been reported and besieged. Mu Chu and Wang Haoren were injured. Recently, they had been surrounded several times and had to change locations every 2 or 3 days. Damn it, they are too vicious. They actually made us the scapegoat. Song Jiping's face was as black as coal. Originally, the higher-ups had come to reward Elder Wang, but they had been unexpectedly surrounded. Later, they found out that someone had impersonated the Tianmen path and committed the crime, giving the empire a big slap in the face. When Song Jiping heard about it, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. In the following days, the Tianmen path was surrounded everywhere. Get someone to spread the news immediately. Song Jiping said coldly. Sir, we can't do that. Now everyone knows that the Tianmen path did something big and stole the aircraft and the energy gun. Even if we tell others, no one will believe us. Wang Haoren smiled bitterly. He had not expected the Avengers Alliance leader to have such means, making the Tianmen path a scapegoat. Explanation? There was no explanation at all. Everyone knew that he was the one who had stolen the aircraft and the energy gun from the plantation. Aircraft and energy guns were special weapons of the Empire and were rarely circulated outside. Aside from the Heavenly Gates sect, who else would be able to produce so many at once? Bastard! Song Jiping cursed and kept thinking, but in the end, he could not come up with a good solution. Go! When the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei followed Minister Li Xiong and prepared to go to the Capital Institute. Under the command of Minister Li Xiong, everyone entered the transmission formation of Zhonglang City in an orderly manner. As a special talent, Lin Fei had been standing with Minister Li Xiong. Finally, I can leave. The people of Tianmen Taoism are too arrogant. Fortunately, they are not crazy enough to make trouble in Zhonglang City. Li Xiong cursed. Seeing the sovereigns entering the transmission formation one by one, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Li Xiong cared most about Lin Fei. Even if all the prodigies present were added together, they would not be able to match up to Lin Fei. In particular, Li Xiong was still very worried about the emergence of a powerful professional expert of the spirit system from Tianmen Taoism. It was difficult to resist the attack of a professional expert of the spirit system. If the expert of Tianmen Taoism wanted to destroy Lin Fei, it would not be difficult at all. The expeditionary guards suffered a big loss in the hands of the expert of Tianmen Taoism. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong were seriously injured. More than half of the expeditionary guards were dead or injured, which was equivalent to a complete loss. At the same time, dozens of technological weapons were lost. The matter directly became serious. Brother Li, the people of Tianmen Taoism should not have the guts to kill us. Lin Fei did not feel guilty at all for putting the blame on Tianmen Taoism. Anyway, they were hunted down and wanted. There was not much difference between one more charge and one less charge. Lin Fei had no qualms about it. Li Xiong shook his head. Not necessarily. Tianmen Taoism can do anything, especially at this time. However, you can also rest assured that when we arrive at the Capital Institute, no one from Tianmen Taoism dares to come here even if they are given 100 guts. Speaking of the Capital Institute, Li Xiong was full of pride. From the Zhonglang Star area to the Capital Institute, they had to pass through more than 20 star areas. Lin Fei and Li Xiong went out together and passed through one teleportation formation after another. For the sake of safety, the teleportation formation in each star area was temporarily requisitioned and heavily guarded at the same time. The Capital Institute could be said to have done its best for the safety of these heavenly talents. This year, the Capital Institute paid special attention to it. In particular, the appearance of an expert from Tianmen Taoism also made the Capital Institute dare not look down on it. In just one day, hundreds of people from the Zhonglang Star area passed through more than 20 star areas and finally arrived at the star area where the Empire was located, the Expedition Star area, which was also the largest star area among the 38 star areas. What a rich energy! Is this the Expedition Star area? Coming out of the teleportation formation, the heavenly talents from the Zhonglang Star area all showed a look of enjoyment. The energy here was so rich that the Zhonglang Star area was nothing compared to the Expedition Star area. No wonder the heavenly talents showed such expressions. Well, don't make a fuss. Now we are in the Expedition Star area, and the Capital Institute is outside the capital. Everyone, follow me, and don't get lost. Minister Li Xiong personally came out to lead the team. The Capital Institute was a unique place in the Expedition Star area. This city was very hospitable to the heavenly talents of the Capital Institute. Under the leadership of Li Xiong, hundreds of heavenly talents left the city and went straight to the Capital Institute. Li Xiong returned to the capital. Even if he was still outside, he was in a very good mood. He constantly explained some information about the capital to Lin Fei, including some secrets which greatly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. Master, if you can find a place outside the capital to plant the source tree, the harvest will be more than 10 times that in other star areas. Lin Fei communicated with the little devil. After seeing the unreasonably rich origin energy, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Fortunately, he did not plant the source tree at that time. After all, the yield in this place was several times that of other places. This kind of yield was terrifying. Since the last time he used a big move until now, there were only 80 energy units left in Lin Fei's system. One energy unit contained a lot of energy, and the system could not extract it, so its recovery ability was poor. During this time, Lin Fei did not even try to copy the technological weapons obtained from the Expedition Guard, which were much more powerful than the Black Tooth energy gun. Unfortunately, he could not crack and analyze them now. The Capital Institute was full of hidden talents. Lin Fei must have the ability to protect himself, and this energy was the confidence to do so. Soon, a group of people appeared in the sky above a basin. Look, is that the Capital Institute? What a magnificent Capital Institute! Chapter 2395. On a vast plain, a magnificent and huge black building, like a crouching dragon, occupied the vast plain. People were shuttling back and forth in the huge building, going in and out. The huge buildings were connected, and people were shuttling back and forth. When they saw the buildings on the plain, everyone was surprised. It was quite different from the Capital College in their imagination. It seemed to be not so strict, but full of freedom. This is the Capital College. In the whole empire, no one can compare with it in terms of teaching and learning freedom. Li Xiong said with a smile, and his whole body relaxed. Li Xiong looked at Lin Fei next to him, and he was really worried that someone would take action on the way. The people inside the empire would not do it. They could not prevent the empire from having an enemy, and it was hard to guarantee that they would not take action. A top professional expert had a great impact on the future. In those days, His Majesty made the enemy tremble with fear. If there was a top professional in the future, the pressure could be imagined. Let's enter the college. The atmosphere of the Capital College was more relaxed than any other city. The Capital College doesn't need guards. This plain is the range of the Capital College's tactical deployment. For example, now the tactical deployment is always open, and no one can get in. The Capital College has a special system arranged by His Majesty, which controls all the defense and attack of the Capital College. It was rare for Li Xiong to be proud of his success. Along the way, he kept introducing the Capital College, mainly to Lin Fei. The Capital College is divided into 3 areas. The outermost area is the living area, where you can buy anything you need in the empire. The second area is the residential area, which is very large. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, you can have a separate cave residence in the residential area and build it anywhere you want. The third area is the teaching area. When they walked into the living area of the Capital College, the whole living area was very lively. If they had not been introduced, they almost suspected that they had come to the wrong place. The living area was crowded with people. Li Xiong came in with the heavenly talents, and someone immediately came to greet him. Minister Li, you are finally here. A middle-aged man came to greet him warmly. He was the deacon of the college, responsible for reception affairs. Li Xiong was now a prominent figure in the Capital College. It was said that he would soon be a senior elder, so the people who came to greet him were very enthusiastic, not wanting to leave a bad impression. Sorry, Li Xiong said lightly. It's no trouble at all. This is where everyone is resting. In the residential area, there was a row of independent courtyards that stretched as far as the eye could see. Each courtyard was divided into several rooms suitable for 4 to 5 people. Soon, the middle-aged man arranged the rooms. They were all independent courtyards with good locations. Lin Fei, you'll live in this courtyard. Li Xiong took Lin Fei to an independent yard alone. The energy of heaven and earth here is rich, which will help you a lot. This was a special arrangement. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony at all. Thank you, Minister Li. Don't say that. To be honest, Brother Li has to thank you. Li Xiong said with a smile. You should have a good rest these days. When you go in and out of the residential area, you must be anxious to bring the identity certificate. Without the identity certificate, you can't move a step because you haven't entered the school system. In theory, you are still on the blacklist. Before Li Xiong left, he exhorted. That's Imperial College for you. You live up to your reputation. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard. The energy of heaven and earth was unreasonably rich. Although he could absorb part of it, it was far from enough. It seemed that there was a limit to it. It might be enough for others, but Lin Fei had a powerful system which was far from enough. Little devil, scan the courtyard. Coming to a strange place, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He ordered the little devil to scan the courtyard. Soon the scan was over. There was nothing installed in the courtyard, including the rooms. Try to scan the entire capital college. Lin Fei was very confident in the little devil. The school system of the capital college was powerful, but Lin Fei did not think that it had developed intelligence. As long as it did not develop intelligence, the system was just a program. Master, this will consume 10 energy units or even more. Are you sure you want to scan it? The little devil reminded him. It's okay. As long as there were 50 energy units in hand, Lin Fei could rest easy. If not, he could find a place to exchange for a batch of aircraft and energy guns. An invisible force was released from the courtyard and instantly covered the capital college. The speed was getting faster and faster. The range was getting larger and larger. Lin Fei's heart was in his throat. If not for the fact that the capital college was so mysterious, Lin Fei would not have spent so much money to scan it. In the eyes of outsiders, the capital college was a dangerous place. Ever since the establishment of the capital college, no one had dared to look down on it. Today, the capital college was almost a legend. Everyone in the 38 star zones wanted to enter the capital college. Once they entered, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Ding! Discovered the school system. Choose to hack? Choose to hack. Hacking in progress. Lin Fei did not stop him. He had opened all the permissions. Lin Fei was interested in the capital college and the expedition to the empire. He believed that the little devil would not cause a ruckus. He was just trying to find out the secrets of the capital college. Ding! Hack successful. Ding! Discovered database. Copying and downloading. The little devil's progress was very smooth. He kept downloading and copying all kinds of information. Lin Fei was quite worried. Ding! Copying complete. Prepare to leave. Ding! Successfully established back door. Successfully established. When the little devil came out safely, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Master, the hacking of the school system has been successful. A total of 15 units of energy have been consumed. A backdoor has been established and some control methods have been implanted. In other words, Master has some control over the school system. The little devil appeared, looking very proud of himself. The 15 units of energy consumed was a huge attack. It made Lin Fei's heart ache. No one found out, right? An academy system is stronger than the original cultivation basis system, but in the eyes of this little devil, it is really nothing. Those defense systems are full of flaws, and anyone with a high IQ can invade them. The little devil said. It was good that no one had found out. Let's take a look at the information and see what I've downloaded. Dozens of documents appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Capital College Hall of Fame record. Capital College Hero List. Capital College Priority Training Target. Chapter 2396. Lin Fei wasn't interested in these ordinary documents. The only thing that interested Lin Fei now was the Expedition Empire's technological civilization. He wasn't interested in anything else. Master, aren't you going to take a look at this? The little demon opened a file. Name of the document. The new heavenly talent of Imperial College. After opening the file, he saw that Lin Fei was first on the list. Lin Fei, first appearance in the Zhonglang Star Zone. Successfully certified as a top class. Identity verified. Suspected to have a mysterious master behind him. Target to be taken care of. Unlimited potential. I didn't expect my information to be so thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, I was prepared, or I would have been exposed. Lin Fei was slightly surprised, but he wasn't surprised at all. Second place, Beigong Yuming, top class. Third place, Long Badian, top class. Fourth place, Su Xiaohua, top class. Lin Fei skimmed through the list and was shocked. All the information was about top classes, and he was the only top class. The Expedition Empire is really full of talents. There are so many top classes. If it weren't for me, Beigong Yuming would probably be #1 this time. Lin Fei lost interest after a quick glance. Top classes were powerful, but they shouldn't provoke him. Lin Fei's thoughts were that simple. Can I look at something else? I don't want to look at myself. Lin Fei didn't want to look at this. Lin Fei wasn't interested in ranking. As long as he had enough origin energy, he could unleash all kinds of ultimate moves. That was where his confidence came from. What about this? Lin Fei shook his head. Not interested. I want the confidential documents of the Institute. Then I'm sure you'll like this. Another file was opened. This is a record of the skills of each class. This time, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. My Roaring Terror Warrior has mastered 3 talent skills, but it doesn't have many ordinary skills. If there are records, it'll be perfect. Good stuff, really good stuff. The Institute has such a complete collection. I don't have to look for it anymore. Lin Fei's eyes widened after reading it. The Capital Institute's records clearly covered all the professions in the entire empire. Even the top professions had records of their skills. Lin Fei flipped open the document he was interested in again. It's a pity that there's no top-secret information. The Imperium is very well protected. Lin Fei had wanted to learn more about the technological civilization of the Empire, but to no avail. They were all related to Imperial College, which disappointed him more or less. Fortunately, the little demon has infiltrated the academy system and obtained a portion of the authority. The school system controlled the defense and attack of the Capital College. After seeing the defense and attack of the cultivation base, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the system at all. The cultivation base's system could not compare to its power. By the way, you said that you controlled some of the authorities. I wonder what those authorities are? Master, you asked the right question. The little demon said proudly, you know, the system of Imperial College is very powerful. For example, the attack is divided into 10 stars. Besides, there are a lot of energy wall stones stored inside Imperial College. They can attack infinitely, and the defense is even more formidable. I've made some arrangements in the system. Master, you can control the Academy's attack system. Let me tell you a secret. The attack system of Imperial College is more advanced. It can carry out long-range attacks and positioning attacks. It's quite formidable. That's why it consumes so many energy units. Master, are you satisfied with this? Positioning attacks? Long-range attacks? That's great. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Imperial College had such a powerful attack mode. It was really a rhythm of killing whoever it wanted to destroy. At the critical moment, the power of Imperial College could be mobilized. Where else could he find such a good thing? In the following time, Lin Fei decided to read all the other documents he had abandoned. He had time to see if there were any other secrets of Imperial College. At the same time, on the other side, Li Xiong came to an office in the teaching area after arranging the residence of the heavenly talents. Old Dean, I'm back. Coming in from the outside, Li Xiong was warmly welcomed by everyone, which was completely different from the past. When he came back last time, everyone was very indifferent, not as enthusiastic as this time. Congratulations. You have brought a heavenly talent to Imperial College. In the office, a white-haired old man was sitting, looking at Li Xiong with a smile. This is what I should do. Li Xiong was flattered. Sit down, don't be so polite. You are now the hero of the academy. There hasn't been a heavenly talent with a top profession in our Imperial College for a long time. Who would have thought that there would be such a heavenly talent in such a remote place? In the future, Imperial College needs to arrange spies outside, in case of missing such a heavenly talent. The old dean said with a smile. Li Xiong could become the minister of the branch of the academy because of the strong support of the old dean. To be able to become the minister, the old dean also bore a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Li Xiong didn't let the old dean down. A top profession had a great impact on Imperial College. Li Xiong handed in a satisfactory paper. Let's talk about Lin Fei of the Empire's top profession. All the elders of Imperial College are paying attention to Lin Fei. He has become a dark horse, suppressing all the heavenly talents. It's really amazing. You may not know, but on the day your news came back, all the senior elders of the academy were dumbfounded. In an independent yard in the teaching area of Imperial College. This yard was simpler than any other. There were all kinds of flowers and plants planted in the yard, full of vitality, like a paradise and a holy place in the world. Under a silver tree in the yard, there was a very precious species called the silver moon tree. It absorbed the energy of heaven and earth and could produce silver moon fruit, which was invaluable. There were only a few of them in the whole empire, but there was one in Imperial College. It would be a big shock if it was spread out. At this time, under the silver moon tree, there were 3 elderly people sitting. Each of them was sage-like and ruddy, but no one dared to despise this old man. They were one of the deans who had the most right to speak in the senior management of the academy. Yes, the deputy deans. In the entire Imperial College, there were a total of 1 principal and 5 deputy deans, 6 deans. I heard that Lin Fei is here? The short old man on the left asked gloomily. Li Xiong, that boy, can be proud and elated. Don't talk about that guy. I don't know how lucky he is to meet such a person. Another dean with a handlebar mustache said sarcastically. Chapter 2397. The Expedition to the Empire's 38 Galaxies. As the talents of the Capital College branch arrived one after another, the Capital College became very lively. Rarely seen talents appeared in large groups. News of some of them fighting each other came from time to time, each more exciting than the last. The Capital College didn't stop or encourage such behavior. It seemed that it was fine as long as they didn't put their lives in danger. Talents were all proud and arrogant. They were the rulers of their respective galaxies. Now that they were in the Capital College, they naturally didn't want to lose their limelight. They looked for people to spar with and establish their prestige. No one knew which busybody had created a ranking list to list the strongest people in this year's tournament. The person ranked first was naturally Lin Fei, a masterclass roaring warrior. He was a masterclass that could compete with His Majesty. Even though Lin Fei hadn't fought yet, no one could deny how terrifying a top profession was. He deserved to be ranked first. Ranked second, Beigong Yuming of the Beigong family. Ranked third, Long Batian of the Empire's Long family. Ranked fourth, Su Xiaohua. Only the top 500 talents were listed on the ranking list. The rest were not qualified. As soon as the ranking list came out, some people were dismissive while others took it seriously. They searched everywhere for talents to spar with, hoping to enter the list and get a good position. Lin Fei, who was ranked first, still hadn't shown up. He had been in the yard for the past few days. Lin Fei knew exactly what was going on outside, but he didn't care. He didn't even care about the ranking list. He didn't even need to guess to know that it was made up by the Capital College. Lin Fei admired this method very much. Unknowingly, it had stirred up the emotions of all the talents. Their fighting spirit soared, which would have a great impact on the final assessment. After moving into the yard, Lin Fei first hacked the college system and gained some authority. Next, he had to find a suitable secret base. The source life tree had to be planted. This was Lin Fei's top priority. Selling aircraft and energy guns was promising, but it was too dangerous. Who knew if he would run into a powerful expert? Once was enough. Planting the source life tree was much safer. As long as the secret base was hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Still nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. The special life forms that he released kept choosing locations, but none of them could satisfy Lin Fei. They were either too close, too unsafe, or controlled by the major clans. There was no place where the source life tree could be planted. The expedition star field's origin energy was the densest. No other place could compare to the expedition star field. Lin Fei naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Other people might limit the number of source life trees, but Lin Fei was not worried about this at all. Instead, he was worried about not having a place to plant them. What a headache! Lin Fei rubbed his temples. Do I really have to go to those dangerous places? Slowly set up a secret cultivation base? Almost all the places in the Star Field expedition were controlled by others, so it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to get his hands on a piece of land. Xiao Lin, are you there? When Lin Fei was having a headache, Li Xiong's voice came from outside the yard. Yes. Lin Fei turned off the system and walked out. In the yard, Li Xiong looked very proud. You didn't go out? I thought you went to the capital. Those heavenly talents in the Star Field all went to the capital to have fun in groups of 3 or 5. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not interested in that for the time being. It's better to have a good rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Li Xiong laughed. Very good. You deserve to be the person I value. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Just now the news came from the Imperial Palace. My brother thought of you first. Lin Fei was surprised. The Imperial Palace has announced that the winner of this year's Capital Institute will be rewarded by the Expedition Emperor. The winner will be rewarded by the Expedition Emperor himself with a piece of land in the southwest of the Expedition Starfield. At the same time, he can enter the Imperial Treasure House and choose 3 treasures. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. How could such a good thing happen? The Empire can infect lands? Isn't that only possible for those feudal officials? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Expedition Empire was very big. Naturally, there was no lack of enfeoffment. However, it had not been infeft for a long time, so it was easy to be in a situation where one's tail was too big to handle. After hearing this, Lin Fei was naturally surprised. Li Xiong had long known that Lin Fei would ask like this. So, you came to the Capital Institute at the right time. This year is the 50,000th birthday of the Emperor, and it is also the 50,000th anniversary of the establishment of the Capital Institute. The enfeoffment has not appeared for thousands of years. As long as you get that enfeoffment, although the area is not large, you will become a noble of the Empire. Besides, there are countless treasures in the Imperial Treasure House. Unless you have made great contributions, you are qualified to enter the Imperial Treasure House to choose treasures. Whether it was the enfeoffment or the selection of 3 treasures from the Imperial Treasure House, Lin Fei was quite excited. He could plant the source tree in the enfeoffment. If he could not plant it on the ground, he could plant it under the ground. With the ability of the system, he could create an iron enfeoffment. Lin Fei still had this confidence. The competition is fierce. Lin Fei suddenly said. Li Xiong patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. You still have a good chance to get the first place. No one dares to play tricks on the birthday of the Emperor. As long as you exert all your strength, it is enough to sweep away those heavenly suns. After that, Li Xiong took out a file about the heavenly sons of the Empire and who was more threatening so that Lin Fei could learn more about them. After knowing the information of his enemies, he could better defeat them. Lin Fei was very grateful. As soon as the news of the Imperial Palace came out, it could hardly be hidden from those big forces. Soon, the news spread completely. There was an uproar in the capital. Enfeoffment. It had been a long time since there was such a thing. An enfeoffment recognized by the Empire was of great significance. It was equivalent to the qualification of nobility. In the enfeoffment, you could do anything, and no one would control you. Even if it was a small enfeoffment, it would also make people jealous. This time, although the enfeoffment of the Empire was located in the marginal area, it was also an enfeoffment which was enough to make people tempted. Moreover, there were 3 treasures in the Imperial Treasure House. Everyone was shocked and thought it was a big deal. The Imperial Treasure House had collected a large number of treasures, including some of the treasures of the previous dynasty. It could be imagined the importance of any 3 treasures. Even if it was any one of them, it would be priceless outside. After the news completely spread, the big forces immediately took action and began to make arrangements, such as recruiting some heavenly sons of other star areas and providing resources. It was equivalent to casting a net everywhere and gaining something. The first place had the most generous reward, but the second to the 10th place also had good rewards. Chapter 2398. It was rare for the Empire to offer such a generous reward, especially since it was personally awarded by His Majesty. Many people went crazy over it. This was a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. After obtaining the fief, one would become a noble of the Empire. Most importantly, the fief was in the Expedition Star region, which was the safest place. No one would dare to mess around there. Such an opportunity might not come by more than a few times in one's life. On the ranking list published by the Capital Institute, almost all the top 100 people were highly sought after by the major forces. Those with family backgrounds were easy to talk about, but those from humble families were very popular. No one knew if a dark horse would appear during this period. What if it was? No one could guarantee it. The most mysterious Lin Fei, who was ranked first, became the most popular person. Lin Fei did not have a powerful family background. Everyone knew that Lin Fei came from a small world outside the Wolf Star region. To put it bluntly, he was a native. Who would want to miss such a potential stock? He had a very high chance of obtaining the first place, which would give him a fief and the opportunity to choose any 3 treasures from the royal treasury. In the face of the invitations from the major forces, this mysterious Lin Fei made a decision that no one would have expected. He rejected. He did not accept any of the invitations. The reason was very simple. He wanted to make use of this period of time to cultivate and strive to obtain a good ranking. Everyone was speechless. They really did not know what to say. After all, it was understandable that he wanted to rest and accumulate energy. Although he was temporarily ranked first and had a top occupation, no one dared to guarantee that he would obtain the final victory. Lin Fei's reply also made many people unhappy. A mere foreigner dared to reject them. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Their impression of him became very bad. Inside and outside the imperial capital, there were many rumors about Lin Fei. They were all sarcastic and slanderous. Within a few days, Lin Fei became an arrogant and despicable person in the eyes of others. Many people even shouted, "Native, get out of the imperial capital," or, "The imperial capital does not welcome people like you. For His Majesty's reward, these people are really crazy." Lin Fei didn't go out, but that didn't mean that he didn't know. He knew better than anyone that the special creatures he set up didn't have any attack power, but in terms of gathering information, they were top-notch. The gossip in the imperial capital was some secret information. Even Lin Fei knew some of it. Someone was tarnishing his reputation. Lin Fei also discovered that some of the rumors were spread by people in the Capital Institute. In other words, there were people in the institute who didn't like him. "I'm definitely going to take this fief, as well as the 3 items in the royal treasury. Whether the former was better or the latter was better, Lin Fei would not miss it. Right now, the only thing to consider was to increase his strength, which was to increase the accumulation of origin energy. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he could only rely on selling aircraft and energy guns. I need to find a merchant association to sell high-grade energy guns. The high-grade energy gun he snatched from the expeditionary guards had been successfully replicated. This power was several times stronger than the Blacktooth energy gun. There was an introduction about energy guns in the Capital Institute. The energy guns were created by the Expeditionary Emperor. There were a total of 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. In fact, most of the energy guns that were commonly seen were around level 2 or 3. For example, the Blacktooth energy gun was defined as a level 2 energy gun. It could affect third transition experts to a certain extent. Back then, the energy guns in the Expeditionary Guard's hands were extremely powerful. It was already a level 6 energy gun and could threaten 7th transition experts. The Expeditionary Guards were infamous because of their technological weapons. No matter who it was, with such a weapon, it was enough to threaten any faction. Fortunately, energy guns above level 5 were basically in the hands of the royal family. They weren't circulated to the outside world. The Empire understood that if such technological weapons were to appear on a large scale, it would have a huge impact on the Empire's rule. This was also why energy guns were so popular in the black market. The Blacktooth energy gun was only a level 2 energy gun, but it was enough to make everyone go wild with joy. The Expeditionary energy gun in Lin Fei's hands was a high-grade energy gun. With such a batch of technological weapons, any faction would tremble in fear. Lin Fei now wanted to exchange for a batch of energy wallstones. It wasn't that easy to get first place. Lin Fei knew that those prodigies were all rubbing their hands together. Although they didn't know the final mission, everyone was preparing. In the underground black market, all kinds of illegal drugs were in hot demand. Among them, the illegal drugs that could increase one's strength were the most popular. In order to get a good ranking, it didn't matter if they took illegal drugs. This was naturally the information sent back by the special life form arranged by Lin Fei. There was also a black market in the imperial capital, so it wasn't difficult to create one. With a powerful system that constantly filtered and analyzed the information, it was naturally not a problem to find the underground black market. Lin Fei didn't want to go to the underground black market to sell such a high-grade energy gun. He vaguely heard that the underground black market involved a certain prince of the royal family. If it wasn't sold in the black market, he couldn't think of a better place to sell it. What a headache! Master, if you don't sell in the black market, it's not like there's no place. The little demon opened a surveillance screen. The screen showed a small courtyard with a few middle-aged men. They didn't look different. For example, they are very good targets. Who are they? A large amount of information in the imperial capital was the little demon's responsibility. Lin Fei didn't know much about these small things and didn't have the interest to pay attention to them. They are very interesting people. The little demon said, "They are the enemies of the empire, the people of the devil race. People of the devil race, they are very bold. They actually dared to hide in the imperial capital of the empire." Lin Fei couldn't help but admire them. Their courage was extraordinary. The two great empires had a deep blood feud. Everyone knew. What's so surprising about this? The empire has devil race spies, but the devil race also has human race spies. The little demon didn't find it strange. Their status is not low. It's for Master's good. They seem to have come to the imperial capital to secretly purchase things. If Master wants to get some energy wall stones, they are a good partner. Devil race, that's right. Lin Fei didn't have so many restrictions. After all, selling to the devil race was the same as selling to the empire. In the current situation, it wasn't suitable to sell to the underground black market. Lin Fei did not want to be encircled and annihilated a second time. Furthermore, this was the imperial capital, and the Expeditionary Guard had eyes and ears everywhere. Once they were encircled and annihilated, those old monsters would be lured out, and he would be in big trouble. Chapter 2399. In a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the capital city. To be able to build a mansion on the outskirts of the capital city required more than just money. One also needed a certain amount of influence. After all, every inch of land in the capital city was worth its weight in gold. Who wouldn't want to live in the capital city and obtain some luck? Of all places in the empire, the capital city was the one with the most luck. Ordinary people might not believe in such illusory things, but for those who had reached a certain level of status, it was a great opportunity. Even if it was a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the capital city, it was still a great advantage. This is not going to be easy. In a secret chamber of the mansion, beams of light flashed, forming a special pattern that covered the small secret chamber. Those people are all bastards. They usually eat and drink to their heart's content, but when it's time to do something, they're all making excuses. For a moment, I wanted to kill them on the spot. The voice in the secret chamber was especially low. If we can't get what we want, things will get troublesome. There's really nothing we can do now. Soon, sighs could be heard from the secret chamber, as if there was nothing anyone could do. You demons are quite bold, creating a secret base right under the nose of the capital city. Should I say that you're smart or stupid? Without warning, the voice rang out in the secret chamber. Who's there? The three people in the secret chamber looked solemn as confusion flashed across their eyes. Don't bother looking. I'm in the secret chamber. A shadow appeared in the secret chamber. Don't do anything. One of the more experienced middle-aged men stopped the other two. Who are you? Why have you barged into our secret chamber? The other party had exposed their background as soon as they arrived, which was enough to make the middle-aged man take him seriously. Moreover, the fact that the other party could appear so stealthily meant that he was more powerful than them. Nothing much. I've been short on money recently, so I want to make a deal with you demons. 5 level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. If you want them, gather enough energy wall stones. We'll do the deal here in 3 days. The black shadow dissipated, leaving only the echo of the voice. Level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. The three of them were shocked. They've really contacted the higher-ups. In the courtyard of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. After much consideration, Lin Fei decided to cooperate with the Fiend race. Based on his understanding of the Fiend race, the Expeditionary Empire's strength had always been above the Fiend races. If it weren't for the Fiend race's strong physical bodies, they would have long been defeated by the Expeditionary Empire. 5 grade 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones were simply too cheap. Lin Fei believed that the demons would be tempted. This was equivalent to 5-6 job transition experts facing off against a 7th job transition expert. Even the other party would feel apprehensive. Such a good technological weapon could only be used by the major powers. The energy consumption of the energy wall was definitely a terrifying figure. The demons were the most suitable buyers. The news was passed on one by one. The next night, a mysterious person came to the mansion. "Saintess, why are you here?" When the mysterious person took off her cloak, an exquisite face was revealed. She looked like a peerless fairy. At the same time, there was a trace of flirtatious charm on her face, giving off a different feeling. The three of them looked solemn. They lowered their stance even more. A saintess, even if she was just a saintess in waiting, was an existence that they had to look up to. Any saintess in waiting had a chance to become the saintess of the Fiend race in the future. For such a big event, I'd rather believe it and come take a look. 5 grade 6 energy guns will be of unimaginable help to the Fiend God Empire. The Saintess in waiting revealed a rare look of solemnity. Saintess Qin is right. The three of them hurriedly nodded. Tell me everything that happened that day again, down to every single detail. Thus, the three of them recounted the events of that day in great detail. They did not miss any details and recounted it from beginning to end. Qin Lan listened very carefully. Qin Lan had to pay attention to such a big event. The Fiend God Empire had always been inferior to the Expeditionary Empire, mainly because of their technological weapons. One side relied on the benefits of technological weapons, while the other side revered their own strength. In comparison, the latter was clearly at a disadvantage. When technological weapons reached a certain level, the threat became greater. Many demon race experts had been killed by technological weapons. Do you have any guesses? Qin Lan asked, but her tone made it sound like there was no need to refuse. We've sent people to investigate. The person was very mysterious, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Based on what happened a while ago, I suspect that the person who wanted to trade with us was the mysterious man from the Tianmen path. Tell me your reason. Qin Lan's eyes lit up slightly. Such a big event in the Expeditionary Empire couldn't be hidden at all. The cultivation base of the Empire was invaded, and they lost a Grade 2 energy gun and aircraft. The Tianmen path was completely exhilarated, and they showed a little bit of their strength in front of the Empire. The Fiend God Empire knew all about it. After that, the battle outside Wood Capital was also very sensational. The usually powerful expeditionary guards actually suffered a big loss in front of the experts of the Tianmen path. This was a very rare occurrence. Something big happened in the Zhonglang Star Zone not long ago. In the battle outside Wood Capital, the experts of the Tianmen path defeated the expeditionary guards and disappeared without a trace. Now the mysterious man selling the Grade 6 energy gun should be the one in the hands of the expeditionary guards. But I didn't expect the experts of the Tianmen path to sell it. This is a mystery. Qin Lan was deep in thought. Even someone as smart as she couldn't figure out the intention in such a short time. Did something go wrong with the internal department of the Tianmen path? A Grade 6 energy gun was priceless, and there was no market for it. Most importantly, a Grade 6 energy gun could be used to develop a lower grade energy gun. That was the most important thing. The Expeditionary Empire had a very strict lockdown, especially on energy guns. The aircraft was secondary, and the expeditionary guards were very strict in this aspect. Very few energy guns were leaked out. Even if there were, they would be digested internally, and the demons wouldn't have a chance. Qinlan had always wanted to do something big, and there was no doubt that this was a big deal. Let's wait. Saintess? She's a big shot. Even though she was the saintess in waiting, she was still a big shot in the Fiend God Empire. Lin Fei was indeed a little moved. This transaction shouldn't be a problem. The saintess in waiting was here, and the price of 80 billion energy wall stones was so cheap. It would be strange if she wasn't moved. On the third night, in the same secret chamber, Qinlan seemed calm, but in fact, she had been paying attention to the movements around her. Not bad. It seems like you guys are sincere about it. In the secret chamber, a voice sounded, and Qinlan's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. She saw a shadow appear without any warning. Chapter 2400. As the saintess candidate of the Demon God Empire, Qinlan was quite arrogant. If it was the high-level elders of the Skygate sect, Qinlan would have some connections. The Demon God Empire had always cooperated with the Skygate sect, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Regrettably, Qinlan was wrong. The Skygate sect is the Skygate sect, and I am me. Don't try to trick me. Lin Fei said indifferently. Either cooperate or get lost. Make your choice. Lin Fei did not give her any face. What a joke. Did he need to give her face? Although the saintess candidate was very beautiful, he was not someone who could not move when he saw a woman. Qinlan's face darkened. This guy was too arrogant. Thinking of the importance of the energy guns in his hands, she suppressed her anger. Of course we cooperate. He took out the storage ring with 80 billion energy wall stones. Where's the level 6 energy gun? Qinlan was also straightforward. Energy wall stones could be obtained slowly, but level 6 energy guns were not easy to obtain. There would only be a few opportunities in a lifetime. Straightforward enough. A halo appeared in the underground of the secret chamber, and 5 level 6 energy guns floated out. Qinlan and the others were all dumbfounded. He had actually hidden in the underground of the secret chamber. This was too daring. Are you satisfied? Qinlan took out one of the guns and examined it. Her face became more and more solemn. It's actually real. A level 6 energy gun. You get what you pay for. I'm honest with you. Ha ha ha. The black shadow laughed and dissipated in front of them. 80 billion energy wall stones are enough to face any test. Lin Fei converted 70 billion energy wall stones into energy units and kept them in reserve. His face became more and more confident. In Lin Fei's eyes, the cost of 5 level 6 energy guns was less than a few hundred million energy wall stones. The profit was a huge one. After the first transaction, Lin Fei believed that the Demon God Empire would definitely be very interested. Lin Fei did not have the slightest awareness of financing the enemy. Little Devil, decipher the level 2 to level 5 energy guns. The commotion caused by the 5 level 6 energy guns was too big. When the news reached the Demon God Empire, Qinlan's name was completely removed from the list. The saintess candidate's ranking kept rising, and she became a dark horse in everyone's eyes. To be able to bring back 5 grade 6 energy guns for the Empire was a great contribution. Qinlan was also in the limelight. Do you think we can still cooperate with that mysterious person? In a magnificent palace, the crown prince of the Demon God Empire summoned Qinlan. It's hard to say, but we can get in touch. Qinlan didn't dare to guarantee anything. The 5 level 6 energy guns would be of great help to the Fey God Empire. The talents of the Empire were all researching them, and had made them their top priority. The crown prince's expression didn't change much. This mysterious man shouldn't be from the Tianmen Taoism. The Tianmen Taoism has been struggling at death's door and would never sell them. This man must be using the name of the Tianmen Taoism. Otherwise, the people of the Tianmen Taoism wouldn't be looking for this mysterious man everywhere. Go back immediately. That man can come and go in the capital without leaving a trace. Maybe he's hiding in the Empire. Arrange someone to keep an eye on the capital and find out if there are any big deals recently. In any case, we have to contact this mysterious man again, or even cooperate with him. But The Expeditionary Empire also received the news. The 5 level 6 energy guns in the Fey God Empire had a great impact. If the Fey God Empire could develop low-level energy guns through the level 6 energy guns, it would undoubtedly strengthen their strength, and the Expeditionary Empire's advantage would gradually be narrowed. The big boss of the Expeditionary Guard was criticized by the upper echelons of the imperial capital for not doing his job well. Find him. We must find that mysterious man. At the headquarters of the Expeditionary Guard, the big boss kept roaring after returning. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They had really failed in their duty this time. If not for the news from the Fey God Empire, they wouldn't have known about it. 5 level 6 energy guns, the exclusive equipment of the Expeditionary Guard. The impact of the 5 level 6 energy guns was far greater than that. The spies of the major forces in the imperial capital began to move. Some of the spies of the royal family also began to move. All kinds of people were looking for the mysterious expert of the Tianmen Taoism. At the same time, the internal department of the Tianmen Taoism was also looking for the mysterious man. At first, everyone thought it was an expert of the Tianmen Taoism. After Elder Wang Haoran's explanation, everyone understood that the mysterious man wasn't from the Tianmen Taoism, but someone from a small place. However, no one dared to deny that the Expeditionary Empire, or even the Fey God Empire, had a powerful force supporting them from behind the scenes. The mysterious man's various actions were all extremely daring. Any one of them could be a crime punishable by death. The leader of the Avengers, the people of the Tianmen Taoism, were the clearest. But after the mysterious man disappeared from the Zhonglang galaxy, he disappeared without a trace. If not for the news from the Fey God Empire, no one would have known that the mysterious man had done something big again. 5 level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. That was a great bargain. Many people were green with envy. As long as there were enough energy wall stones, a level 6 energy gun could be used as a companion expert of the 6th job transition. The Tianmen Taoism was the scapegoat, but the internal senior management didn't have any resentment. Instead, they mobilized all the people to look for him. Now everyone knew that there was a mysterious expert in the Tianmen Taoism. Who could guarantee that the mysterious man didn't have aircraft and energy guns? No matter how they investigated, no one knew that the mysterious man was hiding in the independent yard of the Imperial College. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the final assessment of the Imperial College. Whether he could enter the Imperial College smoothly or not would be revealed soon. The eyes of the Expeditionary Empire all fell on the Imperial College. After all, this year's Imperial College assessment offered a generous reward, and even could be summoned by His Majesty. What an honor it was! This morning, Lin Fei was ready. The 70 billion energy wall stones he had refined were enough to solve any problem. How's the preparation going? When Lin Fei was about to set off, Li Xiong came and asked as soon as he came up. Not bad. Li Xiong was very optimistic about Lin Fei. That's good. I'll tell you one thing in advance. This year's assessment is different from previous years. You should be mentally prepared. How is it different? Lin Fei was quite curious. As for the content of the assessment, Lin Fei didn't know it, and he was not interested. None of the elders of the Imperial College was simple. Although the special creatures were awesome, he was still worried about accidents, so he didn't arrange to monitor them. I heard that after completing the task, some of them will be eliminated, and the elites will be left. Li Xiong didn't say everything, but simply mentioned it. But it could also give people a vague impression. Doing tasks interesting. Chapter 2401. Today was a lively day. The Capital Institute was packed with people. First, it was the elites from the 38 star domains. Then, it was the major forces in the Capital Institute as well as the royal family. As the birthplace of the empire, the Capital Institute deserved everyone's respect and attention. The Imperial College's selection this time had gathered all the talents from the 38 star zones. There were almost 20,000 people in total, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Only 1,500 elites would be able to enter the Capital Institute in the end. In the previous batch, there were only 1,000 spots. This batch was kind enough to have 1,500 spots. Beigong Yuming is here. Over there, over there. He's so handsome. In the Capital Institute's huge square, the appearance of Beigong Yuming, the second-ranked prodigy, attracted the attention of countless people. Many of the major forces' gazes landed on this purple-robed young man. Long Batian is here. He and Beigong Yuming are the strongest contenders for this batch. How domineering. Not long after Beigong Yuming appeared, Long Batian arrived as well. Compared to the purple-robed Beigong Yuming, Long Batian appeared much rougher. He had a stocky back and a bear-like waist. His upper body was bare, and the scars on his body were terrifying. Anyone could tell that this Long Batian had walked out from a life-and-death situation. The moment Long Batian appeared, no one dared to go near him. He was as domineering as a mountain. Beigong Yuming and Long Batian looked at each other and stopped paying attention to each other. It was as if there was nothing worth their attention. If it weren't for the dark horse Lin Fei, Beigong Yuming and Long Batian would be the strongest contenders for this batch. The white-robed swordsman, Su Xiaohua, is here. I heard that he just destroyed the 18 strongholds of Lianyun and killed more than 10 leaders with one strike. That's right. It's too terrifying. The strongest leader is a fourth transition expert. A young man in white appeared. He held a long sword in his hand, and his hair was tied up behind his back. He looked very elegant. Su Xiaohua. He was one of the most powerful swordsmen of the younger generation. He had made a name for himself with his elegant and shapeless sword techniques. Geniuses gathered one after another. Both of them released monstrous battle intent. Regardless of which galaxy the prodigies were from, all of their gazes were focused on Beigong Yuming and the others. News of the rankings had spread like wildfire, especially among the youths. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Once the rankings were out, there was a lot of competition between the geniuses. Everyone wanted to get a good ranking. None of the top 100 students were convinced. If not for the fact that fighting was strictly prohibited in the Capital Institute, they might have challenged each other to see who was the best. The temptation of being number one was something many people couldn't resist. At the front of the square, almost all the big shots of the major forces in the imperial capital had come to participate. Those who could attend Capital Institute not only had status but also a certain amount of influence. After all, Capital Institute was not a place for just anyone. Besides, the crown prince of the royal family would be here today. The Expedition Empire had yet to choose a crown prince, but as the eldest son of the direct line of descent, the crown prince had a high chance of inheriting the Expedition Empire in the future. The eldest prince had not arrived yet, so everyone could afford to wait. They chatted and laughed. Isn't that elder Li Xiong? The one beside him seems to be Lin Fei. Lin Fei? Lin Fei, who ranks number 1 and has a top-notch profession, roaring warrior? It seems to be Lin Fei. Li Xiong and a young man appeared in the square of the institute together, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who were well-informed knew that Li Xiong was able to return to the institute from outside and take the position of a senior elder because he found a genius with a top-notch profession. This was a great contribution that no one could erase. The top-notch profession, roaring warrior, no matter which one it was, would make people jealous. This was a kind of potential. Since Lin Fei became famous, countless people wanted to see Lin Fei's real face. Unfortunately, Lin Fei refused all the invitations. He had been staying in the courtyard and rarely went out. Few people in Capital Institute had seen Lin Fei. Li Xiong came to the square with Lin Fei, which immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Lin Fei was very indifferent. What was the point of gazes? At this time, in the crowd, dozens of sharp gazes were shot, and the void seemed to be broken. Although these gazes were not substantial attacks, they still had a great impact on the mind. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Lin Fei ranked first as soon as he came, and even had the chance to get the first place. Many geniuses were not convinced. If Lin Fei had a powerful background, they had to accept it. It was quite an unwise choice to fight against a powerful force. But there was no one behind Lin Fei. All the information was in the hands of the big shots, and his background was clean. They only suspected that there was a mysterious master behind him. As for his strength, they didn't know for the time being. According to their guess, he shouldn't be very strong. Such a person showed great power as soon as he came. It would be strange if everyone was convinced. As for what happened in Songlong Star area, everyone ignored it. How could the geniuses in Songlong Star area compare with the geniuses selected from the 38 star areas? Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. Those sharp gazes were completely dissolved before they approached him. They had no effect on him at all. Lin Fei's arrival caused a big commotion. Everyone wanted to see this mysterious dark horse. When everyone saw him, he didn't seem to be different. He was a very ordinary person. The only thing was that he was too calm, unlike the high-spirited young people. An interesting person. The purple-robed Beigong Yuming retracted his gaze and revealed a faint smile. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Beigong Yuming himself was a second transition expert, and he had the ability to kill third transition experts. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the third transition. Roaring warrior of a top-notch profession. This is my opponent. Long Baishan's fighting spirit surged, and the bones in his body made cracking sounds. First transition? His realm is too low. The white-robed Su Xiaohua revealed a trace of disappointment. The big forces on the high platform also noticed Lin Fei next to Li Xiong. It was hard not to notice a genius with a top-notch profession. More importantly, his background was clean, and he was someone who could be roped in. As long as any family had a top-notch profession, they would definitely become a top-notch family in the future. This kind of temptation was so big that no one could refuse. What a joke! Who could refuse? Even the royal family might not be able to refuse, especially that prince who was competing with others. Almost everyone had their eyes on this Lin Fei. No one was in a hurry to recruit him. For the time being, they were in a wait-and-see mode. They wanted to observe this Lin Fei carefully. The old dean also came today. When he noticed Lin Fei next to Li Xiong, his eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 2402. Every 5 years, the Capital Institute would select the kingdom's prodigies. It was always a big event, not to mention that it was the emperor's birthday. The significance was even greater. Almost all the major forces in the capital had gathered at the Capital Institute. All sorts of prodigies had appeared. This year's selection was more exciting than any other. The one who ranked first was a top-class roaring warrior. Lin Fei's appearance attracted a lot of attention. Everyone remembered Lin Fei. After that, other prodigies appeared one after another. Compared to Lin Fei, they were nothing. When most people had arrived, the dean of the Capital Institute personally came out to give a speech. His voice was loud and clear. He didn't sound like an old man at all. The dean's words were very infectious. Just a few words were enough to make the prodigy's blood boil and fill them with fighting spirit. Amazing, truly amazing. Among the crowd, Lin Fei was very impressed by the dean. His eloquence was top-notch. If there were enemies in front of them, these prodigies would definitely charge in without hesitation. Lin Fei secretly scanned the dean's strength. His combat power was more than 90 million. He had hidden his strength well. He was definitely an 8th-rank professional. After the dean's speech, it was the crown prince's turn. Dressed in a purple robe, the crown prince exuded a noble aura. At the same time, he was very amiable. At first glance, he was easy to get close to. The crown prince didn't say much, but his words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Finally, he gave everyone a few words of encouragement. That was the end of today's speech. Lin Fei also scanned the crown prince's combat power. His combat power was also more than 60 million. As a prince, this was not low. As for the others, Lin Fei wasn't interested in knowing. Through the dean's combat power, he had a rough idea of how powerful the Capital Institute was. What happened next was simple. The Sky Prides from the 38 starfields were divided into 10 groups, and each group had about 2,000 people. There were 10 groups, each consisting of 2,000 people. Each group would be led by an elder of the Capital Institute and a few deacons. Lin Fei was assigned to the 6th group. The person in charge was an elder surnamed Zhang, a a 6th job transition expert. The other attendants were also 5th job transition experts. They casually released their auras, causing the 2,000 people present to feel immense pressure. From now on, all of you are members of this elders group. Elder Zhang released a bit of his aura and the 2,000 people quietened down. If you want to become a member of Capital College, you will have to take 10 tests. Because Capital College does not accept useless people. A cold voice exploded in the hearts of 2,000 people. 10 tests? In front of a 6th-stage professional expert, no one dared to be impudent. A single word from the elder could make you lose your qualifications. This was a rule that everyone understood. The 10 tests had more or less stimulated everyone. That's right, there are 10 tests. If you fail any of them, it's equivalent to losing your qualifications. Elder Zhang continued, anyone who can complete all 7 tests, even if they fail the 8th one, can still become an outer disciple of Imperial College. No one knew what the tests were about, but at the very least, they knew that none of the tasks were simple. There was bound to be a certain level of difficulty. It was said that if one could complete all 7 tests, even if they failed, they could still become an outer disciple of Imperial College. That was a pretty good thing. Imperial College was a big deal, and it was not easy to cozy up to them. Now was the chance. Elder Zhang was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He brought up the matter of the tests and arranged for someone to give everyone number tags, from 1 to 2,000. Soon, everyone had a number tag in their hands. The number tag could be worn on one's hand. It was no ordinary item, but a communication device developed by the Empire. The number tag in your hands will be your identity number. All you need to do is press the red button next to the number tag and the tasks for the tests will appear. Don't worry. This time, the system will automatically select the tasks and it will be absolutely fair. After each task is completed, all you need to do is record it with the number tag in your hand and you will receive the next test task, and so on. Everyone's eyes fell on the number tags in their hands and they began to feel restless. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask now. Once the tests start, you won't have the chance. As soon as Elder Zhang finished speaking, a genius immediately asked a question. Elder Zhang, I have a question. What if someone else's task is the same as mine? What will happen in the end? Many people pricked up their ears. This matter had a lot to do with them. That's easy. The tasks issued by the system will overlap. Maybe a dozen people or even dozens of people will get the task. All you have to do is to be faster than anyone else. Whoever finishes first will get the task, and the rest will fail. Elder Zhang said, that means we can fight each other. How far can we go? Someone asked. Elder Zhang said calmly, regardless of life or death, Imperial College needs geniuses, not cowards. Of course, if you don't want to be killed, you can give up the task now. I'm not forcing you. It was not easy for Imperial College to become the #1 college in the Empire. The geniuses from Imperial College were all extremely powerful, and nobody could compare to them. Only those who had survived a life-and-death battle were the true elites. Questions were answered one after another. Everyone's expression turned serious. Many people prayed silently, hoping that the task they had drawn would not be too difficult or repetitive. Alright, that's all that needs to be said. You have an hour to prepare. Once the time is up, you'll have to complete the task. Good luck. An hour was not a long time. Everyone closed their eyes to rest. Lin Fei imitated the others and closed his eyes to rest. He contacted Little Fiend in private. Hack into the system. I want to see which of the 10 tasks are available. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything, but the system of the Empire was a piece of cake. Little Fiend quickly hacked into the Institute system and found a new file. It was filled with all sorts of tasks, ranging from 1-star to 10-star tasks. In other words, there were tasks from the 1st to the 10th. Master, there's something fishy about this task. You've been set up. Lin Fei skimmed through and Little Fiend made a new discovery. He opened a file and a file with Lin Fei's name popped up. Chapter 2403. Is there a problem? Lin Fei did not expect that there would be a problem with the 10 missions. Little Devil opened the folder and found the information of the 10 missions. He then opened the other folders and compared the information with each other. It was clear whether there were any problems or not. How devious! Even Lin Fei, who had a good temper, compared his mission to the other geniuses. The gap between them was huge. For example, the last mission was none other than to head to the Demon God Empire and kill a general. A general? What a joke. Even if Lin Fei did not understand, he knew that the general of the Demon God Empire was at least a 7th transition professional. Going against a general was crazy. He reckoned that he would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Demon God Empire as soon as he made a move. After all, in the eyes of the people of the Empire, he was only a 1st transition professional. The strongest was only a 2nd transition professional. Send away Beigong Yuming, Long Batian, and the 10th ranked mission. Lin Fei wanted to find out who was scheming against him. It was just a piece of land. Was there a need to go that far? Whoever came in first would be the biggest suspect. What a powerful move! After a rough scan, Lin Fei knew that the culprit was prepared. The difficulty levels of the top 10 prodigies were about the same. It all depended on luck. The missions were about the same. No one could say for sure. In the end, it all depended on luck. Luck was also a proof of one's ability. Lin Fei had more suspects. All of them were suspects. Those ranked lower were also suspects. Can't you find out who did it? Not at the moment. It was imported in advance. The little demon shook his head. Lin Fei was very unhappy. Humph, I was going to use some tricks, but I dug a big hole for a piece of land. Don't blame me. When the time came, everyone went to check their first mission. Among the 2,000 people present, some looked happy, while others looked conflicted. The anti-flight array of the Capital Institute was turned off, allowing the prodigies to leave the institute directly. Streaks of light disappeared from the Capital Institute. The final examination of the Capital Institute had begun. This year's competition was more intense than any other. The number of geniuses was also the highest in history. Furthermore, there were also geniuses with top-notch professions. It was truly a battle between dragons and tigers. Everyone was looking forward to the final winner. How's it going? At the same time, in another secret chamber where the final assessment of the Capital Institute was about to begin, the arrangements have been made that Lin Fei won't be able to get first place. If things go wrong, he might even fall. A black-clothed man half knelt in front of a noble young master and said respectfully, "No, no, no. It would be a pity if a future peak professional expert were to fall." The noble young master shook his head. Arrange for people to follow him. Once he's in danger, immediately take action. Don't let him be killed. Such a top-class genius is a rare trump card. It's enough to deal with my brothers and sisters. Understood. As the geniuses left the Capital Institute one after another, the tense and intense moment had arrived. About 2 hours later, inside the Capital Institute, the first name appeared on an open-air screen. Beigong Yuming. This also meant that this genius had completed the first mission. After an hour, people started to complete their missions one after another. Just like what was said, completing a mission depended on luck. If one was lucky, they would be quick. If one was unlucky, they would fall behind others. One by one, familiar names appeared on the screen. Some lucky geniuses started to complete the second mission. There were also some who were still completing the first mission. Beigong Yuming is indeed amazing. He completed 2 missions so quickly that Lin Fei hasn't completed the first mission yet. Looks like he's not very lucky. Sigh, that's such a pity. Li Xiong kept staring at the names on the screen, but the familiar names did not appear. He can't be that unlucky. Li Xiong couldn't help but worry. The 10 missions of the Capital Institute were jointly researched by the elders. The missions covered a large area and the difficulty of each mission increased accordingly. To get a good ranking, one's ability was part of it. The other part was luck. If one completed the first mission quickly, they would have time to complete the latter missions. Elder Li, that Lin Fei that you think highly of doesn't seem to be very lucky. Look at Beigong Yuming. He has already completed the second mission. A middle-aged man in a gray robe walked up and said regretfully. Li Xiong was displeased when he saw this person. He snorted and said, "Completing the second mission is nothing. There are 10 missions. The beginning is easy, but the later ones are difficult. This is not considered an advantage." This elder in a gray robe had a lot of conflicts with Li Xiong. For example, this time, Li Xiong's promotion to a senior elder had greatly affected him. When he saw that Lin Fei did not appear, he could not help but mock him. The elder in a gray robe did not give up. An advantage is always an advantage. Even if it's just one step, it's still an advantage. Lin Fei that you think highly of might not be able to catch up. Li Xiong was irritated. Who knows until the last moment? This was the only thing Li Xiong could say. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely catch up. He completed the missions quickly, as expected of a member of a big family in the capital. He has countless treasures in his hands. Ordinary people can't compare to him. In a continuous mountain range in the expedition star zone, Lin Fei was looking at the latest rankings. Long Badian was currently in first place. He had completed the fourth mission. The others behind him were also on the third mission. According to the arrangement of the Capital College, the first 5 missions were basically completed in the expedition star zone. The next 5 missions would start to become more difficult. Lin Fei did not care about this. Those people should be disappointed. Lin Fei chuckled. How's the modification of the mission? Didn't they want to restrict me? I'll play with them. It'll be done soon. Lin Fei continued. Delete all the files of those prodigies. That's only fair. Delete mine too. Delete all of them. You can control the mission anyway, The little devil laughed. Master is so naughty. If it's purely based on luck, not everyone will be lucky. Not bad. This mission is simple. Lin Fei was not interested in completing any mission. Now that all the files had been deleted, no one knew what the previous mission was. Even if those people knew, they would not say anything. The powerful ability of the little devil increased the number of completed missions in the mission system. There were no flaws. Lin Fei killed a star beast with a punch and completed the first mission. He then attacked another star beast and completed the second mission. Hehe. Let's see who is the fastest. Chapter 2404. In the Imperial College. That Lin Fei really can't make it. He hasn't finished the first task yet. Beigong Yuming has finished the fourth task. Alas, what a pity. Everyone was talking about it. For an outsider like a country bumpkin to occupy the first place, many people were secretly unconvinced. How could a brat occupy the first place? Now everyone's thoughts were clear. That boy seemed to have bad luck. 10 tasks and he hadn't finished the first one. How could he compete with those heavenly talents? That boy was destined not to get the first place. Li Xiong, who had been supporting Lin Fei, looked sullen, especially when he heard the rumors. He understood it better than anyone else. He's coming up. Li Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a familiar name, Lin Fei. He had finished the first task. Great. Li Xiong finally showed a hint of joy. It's just the first task. What's there to be happy about? Beigong Yuming has finished 4 tasks. He can't catch up. Those who were unhappy with Li Xiong mocked him again. This kind of opportunity was rare. When could they not mock him? Li Xiong found a top-level professional heavenly talent and stole their glory. Because of this, he became a high-level elder. Look, that boy has finished another task. It's too fast. What luck! Lin Fei's name rose again, indicating that he had finished the second task. Before everyone could say a few words, the third task was finished. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had finished 3 tasks and entered the top 200. The watching elders were dumbfounded. His efficiency was too fast. That boy is so fast. Beigong Yuming killed a star beast with 1 sword. Seeing the prompt, he smiled. The first place is mine. No one can take it away from me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword light flashed, and 5 or 6 star beasts fell to the ground. Hey, the 4th task has started. Good boy. I really underestimated that guy. Long Batian smashed his way through the astral beasts, sending them flying. But I'm still one step ahead of you. If I kill all the astral beasts in front of me, I can complete the fourth mission. The fourth mission was to kill a group of star beasts. The reactions of the prodigies were about the same. In the beginning, everyone regarded Lin Fei as their strongest competitor. When they saw that he was unlucky, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 4 to 6 hours, the other party caught up. Everyone felt the pressure. Let's find a place to rest first. In less than an hour, 3 missions were completed. Lin Fei went to complete the fourth mission, which was to kill a group of star beasts. To him, this was even easier. After capturing a group of star beasts, he started killing them, and the fourth mission was completed. No one was faster than him. The fifth task was difficult. In fact, the real test would begin now. To Lin Fei, the fifth mission was nothing. In order not to arouse suspicion, he spent some time. 4 hours later, he completed the fifth mission. Half a day later, the sixth mission was completed. 1 day later, the seventh mission was completed. 1.5 days later, the eighth mission was completed. The Capital Institute was completely stirred. In less than 2 days, Lin Fei had completed 8 quests and was now in first place. Is this the strength of Lin Fei? He's too strong. Others are completing the 7th mission, but he has already completed the 8th mission. If nothing goes wrong, Lin Fei will definitely be the first to complete the mission. Many elders' faces darkened. Li Xiong finally felt proud and elated. A dark horse is indeed a dark horse. He's really awesome. He's already starting on the 9th mission. Those geniuses are going crazy. Li Xiong didn't care how those talents felt. Anyway, he was happy now. What's going on? How can that guy complete 8 missions? In a secret room of the Capital Institute, the 3 deputy deans gathered together, and their faces were very gloomy. The appearance of Lin Fei completely affected their interests, especially after knowing that Lin Fei was not easy to win over. Together with the forces behind them, they set up a conspiracy against Lin Fei. There were 1 dean and 5 deputy deans in the Capital Institute. The power of the 3 deputy deans together was not as simple as it seemed. Now the 3 deputy deans were all frowning because of Lin Fei's provocation. It's impossible. We've clearly set it up. That guy can't finish it so fast. One of the deputy deans said coldly, "You've seen the current situation. That guy is trying to complete the 9th mission. If he succeeds, no one can catch up with him." Another deputy said with a gloomy face, "Go and find out what's going on." The previous deputy said, "No, it's impossible. The old dean is in charge of the Capital Institute system. It's impossible for us to modify it." The 3 people's faces darkened again. At noon the next day, on the big screen, the number 9 appeared behind Lin Fei. This time, everyone could no longer be calm. The elders of the Capital Institute could no longer be calm. The major forces in the capital city could no longer remain calm. Lin Fei's performance had completely exceeded their expectations, and he was heading in an uncontrollable direction. "I just need to complete the last mission, and all 10 missions will be complete." In order not to arouse suspicion, Lin Fei had spent a lot of effort on the 9th mission. Fortunately, he had finally completed it. He looked at the ranking list and saw that he was in first place. Long Batian was in second place, and he was currently completing the 8th mission. He could be considered a guy with unlimited potential. Lin Fei had asked the little demoness to delete all the information in the system. Completing the missions depended on luck. It was a good thing that he was able to complete the 8th mission. "Master, there are more than 10 people flying toward you from the west. All of them are filled with murderous intent. I think they're here to deal with you," the little demoness warned. Lin Fei smiled coldly. Finally, they can't take it anymore. Ever since he had found out that his mission had been set up, Lin Fei knew that those people would not be happy to let him take first place. Since their first plan had failed, it was only natural that they would come up with another. Lin Fei did not know who was plotting against him, but he could roughly guess. for example, the elders of the Capital Institute and even the deputy dean. The major forces in the capital city were all suspects. When we attack later, we have to finish it quickly. We just need to injure that kid. But we can't let him die. More than 10 men in black flew over from the sky. The leader's face could not be seen clearly, but he was filled with murderous intent. He was like a gust of sinister wind, sinister and terrifying. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to kill a top professional genius of the empire. Even the people behind them would have to think twice before doing so. Attack. The leader quickly locked onto Lin Fei in the forest. They took out their level 2 energy guns. They had no intention of using any techniques or treasures, as if they were afraid of leaving behind clues. Hundreds and thousands of terrifying light beams shot out, enveloping Lin Fei's position in an instant. The lush forest had been reduced to ruins. The scene was a mess. Retreat. Chapter 2405. The men in black left as quickly as they came. Master, aren't we going to stop them? Under the ruins, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Teach them a lesson? That's so boring. Lin Fei laughed. Why don't I finish the 10th mission first? They'll be the ones to be stunned. As for them, we'll have plenty of time to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei did not want to affect the assessment because of these people. Master, the 10th mission requires you to go to a remote place in the Empire and the Demon God Empire to kill an expert. Lin Fei blinked. That's quite difficult. Can't I change it? This is the easiest mission because the 10th mission requires you to kill an expert. If you're not afraid of being suspected, we can change it to a simpler one. The little devil joked. Lin Fei surrendered. Forget it then. It's done. The 3 deputy principals of the Capital Institute were completely relieved when they heard the news. If Lin Fei was from a big family, he would definitely be the first. Unfortunately, he's not. We can't allow a foreigner to trample on our family's influence. Those people knew their limits. Although Lin Fei lost the first place, he can become a disciple of the Capital Institute with his top occupation. Even if some people don't like it, they won't dare to say anything. We've finally solved a problem. Let's have a drink. Yes, let's have a drink. Ha ha ha. Beigong Yuming is catching up. He's on the 9th mission. Long Badian has completed the 8th mission. It's hard to say who'll be the first now. The elders of the Capital Institute were keeping an eye on the situation at all times. As the people behind them caught up, everyone's mood improved. The difficulty of the last mission was not low. Even the simplest mission required luck and time. Although Lin Fei had completed the 9th mission, the last one was not so easy. The top 10 geniuses caught up one after another. Everyone felt that there was hope. Lin Fei, who was originally ranked first, was now looked down upon. They did not believe that Lin Fei would have such good luck in the last mission. The last task had been put together by the elders and the vice principal of the Capital Institute. Everyone knew how difficult the last task was. If they were lucky, they would definitely be one step ahead of Lin Fei and win first place in this year's competition. Everyone was looking forward to the exciting scene. It was an unregulated area between empires. A figure appeared on a mountain peak, looking down from above. In the distance, there was a huge basin. The city was connected, forming an independent place. Ghost Cry's town. This lawless place was called Ghost Cry City. Just from the literal meaning, everyone could guess that this place was different. There was no way to know the exact origin of the name Ghost Weeping City. This name was deeply ingrained in people's minds, but anyone who had been to the Ghost Weeping City would never forget the horror of this place. How many experts from the 2 empires had fallen in this place, and they had always been helpless against them. To be able to survive between the 2 empires, the strength of the Ghost Cry City could be imagined. Scan. The Ghost Cry City was infamous, and Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. After all, there was an expert at the peak of the 8th transformation in the Ghost Cry City. No one dared to doubt the strength of this expert. After so many years, no one dared to guarantee whether this city lord had advanced to the 9th transformation. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, no one dared to take the risk. Lin Fei would definitely not take the risk. After a scan, there were several red dots in the entire Ghost Cry City. Those that were red dots meant that they were a threat to Lin Fei. As for those that were not dark, they were not a problem. Damn. The strength of the Ghost Cry City is really not simple. After a simple scan, Lin Fei realized that the strength of the Ghost Cry City was more terrifying than what was rumored. For example, there were a total of 4 8th transformation experts, more than 27th transformation experts, and more than 106 transformation experts. Such a force could not be underestimated. After knowing the strength of the Ghost Cry City, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate them. Although it was easy to kill one person, it would be troublesome to create a commotion. Find the target. Target found. On the big screen, the specific location of the target was immediately displayed. The Ghost Cry City was filled with forces. All the fugitives of the Empire were basically hiding in the Ghost Cry City. Therefore, the strength of the Ghost Cry City was increasing year by year. In the Ghost Cry City, there would be fights at every turn, and there would be bloody scenes everywhere. This place emphasized strength. As long as one had strength, they would be very popular in the Ghost Cry City. When the night fell, Lin Fei concealed all his aura and quietly infiltrated the Ghost Cry City. Even at night, the Ghost Cry City was still brightly lit. Experts carrying large sabers and long swords could be found everywhere. Lin Fei avoided everyone and infiltrated a huge mansion. Today's target was inside. He was the son of one of the vice leaders of the Heaven Fiend sect. As for this vice leader, he was once from a large family in an expedition to the Empire. Later on, he committed a major crime and fled the Ghost Cry City. This time, Lin Fei's mission was to kill the vice leader's son. Speaking of which, this vice leader's son had a fierce reputation. He was young and had good talent, which was why he was on the list. As the vice leader's son, Tai Wuhan was also a very famous genius in the Ghost Cry City. At this moment, he was cultivating in the room. At such a young age, he was already a second transition expert. It was not unrelated to bitter cultivation. Lin Fei infiltrated the room and saw this Tai Wuhan. He was not very handsome, but his killing intent was very strong. It was obvious that many people had died in his hands. He set up a formation and restrictions, quietly enveloping the room. Lin Fei only struck once and killed this Tai Wuhan. Tai Wuhan did not even have any reaction. It was a really sullen death. A second transition was very strong, but compared to Lin Fei he was nothing. After killing Tai Wuhan, Lin Fei recorded the data. Not long after, the 10th mission would be considered completed. He would also be the champion of the Imperial Institute this time. Lin Fei felt a little excited at the thought. When the time came, he would be able to do many things with his fiefdom. After killing Tai Wuhan, Lin Fei quietly left the mansion. No one in the mansion knew that Tai Wuhan had been killed. The Imperial Institute. When the number behind Lin Fei turned to 10, the expressions of everyone present changed. That Lin Fei actually completed the last mission. This is too fast. Dark horse, a real dark horse. The 3 vice presidents' expressions were very ugly. Isn't he injured? How could he complete the 10th mission? Hearing the news, everyone was dumbfounded. First place was completed just like that. Chapter 2406. Lin Fei has completed the 10th task. How is it possible? That's the 10th task. Damn it, he can also complete it. When the sovereigns who participated in the assessment saw the change of the list, they all changed their faces at this moment, especially the sovereigns who ranked in the top 10. Their faces were extremely ugly. The position of first place was already predetermined by them. How did that brat Lin Fei beat them to it? For a moment, they even wondered if their luck was bad. Otherwise, how could they lose to an outsider? No matter how unhappy they were, the first place on the list could never be changed. Lin Fei, the big black horse, caught them by surprise. On the side of the royal family, they also got the news immediately. The first place of the capital college was taken away by Lin Fei. This news made many people in the royal family change their faces. Lin Fei's first place was completely beyond their imagination. It was strange that everyone could be indifferent. They were very clear about the internal problem. The first place should not be Lin Fei. But now they were really speechless. The first place on the list became very dazzling at this moment. Especially for some people, it was as disgusting as eating a fly. Shaoli, you've finally done something good. On the top floor of the highest place of the capital college, the old dean said to Li Xiong next to him with a smile. Lin Fei won the first place, which meant that the dust had settled, and no one could do anything. Li Xiong was very excited. He finally did not misjudge Lin Fei. This guy really won the first place and suppressed all the sovereigns. It was definitely something worth celebrating. As a member of the college, this is what a disciple should do. Our college needs such a top professional sovereigns. Li Xiong stood straighter. The old dean and Li Xiong chatted for a while, and Li Xiong took the initiative to leave. After Li Xiong left, a man in black appeared on the top floor, like a ghost. I've just received news that the missions for Lin Fei and the other geniuses have all disappeared. I'm guessing that they were forcefully deleted. The black-robed man said coldly. The old dean's face darkened, and a terrifying aura spread out. The pupils of the man in black behind him contracted, and his body subconsciously trembled. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. The man in black knew that the old dean was angry. Even though the old principal didn't really care much about the affairs of the academy, and the authority seemed to have fallen into the hands of the other vice principals, in truth, if they really wanted to take it back, it would only take a single word from them. This old man doesn't care about matters anymore. Do you really think that you can hide the truth from the masses in the academy? Who gave them the right to do so? Moreover, the royal family's hands have stretched too far. It's time to teach them a lesson. On this day, the old dean entered the imperial palace alone. As for what happened, no one knew. After completing the 10th task, Lin Fei immediately rushed back to Imperial College. He had no interest in staying in Devil Cry City. As soon as he returned to Imperial College, Lin Fei was warmly welcomed. Li Xiong personally greeted Lin Fei outside. Good news. I know that you are the most powerful. I didn't expect that you have completed 10 tasks so quickly. You are much more powerful than those geniuses. Lin Fei was indeed a dark horse. No matter how powerful those geniuses were, they had just finished the 10th task, which was fast. Many of those who were slow were stuck on the 8th task. Without the help of Minister Li, I have no chance to enter Imperial College. I should thank you. Lin Fei's behavior was polite. The better Li Xiong's impression was, the more enthusiastic his speech became, especially when those deacons and elders looked at him with envy. He was even more high-spirited. Let's go in. The old dean wants to see you. Li Xiong greeted Lin Fei not only to congratulate him, but also to bring the words of the old dean. The old dean wants to see me? Perhaps others would despise the old dean, but Lin Fei did not dare to belittle him. He was a powerful 8th-stage professional expert. Yes, you are the first in this session of Imperial College and also a rare top professional. The old dean definitely wants to see you. Besides, you can get the reward of the college in advance. Li Xiong said. The reward was originally a secret. Now that Ding Ning won the first place, it didn't matter to say it out. You should be happy. This kind of good thing only happens to the first place every time. As for the following places, the gap is too big. Dean Lin Fei is here. Come in. Li Xiong took Lin Fei to the old dean's office, which could be said to be an independent building, because this building belonged to the old dean. You are Lin Fei, a man of striking appearance. Not bad, not bad. As soon as Lin Fei walked in, the white-haired old principal took the initiative to look at him. With just a single glance, it was as if everything fell into the old principal's eyes. Fortunately, Lin Fei had prepared well before he came. Even if the emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to tell anything different. I'm Lin Fei. Nice to meet you, Dean. Lin Fei made a fist and palm salute. The old dean was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. As the first in this session of the college assessment and a rare top professional in the empire, you have a promising future. You are qualified to enter the Imperial College Treasure House and choose 3 treasures at will. Choosing these 3 treasures was quite attractive to Lin Fei. Although he might not have a use for these 3 treasures were still treasures that were worth cities. Someone will take you there later. Prepare well. Okay, you can leave. The old dean's words were very short. Master, just now in the old dean's room, there was a peak 8th stage professional expert hiding. He seemed to be observing you. They thought it was a secret, but in my eyes it was like the light in the dark. Too conspicuous. The little devil was complacent. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They won't be able to see anything anyway. One more look won't kill me anyway. Lin Fei was very calm. It was obvious that they wanted to see something wrong with him. If I have the time, I might as well go to the Imperial College treasure house and choose 3 treasures. In the old dean's room, as Lin Fei left, another old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out of the void. The strong aura of a superior person spread out. This kid is really not bad. He was tricked and yet he could still get first. That's really beyond my imagination. The old man looked at the old dean. Did you see anything? The old dean shook his head. Nothing much. The kid is quite talented and a top-class howling warrior. With proper training, he is destined to be a pillar of the empire. The old dean smiled. You really think highly of him. No wonder you went to the palace. Those princes have been having a hard time recently. Also, the deputy deans have been keeping their heads down for a while. Actually, you should have done this earlier. You've made the capital college a mess. Chapter 2407. You are so lucky that you can get 3 chances to choose treasures in the treasure house, which has not happened for a long time in the college. If the news is spread, many people will envy you. Li Xiong was leading the way, with an envious look on his face. Many people wanted to go into the treasure house of the capital college, but only a few people could enter in the end, unless you could complete a certain amount of contribution points. Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. He was able to get 3 chances to choose treasures. Here we are, in front of a house that was not conspicuous. Li Xiong showed a rare dignified look. He was completely different from before, as if a bloodthirsty beast was standing in front of him. Lin Fei asked the little devil to scan the house. In less than a few seconds he got the detailed information, and he was very shocked. There was a secret in this house. On the surface there was nothing, but in fact, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. It was no less than a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Whoever came here would die. Li Xiong's dignified look became normal. There are so many masters in the capital college. Who can think that there will be another scene in an ordinary house? After taking a deep breath, Li Xiong walked to the house. Follow me. Don't walk around. It's dangerous here. They came to the door, and Li Xiong pushed it open. As soon as the door was opened, they were greeted by the smell of antique, and rows of bookshelves appeared in front of them. Warrant! An old man appeared in front of Li Xiong without warning. The old man was dressed in ordinary clothes and had white hair, just like ordinary people. He raised his head slightly and stretched out a hand. Elder Wu Ming. This is the warrant of the dean. Li Xiong took out something and handed it to the old man respectfully. The old man took the warrant, glanced at it, and then his eyes fell on Lin Fei. Follow me. Oh my God. This Elder Wu Ming is actually an 8th stage professional, and his combat power has reached a terrifying 85 million. It's really terrifying. Lin Fei followed the Elder Wu Ming, and he was secretly shocked. With such a peak-level expert guarding the treasury, no matter how many people came, it would be useless. The most terrifying thing was that this nameless elder had sealed his own strength, making him look like an ordinary old man. That was the most terrifying thing about him. All right, we're here. You can walk around the entire treasury as you please, and even choose your treasures. Elder Wu Ming led Lin Fei all the way to the center of the treasury. However, you can only choose 3 treasures. If you want to secretly take away the extra treasures, you won't get anything, even if you have the dean's warrant. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. I understand. Elder Wu Ming glanced at Lin Fei and turned to leave. Lin Fei felt that the last glance was more of a warning. As for whether it was true or not, only Elder Wu Ming knew. 3 treasures. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei ordered the little devil to scan all the treasures in the treasury. He couldn't look through them one by one. That would waste too much time. He only had 2 hours to choose. 2 hours was not a long time, but if he really wanted to pick out something good, 2 hours was too short. Lin Fei walked around casually and didn't look through the things on the bookshelves. There was a layer of energy seal on these things, which added a lot of trouble when choosing treasures. Interesting. Looks like it won't be easy to choose 3 treasures. Lin Fei continued to look around as he walked. In fact, he was waiting for the little devil's scan results. He didn't care much about treasures. It was better to get some energy wall stones, the more the better. Therefore, on this trip, Lin Fei was prepared to choose 3 priceless treasures to exchange for some energy wall stones. If he took these things out, no one would say anything. Another place in the treasury. Elder Wu Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Young people nowadays. He no longer paid attention. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the little devil had a result. Lin Fei looked left and right. In the eyes of others, at most, it was because there were too many things and they couldn't see any problems. Master, there are countless treasures in this place. There are more than 100,000 of them, including weapons, elixirs, cultivation techniques, armors, and so on. Lin Fei stopped the little devil from continuing. I'm not here to listen to nonsense. I want to choose a few priceless treasures. Do you have anything for me to consider? Humph. Aren't you looking down on me? There are more than 100,000 treasures. I have already selected a batch of suitable treasures for Master. A list appeared in front of Lin Fei, indicating the specific location. With a rough glance, there were dozens of treasures, all of which he had never heard of before. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Academy's foundation is really deep. The treasures that can be selected by the little devil must be extraordinary. There were so many treasures that he didn't know how to choose. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Fei asked. Master, if you want to get more energy wall stones, then you need to choose a few special and rare treasures. First of all, special treasures, such as opening a mystic realm. There must be a large chamber of commerce in the capital city. When you sell them, there will be many people who want them. Second, some treasures that can increase one's strength. It just so happens that the Institute has a few of them. Lin Fei really didn't know what to choose. After the little devil's explanation, he knew what he should choose. As the saying goes, the treasures had to be special. Right now, Lin Fei didn't lack anything except energy wall stones. The more of these things, the better, and the more, the better. Got it. Lin Fei thought for a moment, walked over to an elixir not far away and stood in front of it. Enhancement elixir, cultivation breaking elixir, one of the forbidden elixirs of the Empire. After taking it, one's combat strength can be increased by 20 times. The time limit is 1 hour. The elixir in front of the bookshelf had a record of the elixir's history and a certain amount of contribution points. The number was very high, even an elder might not be able to trade for it. A forbidden elixir that could increase one's strength by 20 times was something that many people coveted, even in the Empire. The first one was this cultivation-breaking elixir. Soon, Lin Fei came to the next place. It was a special bone, obtained from a mystic realm in ancient times. The owner of the bone was a powerful astral beast. According to the current classification of strength, it had reached the peak of the 9th profession transition. The entire bone was golden and glossy. This kind of beast bone was also priceless in the Empire. It could be used as the main material for making weapons. It was indestructible and was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei didn't need this material, but it was very useful to others. A good weapon could give him a certain advantage. This was the second treasure. For the last treasure, Lin Fei chose a sealed heart. Rumor had it that it came from an ancestor of the demon god empire. It was useless to human experts, but it could be used to make elixirs. But to the demon experts of the demon god empire, it was good stuff. Once it was refined, it could inherit a portion of its power. Chapter 2408. In the old dean's room, the white-haired old dean was flipping through the documents. Everyone guessed wrong. That kid is really muddle-headed. He tossed the documents to someone else. This person was the old man from before. Muddle-headed? Interesting. The old man laughed. Did he take away the good things in your treasury? While he said that, his hands did not stop moving. He took the documents and flipped through them. The forbidden pill, level-breaking elixir, increases combat power by 20 times. The bones of an ancient star beast, a top-notch material for refining weapons. The old man was very calm. Hey! There's also a powerful demon heart from ancestral master Tongtian of the demon god empire. The old man thought that he was smart, but when he saw the 3 items, he was a little confused. What was that kid trying to do? With their eyesight, they could naturally tell whether the items were good or bad. The 3 items were all very special and priceless, but their effects on cultivation were very ordinary. The only good thing was the star beast skeleton, which could be used to forge top-notch weapons. As for the rest, they were nothing in their eyes. The old dean's expression was also very ugly. The 3 items could at most be sold for a high price, but their effects on cultivation were not good at all. That kid is muddle-headed. The old dean was furious. He's too willful. The old dean attached great importance to a future top-notch professional expert. The restoration of the Capital Institute's glory was mostly due to this Lin Fei. Ha 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 ha. The old dean laughed. The 3 treasures that Lin Fei had chosen from the treasury were naturally not a big secret. In less than half a day, the documents were on the desks of some people. Everyone had different reactions, as if they were all shocked. The items that Lin Fei had chosen were not what they had imagined. The most valuable item was probably the bones of the star beast. How interesting! A foreigner is indeed a foreigner. He actually wasted such a good opportunity. Maybe he would have made the same choice in the Empire's treasury. Ha ha ha. He has eyes but cannot see. Of all the things he could have chosen, he just had to choose these. He wasted 3 opportunities for nothing. Humph. Even if that kid is talented, he won't be able to achieve much in the future with his methods. Holy Lady, should we contact that kid? Outside the imperial capital, inside a luxurious mansion. Ever since Holy Maiden Qinlan had completed a deal, her status in her own empire had risen significantly. She was quite famous among the Holy Maiden candidates, and at the same time, she had gained the attention of many people in the upper echelons. This is a good start. After dealing with some matters, Qinlan quietly returned to the imperial capital, ready to wait for the mysterious person to come again. According to the analysis of the upper echelons of the empire, the mysterious avenger was definitely not from the Tianmen Taoism. He was merely borrowing the name of the Tianmen Taoism. If anyone could reach an agreement with this mysterious person, it would be of great help to the empire. The mysterious avenger didn't come. Instead, he heard a piece of good news. No. Qinlan was very resolute. It's not good to contact him at this time. I don't know whether that kid is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. There are so many treasures in the treasury of the Capital Institute, but he only chose these 3 treasures. But I also have to thank that kid for bringing out the demon heart of Ancestor Tongtian, which is a treasure of our empire. Qinlan's face became serious. Ancestor Tongtian was originally a strange monkey. Later, he grew up to be one of the ancestors of the empire. His strength was all over the place, and he called himself Ancestor Tongtian. Later, he was killed by Emperor Yuanzhang, and his demon heart was taken away. It had been sealed in the treasury of the Capital Institute, and the demon clan had completely given up the idea of taking it back. And now was a good opportunity. Order people to monitor and follow that kid immediately, but don't act rashly and alert him. When Lin Fei chose 3 treasures, all the forces knew about it immediately and were ready to make a move. That night, Li Xiong came here with a look of exasperation and disappointment. He had missed 3 good opportunities, and what he got were ordinary treasures. Anyone would feel it was a pity and regret. Lin Fei pretended not to know and got Li Xiong's forgiveness. Since it had come to this, Li Xiong could not say anything more, so as not to stimulate Lin Fei and leave a bad impression. The next day, people came to test Lin Fei one after another. They were all senior brothers of the college, and they showed great interest in the 3 treasures. As for those who came up, Lin Fei received them all. His performance was ambiguous, but it made those who left realize that Lin Fei might have the idea of selling them. This allowed Lin Fei to be labeled as an outsider who did not understand. The various powers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If they could exchange for the treasures in Lin Fei's hands, it would be worth it no matter what price they had to pay. This was especially so for the astral beast skeleton from the ancient era. That was a top-notch material for forging weapons. This was what everyone valued. I really made the right choice in choosing the 3 treasures. In the independent yard, seeing that the star beast bones were successfully copied, Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not go out these days. In fact, he was copying the realm-breaking elixir and the star beast bones. As for the last demon heart, it could not be copied, so he had nothing to worry about. Now it's time to take it out for auction. These days, people came and went and everyone was testing him. Lin Fei saw it clearly. If it were not for copying, he would have taken it out for auction. Lin Fei did not care about the follow-up reaction brought by choosing 3 treasures. He hoped that they would look down on him so as not to pay attention to him. Lin Fei got up, changed his clothes, and went straight to the largest chamber of commerce in the capital, the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. An unexpected guest came to the Expedition Chamber of Commerce today. When Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, entered the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the person in charge of the chamber received the news and personally came to welcome Lin Fei, giving him enough face. This was especially so after Lin Fei's 3 treasures revealed that he wanted to auction them. The person in charge of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce became even more enthusiastic. Recently, Lin Fei's limelight in the imperial capital was unparalleled. When Lin Fei entered the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the person in charge knew what this genius wanted to do. The most likely was to auction the treasures in his hands. The only thing he did not expect was to auction the 3 treasures in one go. This was definitely out of everyone's expectations. After the discussion, Lin Fei left the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. The 3 treasures were left in the Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge promised that they would be auctioned in 3 days, and would be the finale of the auction. After Lin Fei left, the person in charge immediately went to the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce and placed the 3 treasures on the table. Mr. President, the items are here. They are genuine. That kid is really determined to auction them. No wonder he chose these 3 treasures. All right, you can go out and make preparations. Announce to the public that the 3 treasures will be auctioned in 3 days. Make sure to let all the major powers in the capital know. The person in charge obeyed and turned to leave. Chapter 2409. Expedition Merchant Association was the largest merchant association in the empire. The meaning of the name was obvious. After all, without a certain background, no one would dare to use this name. All the major forces in the imperial capital knew that Expedition Merchant Association had the backing of a prince. A prince and a powerful prince. The significance was not that simple. No one dared to look down on them. When the news of the 3 treasures being auctioned came out, the entire imperial capital was shocked. No one had expected that guy to auction the 3 treasures. Was he in desperate need of money? The eyes of the forces that had been waiting in silence lit up. This was a good opportunity. They had planned to open a gap with Lin Fei, but Lin Fei did not say anything. He was very vague, which made everyone very unhappy, but they could not do anything. Once the news came out, everyone was relieved. They immediately sent people to investigate and confirm the authenticity of the news. We must buy the ancient star beast skeleton in a certain secret room. As long as we have this star beast skeleton, we can forge a powerful weapon. Our clan's strength will increase again. A big shot ordered. Similar words kept appearing in the major forces. Everyone was determined to buy the treasures. No matter how much they had to pay, it was worth it compared to the gains. Saintus, good news. The Tong Tian Ancestors' demon heart that we want will be auctioned in Expedition Merchant Association 3 days later. Saintus Qin Lan, who was in the mansion, was finally moved when she heard the news. Good. That's great. Ancestor Tongtian's demon heart might not be of much use to others. At most, it could be used to refine medicinal pills. But to the experts of the fiend race, it was of great significance. They could directly create a 6th or 7th revolution expert and their future potential was limitless. Qin Lan had to report such a big matter to her superiors immediately to get their support. The next day, a gray-robed man came to the mansion and quietly entered the mansion. "Master, why are you here?" Qin Lan was shocked to see the man in gray. "This matter is too important. It concerns our monster race. I have to come personally." The man in gray was Qin Lan's master, Yao Jiu. He was also a top expert of the Demon God Empire. "Tell me what happened." Qin Lan told him all the information she had gathered in great detail. Yao Jiu listened attentively until Qin Lan finished. "Lin Fei, apex profession. I've heard of this person before." Fiend 9 said faintly, "Your master has overestimated that brat. Just based on this move alone, that brat's abilities are ordinary. If that's the case, then..." Qin Lan had become a Saintess candidate because she had guessed her master's intentions. "Master, are you planning to obtain some treasures of our Demon God Empire from the royal treasury through Lin Fei?" Demon 9 was very pleased. "You're still the smart one, to think of it so quickly. Master indeed has this idea. Lin Fei seems to be a person who can be used. But I'm afraid that brat doesn't have the courage to take out the treasures of the monster race from the royal treasury. Even if he takes them out, those forces in the imperial capital will definitely guess it." Qin Lan was not very optimistic. "We can put this matter aside for now. Let's bid for the demon heart first." Yao Jiu said, "Oh right. Do you have any new clues about that mysterious Avenger?" "Not yet." Qin Lan shook her head. "That guy seems to have appeared out of thin air. He's very mysterious. All the spies in the imperial capital are looking for him, but there are no clues. The Saintess candidate's master is at the peak of the 7th stage profession. His battle prowess is obviously at the early stage of the 8th stage profession. Good strength." While the Saintess candidate Qin Lan and her master Yao Jiu were talking, another person was paying attention to them. This person was naturally Lin Fei. In the entire imperial capital, except for some places like the Imperial Palace, the rest of the places had basically been set up. Qin Lan's mansion had become the focus of attention. No matter who she traded with, it would not be as satisfying as trading with the monster race. The treasure of the monster race in the imperial treasury? Lin Fei heard it clearly. When he had chosen the demon heart, he had also wanted to see what the monster race thought about it. He did not expect to hear such good news. It might not be possible to take it out openly, but it can be secretly copied. As long as we have the data, we will be able to make it. Lin Fei smiled proudly. 3 days later, at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. After 3 days of vigorous publicity, all the 38 star domains knew about it. Those who were tempted all came. In particular, the astral beast skeleton had become the target of many people. The monster race's demon heart had become the target of competition for alchemists. On the other hand, the forbidden medicine was less attractive. After all, although it could increase one's attack by 20 times, the price to pay was too high. After the medicinal effect wore off, the user would drop 1 or 2 major realms. Compared to the other 2 treasures, the forbidden medicine's grade was much lower. If it did not have this side effect, the user would recover for 1 or 2 years at most, and then it would become very popular. Many big shots had come to the auction. Even if they could not come, they had arranged for their trusted subordinates to participate in the auction. Many people were disappointed that Lin Fei did not come. For others, it did not matter whether Lin Fei came or not. Now, let's auction the final treasure. The competition for the 3 treasures was very intense. Any one of them was priceless. The first to be auctioned was the limit-breaking elixir. This forbidden medicine was finally won by a mysterious person. In the end, it was sold for an extremely high price. The energy wall stones were also exchanged for black crystal cards. This was a high-grade energy storage item that was more convenient to carry around. Each black crystal card could store 1 trillion energy wall stones. The enthusiasm for the forbidden medicine was average. When it came to the astral beast skeleton, the enthusiasm increased, and the competition became very intense. No one was willing to give up. This was one of the essential materials for forging top-grade weapons. To be precise, it was the main material. It was something that could only be found by chance, and it was not easy for ordinary forces to get their hands on it. The astral beast skeleton was sold for an extremely high price. It was worth 12 black crystal cards. Compared to a single black crystal card for the limit-breaking elixir, the difference was too big. The last item, the demon heart, was won by an alchemist. The price was 10 black crystal cards. The auction ended perfectly. Lin Fei had already known the exact number. Such a huge number was much more than the previous auction. He was very satisfied. He could contribute a lot of energy to the auction. Chapter 2410. Expedition Chamber of Commerce. After the auction ended, Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, came to visit. This time, the president of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce had personally come out to greet him, giving Lin Fei enough face. "Brother Lin, you're earlier than I expected." The president was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was full of energy as he greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, "To be personally entertained by the president is a great honor to me." The middle-aged man was not surprised that Lin Fan could recognize him as the president. After a simple greeting, he clapped his hands. "Bring the items up. We can't keep our guests waiting." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. Not long after, someone came from outside. It was the person in charge from last time. He carried a tray in. "These are black crystal cards. Each card contains a certain amount of energy wall stones." "Thank you." Lin Fei was impressed by the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire for being able to create black crystal cards. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 23 black crystal cards. The middle-aged man secretly observed Lin Fei, and his evaluation of Lin Fei increased by quite a bit. Many people had never seen a black crystal card before, and some didn't even know of its existence. Lin Fei didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if the 23 black crystal cards were ordinary objects. Only a few youngsters could do this. This trip was worth it. "Brother Lin, you're a rich man now. If there's anything you need, just say the word. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce will get it for you," the middle-aged man said warmly. Lin Fei did not refuse. He said that he would contact the Expedition Chamber of Commerce if he needed anything. The middle-aged man agreed and continued chatting until Lin Fei stood up to leave. "Guild leader, do you think that brat Lin Fei figured it out? Or is he pretending not to know?" the person in charge said in a low voice. The middle-aged man smiled. "Whether or not he realized, we've already conveyed our message. 23 black crystal cards, and he's neither happy nor arrogant. He's not simple." After leaving the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei planned to return to Imperial College. "Are you Lin Fei?" As soon as he stepped out of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei was stopped by two men in black. Their movements were clean and nimble, and it was obvious that they were from the military. "That's right. I'm Lin Fei." In fact, Lin Fei had known about these two ever since he came out of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't just them. The spies outside were also watching him. They knew everything, but they pretended not to know. "My master wishes to see you. Please come with me." The two black-clothed men stood on the left and right, blocking off all the exits. It was as if they wanted to forcefully invite Lin Fei if he agreed. This attitude directly angered Lin Fei. "Not interested." After coldly saying those words, Lin Fei strode away. "Impudent." The black-clothed man on the left snorted coldly, and a cold aura pressed down on Lin Fei. He stretched out his hand, and like an eagle's claw, he grabbed at Lin Fei with lightning speed. "Get lost." Lin Fei's current level of strength did not seem high, but with the help of the level-up system, his strength was immeasurable. Pong! The two black figures flew out and fell on the street, spitting out blood. "If this happens again, it won't be as simple as a light bump." Lin Fei did not stop, but his voice echoed in the ears of the two black-clothed men. On the street, Lin Fei's figure disappeared. The two of them got up pathetically, looked into the distance unwillingly, and finally shook their heads and left the scene. After they left, the special creature in the air quietly followed them. At the same time, on the street next door, in a private room of a luxurious restaurant, An elegant young master, dressed in brocade clothes, put down the cup in his hand, stood up and opened the window. What a good Lin Fei, to be able to use his strength to such an extent. Even the 2 second stage profession guards could not withstand a light bump from him. As expected of a top-notch profession. Old Five is probably going to be furious. Giggles could be heard coming from the private room. A young lady dressed in a palace dress was smiling beautifully. She was very charming. The better Lin Fei performs, the better he is. Isn't he playing into third brother's hands? Fifth brother has always been overbearing. I'm afraid he won't have the chance to recruit Lin Fei. But third brother, your chance has come. The elegant young master turned around. Little sister, how can you talk about your brother like this? The girl continued to smile. So third brother doesn't like it. Could it be that this little sister is going to congratulate fifth brother? You also know that this little sister doesn't have a good impression of fifth brother. It's not as attractive as third brother. You! The elegant young master smiled bitterly. We've seen a good show. If you have something to say it quickly. Third brother doesn't believe that you'll be so free to drink tea with me. The girl in the palace dress pouted. Third brother, you really know how to wrongly accuse good people. I don't want to play with you anymore. You only know how to bully your own little sister. She stood up, pushed the door open, and turned to leave, leaving behind a beautiful back view. The elegant young master revealed a rare solemn expression. Ninth sister, do you also want to compete with third brother for that Lin Fei? Your Highness, we've failed. In a heavily guarded mansion, 2 injured men in black clothes knelt in the main hall. At the end of the main hall, on the throne sat a burly man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His body was filled with a ruthless aura. Trash! The burly man slammed his palm on the throne, and with a loud bang, the 2 men in black clothes who knelt on the ground seemed to have been impacted by the force. Their whole bodies were directly torn apart, and they could not be more dead. Humph, trash should all die. The burly man was the current empire's 5th prince. Someone go and invite the 2 deputy deans of the academy. Tell them that I want to see them. The corpses in the palace were quickly cleaned up. Heavenly talent, so what if you have a top profession? Heavenly talent who can't grow is nothing. If I can't get something, no one else can. The cold, murderous words spread in the quiet palace. Lin Fei returned to the Imperial Academy. The results were also out. The Empire's 5th prince really has some tricks up his sleeve. Under the tracking of special creatures, as soon as he returned to the independent courtyard, Lin Fei found out that the mastermind was actually the Empire's 5th prince. Among the forces fighting for the Empire's throne, he was one of the more promising ones. At a young age, he controlled a powerful iron-blooded army and had a large number of forces supporting him. This 5th prince's way of doing things was very domineering. As long as he took a fancy to something, he would basically use violent means to get it done. No one dared to say anything. There was once a force that offended him and was removed from the list overnight. Although it was not the 5th prince who did it, everyone suspected that it was the 5th prince who arranged for it. I didn't expect to fight with the princes so soon. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. To be honest, he really had no interest in getting involved with those princes. The Expeditionary Empire was a large empire. His Majesty was number 1 in both literature and military strategy. Naturally, the princes he gave birth to were not simple. Choosing any prince would mean offending the other princes. This was not a small problem for Lin Fei. Especially at this time, Lin Fei did not want to be enemies with the princes. He had no interest in fighting for power. But now it seemed that this 5th prince was too narrow-minded. He had gathered the 2 deputy deans. This was to prepare for a sneak attack. Chapter 24:11. The final assessment of Imperial College soon came to an end. The first place was naturally taken by Lin Fei. The next few rankings changed a lot. Basically, they were all locked by the top 10 heavenly legends. The only difference was that their positions fluctuated. After returning from the auction, Lin Fei had been in a small independent yard. He rarely left Imperial College. Time passed day by day, and the birthday of the great was getting closer and closer. The capital was in a festive atmosphere, and people began to dress up. Experts from the Star area and even some independent forces began to appear in the capital. Needless to say, they were here to participate in the birthday of the great. These things had nothing to do with Lin Fei for the time being. Eating and drinking every day, Lin Fei enjoyed the rare, comfortable, and leisurely days. The leisurely days did not last long, and were soon broken by the appearance of a person. Elder Li Xiong came. "You are really leisurely. Now you are a young rich man in the capital. Your wealth is amazing. Even I am not as good as you." As soon as Li Xiong came in, he took the wine on the table and poured a glass for himself. He enjoyed it happily. After a few glasses, he looked at Lin Fei enviously. Recently, Lin Fei rarely cared about the outside world. He kept his mind clear and in a very good mood. "Brother Li, look at what you said. This little bit of wealth of mine is nothing." Lin Fei shook his head. "It is not as good as those people. It is said that a long-distance transmission portal needs hundreds of black crystal cards, not to mention those powerful things." Li Xiong did not know whether to laugh or cry. This topic was too far away. Stop. Don't talk about it. I don't know where it will go. Today, I am here to give you something." "No way. You are here to give me a gift?" Lin Fei joked. Li Xiong laughed. "Oh, you can really say that. Congratulations. From now on, you are a disciple of this college. This is your identity token, a unique thing." A white token was taken out by Li Xiong. At first glance, Lin Fei knew that the white token was not simple. It seemed to contain a special meaning. "This is the proof of your disciple identity." Li Xiong said, "Don't think it's simple. With the token, you can go in and out of the college in the future because at ordinary times. Also, the identity token can open the tactical matrix of the mountain gate, and various identity information is recorded inside." Li Xiong said in detail. "All right, you only need to drip your blood now." Lin Fei had already let the little demon scan it, and there were no hidden dangers. He was relieved and dripped a drop of blood on it. On the back of the token, two ancient characters, Lin Fei, appeared vigorous and powerful. "Now you can come with me to choose a place to cultivate." Li Xiong stood up. "There are cultivation grounds?" Lin Fei really didn't care about this. Li Xiong was really exasperated that Li Xiong didn't live up to his expectations. Li Xiong didn't even know the practice place of the college. If it was spread out, it was estimated that those people would be very angry, so he thought it was necessary to explain. "Do you really think Imperial College is as you see it?" Li Xiong explained. "That's wrong. There is an independent space inside the college, and the inside is our practice place. You certainly don't understand it by just saying it. Now I will take you there." After entering the practice place, Lin Fei really knew the inside story of Imperial College. "How is it? It's shocking, isn't it?" Lin Fei really didn't expect that there was such a practice place in Imperial College. It was a place full of heaven and earth energy, and the time ratio was different from that of the outside world. 1 month outside was 1 or 2 years in the practice place, which had the effect of slowing down time. In addition, in the practice place, there were blue sky and white clouds, and birds and beasts were flying. The mountains in the distance were shrouded by white clouds, so people couldn't see the situation inside the mountains. Li Xiong was not surprised by Lin Fei's reaction at all. When he came here for the first time, he was also shocked. Why was Imperial College popular? It was not only established by the great emperor, but also the inside story of Imperial College. Do you see those mountains shrouded by white clouds? They all have owners, and there are tactical deployments on them. No one can get in. If you force your way in, you will be attacked by the tactical deployments. To enter the mountains, you must have an identity token, Li Xiong said. Today, I bring you here to choose a mountain. As long as it is an ownerless mountain, you can choose it as your practice mountain. Lin Fei liked this place. As long as it was decorated, it would also be a good energy income. This place was much better than the outside world, and it was not just a little bit better. I can choose any mountain? Yes. With Li Xiong's promise, Lin Fei was relieved. When he came to the practice place, he must choose the best one, and immediately let the little devil analyze the distribution of the heaven and earth energy in the practice place. By the way, if you want to get a practice place, you still need to go through a small test. Li Xiong added, these tactical deployments are arranged by the predecessors. Some big practice places have a small test difficulty, and some have a big test difficulty. According to the distribution of the college, the whole practice place has a total of 9 areas, from the first level area to the 9th level area. Some people also call it the first level cultivation area to the 9th level cultivation area. In fact, Li Xiong did not say it, but Lin Fei had a result. The heaven and earth energy of the whole practice place was indeed different to a certain extent. According to the distribution of the image, it was increasing in turn. It seemed that the heaven and earth energy was fixed. This result caused Lin Fei to rejoice once more. Lin Fei asked tentatively, I don't know which first level area do the general new students practice in? Li Xiong did not have any doubt. This kind of question was normal. When he came for the first time, he also asked it. You asked a good question. The quality of the practice place is a very serious problem. Generally speaking, the new disciples who enter the college can usually choose to enter the first level to third level cultivation area. Basically, most of them are first level and the talented ones are second level. Talents like you, little Lin, should be able to enter the third level cultivation area, or even the fourth level cultivation area. As for the disciples of the previous sessions, they are now in the 5th level and 6th level cultivation areas. Lin Fei quickly thought about it. Then this cultivation ground can be changed? Li Xiong nodded. People need motivation, and the practice is the same. The capital college has no rigid rules. Generally, as long as you have the strength, you can challenge. Even a newcomer can challenge a veteran disciple. As long as you defeat the opponent, you can get the opponent's practice place. After the opponent is defeated, you are not allowed to challenge and change the practice place within 1 year. Lin Fei listened very carefully and was very satisfied. This mark was set for him. I don't know which practice place Brother Li is now practicing in. Lin Fei asked casually. Chapter 24:12. Lin Fei finally knew something about the situation. The status of the elder was only in the 8th level cultivation area, the newcomers were in the 1st level to 3rd level cultivation areas, and the veteran areas were more advanced. Lin Fei learned that the top 10 heavenly sons in this session were better than any other session, except for him. Among the remaining 9, 6 were in the 3rd level cultivation area, and the other 3 heavenly sons broke into the 4th level cultivation area. In fact, after Li Xiong brought Lin Fei to the cultivation area, many people began to pay attention to Lin Fei. This top heavenly son could cultivate in which cultivation area? If this top heavenly son was not as good as those heavenly sons, it would really be a big joke. Why don't I take you to the 4th level cultivation area to have a try? Li Xiong was very optimistic about Lin Fei. Li Xiong clearly saw the obscure gazes of the surrounding cultivation areas, but he could not say anything. As long as Lin Fei worked hard, he just needed to put in a little more effort. Li Xiong could get to the present position thanks to Lin Fei. Li Xiong basically remembered all the sarcasm and ridicule. As long as Lin Fei worked hard, he had plenty of means to deal with those people. Lin Fei shook his head. Brother Li, in our cultivation area, there is a mountain peak that is quite special and meaningful. Li Xiong was slightly stunned, and seemed to understand in the next second. He looked at Lin Fei in surprise. You don't want to? Lin Fei said with a smile. You guessed it right. I really have this idea. Elder Li is coming with Lin Fei. Lin Fei is ready to choose a mountain peak for cultivation. Everyone, guess which level of mountain peak Lin Fei can finally choose. Needless to say, it must be a 3rd level cultivation area. No matter what, it is also a 3rd level cultivation area. Many people were very optimistic about Lin Fei. Of course, there were also some who were very pessimistic. Choosing a place to cultivate was not an easy task. There were also some heavenly sons who failed because they were too ambitious. No. He is going to the 4th level cultivation area. No, this isn't the level for area either. Crazy. Could it be that Lin Fei is going to the high level cultivation area? As Li Xiong and Lin Fei continued to move forward and passed one area after another, everyone suddenly realized that this was quite wrong. No batch of new students dared to go to the high-class cultivation area. That place was not accessible to ordinary people. I know where that brat Lin Fei is going. Someone seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but exclaim. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Someone immediately asked. It would not be a small matter for a future top-notch professional prodigy to choose any mountain peak to cultivate on. That person said proudly, "If I'm not wrong, they should be going to the cultivation ground, the most special place and also the most precious place. Lin Fei's target should be the first peak of the cultivation ground. Rumor has it that it was the place where the great emperor cultivated. After him, this peak has been empty." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Turned out to be that peak. That was the first peak of the cultivation ground. To be called the first peak, it was definitely not as simple as it was said. Many heavenly talents in previous years had challenged the first peak of the emperor, but in the end, they returned without success. Even so, there were heavenly talents challenging it every time, trying to get this peak of the emperor. The peak of the emperor. It was the most special place in the whole cultivation ground. At the same time, it was the best peak for cultivation. In those days, it was the great emperor's cultivation ground. Later, after his cultivation was successful, the great emperor rearranged it and did not close it, allowing people to enter and cultivate. But unfortunately, it was still empty until now. This peak of the emperor was shrouded in white fog all year round. This is the peak of the emperor, and only the disciples of the Imperial College can enter it. Unfortunately, no suitable person has been found until now. Li Xiong's eyes also became full of admiration. Good place. I like it very much. Lin Fei didn't want to intervene in the affairs of the Imperial College. After all, the power of an Imperial College was not simple. He didn't have the strength to fight against it now, so he had to keep accumulating energy to reach a terrifying number. In this case, Lin Fei didn't want to be harassed, so it was necessary to be high-profile appropriately. After Lin Fei asked the little devil to analyze, he confirmed that it was a special peak, and also a special place for cultivation. After a little inquiry, he knew the existence of the peak of the emperor. In fact, the peak of the emperor was really domineering. It was taller than any other mountain, like a long sword towering into the sky. Are you sure you want to try? Li Xiong was not confident. The difficulty of the peak of the emperor was not ordinary. Many people had failed in it, but once they succeeded, they would definitely be the most outstanding person in history, and the benefits would be unimaginable. If you don't try, how will you know? Lin Fei said with a smile. The peak of the emperor was full of tactical formations and prohibitions, one after another, densely packed. It was not possible for ordinary people to crack them by relying on manpower. Even a top professional might not have the ability to do it. Lin Fei was different. He had a system, and the system was best at deduction, which was nothing more than consuming a lot of energy units. Now Lin Fei was rich, and he could afford any consumption. Then come on. I really want to see you enter the peak of the emperor. Seeing Lin Fei full of confidence, Li Xiong couldn't help but have a trace of expectation. What if he really succeeded? No one dared to say that Lin Fei couldn't do it. No one dared to say that he would definitely succeed, because he was a very rare top professional. This was also his only advantage. There was a stone road at the foot of the peak of the emperor. As long as you walked from the foot of the mountain to the top of the peak of the emperor, you would complete the challenge. It seemed not difficult, but only when you stepped on the mountain road you would know the horror. Those with poor strength would be sent out after dozens of steps, and the powerful ones would only take 100 steps. The news that Lin Fei was going to challenge the peak of the emperor, the most special place in this cultivation place, spread quickly in the cultivation place. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and in less than a moment everyone knew it. The old dean is here. The first person to come was out of everyone's expectation. It was actually the old dean who rarely showed up. Dean! Li Xiong greeted him and was shocked. Why is the old dean here? Now there is trouble. He knew that the old dean valued Lin Fei very much. Why did you bring that guy here? The old dean's tone was not light as soon as he came. Don't you know the consequences of failure? You are messing around. Chapter 24:13. Someone is going to break into the Emperor's Peak. No way. A newcomer, Lin Fei, wants to go to the Emperor's Peak. He is too bold. That's a place where he can go for his first job transition. He's bound to lose. Arrogant. Even the old dean is here, and he seems to be very angry. The news spread quickly. Whether they were cultivating in seclusion or other disciples and elders, they all came. In less than a moment, there was a sea of people outside the Emperor's Peak. They all came to watch the fun, and most of them were sneering. Boy Lin, you must work hard. Li Xiong didn't dare to look at the old dean's eyes. He felt guilty and regretted bringing Lin Fei here. The Emperor's Peak was the most special place for cultivation in the capital college. Everyone knew the significance of the Emperor's Peak. Many people failed and returned. Lin Fei, the newcomer king, was a person with no background. Naturally, no one hoped that he could succeed. Once he succeeded, he would have an invisible connection with the great emperor. Originally, the appearance of Lin Fei had changed some interests within the college. If Lin Fei got the qualification to cultivate in the Emperor's Peak, it would be more difficult to deal with him. What an amazing tactical restriction! Standing on the stone steps, Lin Fei looked up. The seemingly ordinary mountain road was covered with dense tactical restrictions. If he tried to force his way through, he would only be sent out and eliminated. No matter how many formations and restrictions there are, in front of the system, you will have to obediently make way for me. Lin Fei took a deep breath and began to let the little devil start its powerful analysis and calculation ability to crack the tactical restrictions. The system also began to run crazily at this moment. Lin Fei began to take the first step, then the second step and the third step. It's moving, it's moving. The elders of the capital college all looked at the mountain road. As he took the first step, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. On the one hand, they hoped that Lin Fei would fail. On the other hand, they had a strange idea to see how far Lin Fei could go. I guarantee that Lin Fei will come out in 50 steps at most. Even I find 50 steps too much. 30 steps is the limit. Lin Fei was very fast. He walked up step by step without stopping at all. The stone steps of the mountain path seemed to have been pushed away by the clouds. So fast. The 20th step. Soon, everyone's expression turned ugly. Lin Fei had already taken 30 steps, but he didn't slow down. Every step was very steady, as if it was a very ordinary mountain road. The elders were not surprised. 30 steps was reasonable. This year's rookie king had blinded many people. It was not difficult for him to reach the 30th step. The monarch peak had a total of 999 steps. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. Every 100 steps was a threshold. It was extremely difficult. Brother Fengzheng, what do you think? In the void of the cultivation ground, two middle-aged men, one in green and the other in white, stood side by side. Their faces were calm as the middle-aged man in green said, "It's very difficult to reach the 100th step." Li Fengzheng shook his head. "That kid is too arrogant. The monarch peak is where His Majesty cultivated in the past. Rumor has it that there are opportunities left there. Countless people want to enter, but no one has ever gotten what they wanted. That kid has the same fate." The middle-aged man in white laughed. "I really don't know how lucky that kid is to be able to become first under those circumstances. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others." Both of them were deputy deans of the Capital Institute. Although they were from different factions, they would always work together to strengthen their power in the institute. "Brother Mingwen, why do you have to make things difficult for that brat? If he offends the fifth prince, there's no way he can grow in this world." Li Fengzheng laughed. If he agreed to the fifth prince, no one would have any objections. Unfortunately, he had to offend His Royal Highness of all people. He's courting death. What a pity! Fang Mingwen laughed sinisterly. On a steep mountain peak in the cultivation ground, a young lady in palace attire was looking at Lin Fei, who was walking on the mountain. "I don't get it. Where did you get the confidence to go to the monarch peak?" The young lady in palace attire pouted. Third brother must be furious. His performance was too poor. The young lady in palace attire was ninth sister of the royal family. Ninth sister's real name was Fan Luoyu. Emperor Yuan Zheng's surname was Fan. Fan Luoyu was very interested in Lin Fei, the newcomer king. None of those who grew up in the royal family were simple. Fan Luoyu was very concerned about a future top-notch expert. No matter who he landed in, he would be of unimaginable use. From Fan Luoyu's perspective, Lin Fei was a future top-notch expert that no outsider could recruit. Apart from the royal family, no one else was qualified. Yes, no one was qualified. Fan Luoyu had originally thought highly of Lin Fei. The incident at the Monarch Peak had more or less caused her to lose some points. Let's take a look first. No matter how bad Lin Fei is, he is still a top-notch professional. Fan Luoyu looked at Lin Fei on the mountain road, deep in thought. 50 steps, 83 steps, 96 steps, 100 steps. When Lin Fei crossed the 100th step smoothly, many people's eyes lit up. A future top-notch expert was indeed a top-notch expert. In terms of deciphering formations and prohibitions, he had reached such a domineering level. 150 steps. He doesn't intend to stop yet. He's too fast. He's over 200 steps. As time went by, Lin Fei maintained a consistent speed. He didn't stop for a long time for each step, which was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination. When he reached 200 steps, everyone looked incredulous. Good job! Li Xiong couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Fei. He secretly observed the old dean, and inadvertently revealed a smile. He seemed to have put down a stone in his heart. In the past, there were very few champions who could make it to 200 steps. But now, they had all become influential figures in the empire. They were very famous. Lin Fei had made it to 200 steps. When he changed his profession for the first time, his talent and potential were very powerful. After 200 steps, Li Xiong also began to worry. At that time, he could only make it to 230 steps, but he couldn't persist and had to give up regretfully. Even so, Li Xiong was appreciated by the elders in the college. Finally, he got to where he was today, which had something to do with his challenge to the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei continued to walk. 230 steps, 295 steps, 300 steps. When everyone thought that Lin Fei couldn't go on, Lin Fei walked up the stone steps one by one, and in the blink of an eye he had broken through 300 steps. It's crazy! 450 steps. Have you noticed that guy's speed is too consistent? Is he good at calculation and analysis? His mental calculation ability is too terrifying. He has broken through 500 steps. Is he going to break through the highest realm? Chapter 24:14. Outside the Emperor's Peak. Everyone was in a state of dumbfounded shock. 900 steps. Exactly 900 steps. What kind of concept was that? After so many years in the Capital Institute, no one had ever reached this position. He stopped. He seems to be trapped. Is he going to die? When Lin Fei stood on the stone steps of 900 steps, he didn't move forward again. He stopped. For the people outside, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. For example, the two deputy deans. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Li Fengxing's face had been dark, but now he finally smiled. Finally, he's stumped. This kid's mental calculation ability is too strong. It won't be difficult for such a person to crack a cultivation method. Fang Mingwen said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The more outstanding Lin Fei was, the worse it would be for them, and the more difficult it would be to deal with him. Both of them had good judgment. They knew that Lin Fei must be in trouble if he stopped at this position. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. If he was not careful, he would fail at the last step. On the stone steps, Lin Fei frowned, which was rare. I can't crack it? The difficulty of the next 100 steps has increased by more than 100 times. There are too many changes, and I can't analyze and crack it at all. The little devil said. Lin Fei calmed down. The real difficulty of the Emperor's Peak should be here. The first 900 steps were very difficult, and it consumed energy constantly. It was not difficult to crack it, but from the 901st step, it became more than 100 times more difficult. With only 100 steps left, Lin Fei couldn't give it up. Little devil, as long as it's a restriction array, there must be a flaw. Analyze and calculate carefully. I believe there must be a clue. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. I'll analyze it right away. The little devil spent 3 days analyzing the situation. The next 100 steps were really difficult. For the people outside the Emperor's Peak, 3 days was just a snap of fingers. Everyone was really relieved. If they didn't take a step in 3 days, they might die prematurely. Old director, is the Emperor's Peak really so difficult? Li Xiong asked the old director. 3 days. Amos never left. He had been paying attention to it. The dean chuckled. If it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be the Emperor's Peak. That brat can reach 900 steps. It all depends on whether he can complete the last 100 steps. This is his opportunity. Li Xiong sensed something different from what he said. Opportunity? Could there be some sort of fortuitous encounter along the way? 7 days. Looks like it's hopeless. This is the last day. Still at 900 steps. What a pity. Even if he can't, Lin Fei is still the most powerful person in the history of Imperial College, second only to that emperor. A few more days passed. Lin Fei's final time limit had arrived. The Emperor Peak only allowed people to stay for 7 days. Once the time was up, not everyone would be sent out. No one believed that Lin Fei could succeed. There was no time. In 7 days, he couldn't figure out the next step, let alone complete the last 100 steps. The 2 deputy deans left happily and completely relaxed. At first, they were scared. After confirming that there was no hope for Lin Fei, they lost interest and let him run his own course. Master, it's done. On the stone steps, Lin Fei finally heard the good news. Yes, finally he heard the good news. This place is really weird. There is actually a footwork in front, and the last 100 steps need the footwork to go up. It's really a fraud. Lin Fei couldn't help but criticize silently. This kind of trick was really fooled. As long as he took 1 step out, all his efforts would be in vain. It's really unexpected that there is a footwork hidden in the stone steps, and it's a kind of heaven-defying footwork. There are a total of 9 steps. If I master the footwork, I can complete the last 100 steps and really climb the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei's eyes also lit up. Learn the footwork immediately. Outside the Emperor's Peak, many elders and talents had left. There were only a few people left. Li Xiong and the old dean were one of them. There's almost no time. Li Xiong shook his head and felt very regretful. There were only 100 steps left. The old dean also shook his head slightly and said to himself, "Alas, I failed after all. I missed another opportunity." He turned around and was ready to leave. He seemed to have aged a lot. Li Xiong kept looking at Lin Fei and said with a wry smile, "It's a failure. It's not that I don't have a chance. Maybe I can solve the last 100 steps next time." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Fei, who had not moved on the stone steps, finally moved. He stepped out and exclaimed, "He moved! He finally moved!" Lin Fei's movement seemed to be too late in the eyes of the remaining people. There were still 99 steps left. Oh my God, look! Lin Fei took 10 steps with 1 step. There are still 90 steps left. That seems to be a footwork. How is it possible that he can use footwork on the stone steps? It's impossible. The old dean stopped, looked at Lin Fei on the stone steps, and finally smiled. Good. This boy's performance is too amazing. What a monster. He really comprehended the footwork hidden in the stone steps. This is heaven-defying 9 steps. The old dean showed unprecedented excitement. Heaven-defying 9 steps. No one knew the horror of this footwork better than him. In those days, Emperor Yuanzhang suppressed the heroes and established the supreme empire with heaven-defying 9 steps and his strength. Afterward, Emperor Yuanzhang left heaven-defying 9 steps on the stone steps of Emperor Peak for those who were destined to learn, but no one had learned it, let alone the existence of the footwork on the stone steps. 920 steps. 930 steps. Crazy, crazy! Everyone saw that Lin Fei kept moving forward. Without any hesitation, he seemed to have crossed a distance of 10 steps with just one step. The magical footwork left them in a daze. The last 10 steps. There is still the last step. Many geniuses cheered. Lin Fei's figure then disappeared from the stone steps of Emperor Peak. A loud rumbling sound could be heard as the monarch peak finally opened up once again. The mist dissipated, revealing the birds and beasts inside. The strong energy of the heavens and earth spread to the surroundings. The crowd felt extremely comfortable, as if they had just eaten honey. Many of them squinted their eyes and remained motionless for a long time. Such a huge commotion spread throughout the cultivation ground. What dense heaven and earth energy! The two vice deans stood up. In the next moment, his expression turned completely ugly. His face was ashen and in a complete mess. How did he succeed? The clouds on Emperor Peak dispersed, and the heaven and earth energy spread out. The two vice deans could sense the extraordinary nature of this energy. Bastard! This is bad. The two of them suffered a blow and sat down weakly. Chapter 24:15. Breaking news. This year's newcomer king is staying at the Emperor Peak. Let me tell you, the Emperor Peak is amazing. The heaven and earth energy is unbelievably dense. Just taking a breath is equivalent to cultivating for half a month. That Lin Fei is too amazing. He passed the last 100 steps at the last moment. He's too awesome. Lin Fei is too monstrous. Ever since Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak, the news had spread throughout the cultivation grounds and the entire Capital Institute. Many people were dumbfounded by the news. The Emperor Peak. That was the cultivation ground of Emperor Yuanzheng. No matter who Lin Fei was, the fact that he moved into the Emperor Peak meant that he had formed a connection with Emperor Yuanzheng. He was really a disciple of the Emperor. That was the real deal. As for the news that Lin Fei had learned the heaven-defying 9 steps, not many people knew for now. They thought that it was extraordinary at most, but they didn't think too much about it. Ever since Lin Fei moved into the Emperor's Peak, the geniuses who were originally at the cultivation ground all came to visit him. Every single one of them who went to the Emperor's Peak would come back and exclaim at how magical the Emperor's Peak was. It was indeed the cultivation ground of the Emperor's expedition back then. For a while, Lin Fei became an influential figure in the cultivation grounds again. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had gained the recognition of many supreme talents. Most of them were from other star regions, and they were naturally happy to see a monstrous supreme talent appear. That way, they could suppress the arrogant capital sect. In the Institute, the supreme talents from the capital star region were basically called the capital sect. The supreme talents of the capital sect had always suppressed the supreme talents of the other 37 star regions in terms of strength and other aspects. Naturally, they were very unhappy with the capital sect. Now that the newcomer king named Lin Fei had appeared, they were happy to see it happen. After all, there was nothing wrong with maintaining a good relationship. As for the capital sect, they naturally looked unhappy after Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak. The supreme talents of this year were basically suppressed by him alone. The entire institute only knew that the newcomers were everywhere, and they didn't know about the other supreme talents. After Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak, his reputation reached its peak, and he suppressed the supreme talents of this year to the point that they couldn't breathe. Since Lin Fei was staying at Emperor Peak, the college sent a rare gift to Lin Fei, the newcomer king. There were 3 black crystal cards and many cultivation elixirs. 3 black crystal cards was a huge sum. Lin Fei did not refuse any of the gifts and accepted them all with a smile. The Capital Institute was rich and imposing, and 3 black crystal cards were really nothing. A few days after the institute had sent over the black crystal cards, the royal family had also sent over 10 black crystal cards. The messenger revealed that this was the eldest prince's will, along with a message from the eldest prince. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 13 black crystal cards. The large amount of energy consumed on the stone steps of the Emperor's Peak was equivalent to 3 black crystal cards. In comparison, he had gained a lot from this trip. Moreover, he had obtained a powerful hidden footwork, which would give him an advantage when facing enemies. It was an amazing footwork. After moving into the Emperor's Peak, the first thing Lin Fei did was to check the array formations and restrictions on the Emperor's Peak. He found many hidden arrangements, but he didn't know if they were made by Yuanzheng the Great. Lin Fei spent 5 to 6 days checking the Emperor's Peak dozens of times until he was sure that there were no problems. Then, he set up new array formations and restrictions on the original foundation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it, but it was different for Lin Fei with the system. It wasn't very difficult, but it still consumed the energy of 3 black crystal cards. As for the consumption of 3 black crystal cards, Lin Fei didn't feel the pinch at all. The new array formations and restrictions were even more terrifying than the previous ones. Now that they were at a higher level, it wouldn't be easy to break them by force. As for invading with divine senses, it was even more impossible. The energy in the cultivation area was extremely pure. Lin Fei planned to plant the source tree on the Emperor's Peak in the most dangerous place. In his opinion, the most dangerous place was also the safest. Once everything was set up, it would be relatively safe. After everything was set up, Lin Fei secretly opened up a secret room to plant the source tree. At first, there weren't many. After a long time, Lin Fei wasn't satisfied, so he increased the number of trees he planted. He could harvest a batch of fruits every day. Lin Fei welcomed rare days of leisure. He started to study the heaven-defying 9 steps. Once he studied it, he found that the heaven-defying 9 steps was very powerful. Couldn't be tracked at all. He asked Little Fiend to analyze it again. It was confirmed that it was a special step skill of a very high level. It surpassed all the current step skills. Ever since he got the heaven-defying 9 steps, Lin Fei guessed that a step skill left by Yuanzheng the Great would definitely not be ordinary. It had to be something good. With the heaven-defying 9 steps, it's like adding wings to a tiger. This step skill was very useful to Lin Fei. It was more flexible and strange. Coupled with a powerful attack, it would be easier to deal with others. The birthday banquet of the Emperor of the Yuanjing Empire was also in progress. The capital became lively again. This time, it was more lively than the Imperial College's assessment. The governors of the 38-star regions would come. Big shots of the first-class forces would also come. There were still 5 days before the birthday banquet. Lin Fei, who was on Monarch Peak, received an invitation. The person who sent it was someone from the royal family. "Lin, you're going to be in the limelight again." Li Xiong sat on the stone bench and said with a smile. There was a trace of envy in his eyes. "It's just a banquet. There's no need to be in the limelight." Lin Fei said lightly. Li Xiong said, "That's different. His Majesty is usually in closed-door training. Now that you've inherited the Emperor Peak, His Majesty will definitely see you in person. From now on, you're a disciple of the Emperor. If you're lucky, you may even become His Majesty's disciple. That's something that many people envy." "Disciple? Whoever wants to be can do it. I'm not interested." Lin Fei smiled secretly. With the system's energy, he couldn't learn anything good from an apprentice. Even if he was offered benefits, he wouldn't go. "Master, there's a senior outside. She wants to see you." At this time, a servant came in. Since he moved into the Emperor Peak, the college had arranged a group of servants for Lin Fei to take care of the sundries of the Emperor Peak. "Senior?" When Lin Fei came to the Imperial College, he really didn't know any senior. "Don't look for me. I'm here." A clear and melodious voice came from afar. Lin Fei looked over and saw a young woman dressed in a white palace dress, with 2 female attendants by her side. She was walking over unhurriedly. Li Xiong was curious at first. When he saw the girl in the palace dress, he immediately stood up and greeted her. "Ninth Princess, what brings you here?" Lin Fei recognized it. It turns out that she's a disciple of the royal family. The 9th Princess is so beautiful and noble. She deserves to be a disciple of the royal family. I heard that a heavenly talent came out of the college and lived in the Emperor Peak. This place used to be my father's place of cultivation. Therefore, I came here to have a look. I hope I didn't disturb you," Fan Luoyu said with a smile. Chapter 24:16. The arrival of the 9th Princess took Lin Fei by surprise. Wasn't the prince supposed to come first? Since when did she become a princess? Moreover, the 9th princess before him was no ordinary lady. Master, this woman has hidden her abilities and used a rare treasure to seal her abilities. Outsiders won't be able to detect it, the little devil suddenly said. A set of data appeared in Lin Fei's mind. 7th job transition pinnacle. For a princess to be able to reach such a level of ability was already rather powerful. Most importantly, the princess abilities to outsiders were at the 5th job transition, suppressing her abilities by 2 whole levels. After sealing her abilities and maintaining her 5th job transition, it would be abnormal if the 9th princess did not have any ambitions. Everyone might have been fooled. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the few princes definitely did not know the 9th princess' true abilities. If coupled with certain treasures, the 9th princess would definitely be able to unleash the abilities of an 8th job transition. This was definitely an unimaginable level of ability. Even the few princes would have to admit defeat. Even the 5th prince, who was known as a cultivation maniac, had yet to reach this level. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to speak. He waited quietly to see what the 9th princess wanted to do. Fan Luoyu had always thought that she had seen through Lin Fei, but when she really appeared in front of Lin Fei, she realized that she was wrong. Very wrong. What she saw in him was indifference and calmness, without any fear or respect towards the empire. Such a person was very difficult to deal with. Power might not necessarily be of use. Congratulations, Junior Lin Fei. You've learned a mystical footwork, and your combat abilities have greatly increased. Fan Luoyu smiled. Lin Fei was slightly stunned by her words, but he immediately understood. He thought to himself, she must know the name of the footwork and even its origin. You want to learn footwork? Fan Luoyu was very surprised, and there was an obvious pause in her smile. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei saw it very clearly. As expected of this batch's rookie king, Junior Lin Fei's words are really interesting. Fan Luoyu continued to smile. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time. 9th princess, we're both smart people. Why don't we cut to the chase? There's no need to hide. Even I find it troublesome. Fan Luoyu had planned to observe him first. Ever since Lin Fei had passed the test at the Emperor Peak that day and learned a royal footwork, she had been tempted. The only thing she had not expected was that Lin Fei was harder to talk to than she had imagined. He was like a stubborn rock. Lin Fei, you dare to speak to this empress like this? Fan Luoyu's expression suddenly changed and a wave of pressure pressed down on the other party. Do you believe that one word from me can make you leave the Capital Institute? All of your glory will vanish into thin air. Lin Fei waved his hand and the pressure immediately dissipated. He said directly, it's not impossible for you to learn the footwork, but what benefits can you give me? Lin Fei didn't mind exchanging a heaven-defying footwork with others as long as it could be exchanged for benefits. It wasn't that easy to learn the heaven-defying 9 footwork. Even if the other party was a genius, he might only be able to master the first few steps. As for the latter steps, it would take at least a few hundred years. Fan Luoyu narrowed her eyes and quickly retracted her aura. Her trip was not just to test the other party, but also to learn the heaven-defying 9 footwork from him. Others might not know about the heaven-defying 9 footwork, but she knew that it was a magical footwork that her father, the emperor, had mastered. However, this footwork was not in the royal family's secret vault. If you're willing to hand over the heaven-defying 9 footwork, I will help you speak to the princes so that they won't cause you trouble. What do you think? Fan Luoyu said, you've rejected the prince's invitations, as well as some of the top forces in the capital. I can help you restrain all of them. From today onwards, they won't dare to cause you trouble. Lin Fei shook his head and said disappointedly, I'm not interested in that. Regardless of whether it's that big brother of yours or those top forces, if they really dare to make a move against me, they'll be the unlucky ones. In my eyes, they're really nothing. Fan Luoyu had never seen such an arrogant person, and became even more displeased with Lin Fei. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. It was as if in his eyes, the princes and the top forces were nothing to be afraid of. Then what do you want? Fan Luoyu looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. That's simple. A top-notch footwork like the heaven-defying 9 footwork will bring unimaginable benefits to anyone who learns it. I'm not interested in anything else but the energy wall stone. It just so happens that you're a member of the royal family and have a high social status. I believe you wouldn't mind giving me 10 to 20 black crystal cards. Fan Luoyu almost blacked out. 10 to 20 black crystal cards? Do you think the royal family belongs to me? That's impossible. Fan Luoyu rejected immediately. Lin Fei said regretfully, then it's impossible. The heaven-defying 9 footwork was painstakingly obtained by me. If it's released, everyone in the empire will flock to it. If you're not my senior, I believe there will be people willing to buy it. Of course, if you're not willing, I believe that brother of yours will be interested. It's the heaven-defying 9 footwork. The arrival of the 9th princess, Fan Luoyu, had allowed Lin Fei to see a way to make money. For example, selling the heaven-defying 9 footwork. No one knew that he had now completely mastered the heaven-defying 9 footwork and could fully display it. Moreover, the little devil was also analyzing and calculating, preparing to deduce the 10th step. By the time the royal family learned the heaven-defying 9 footwork, it would take a few hundred years. By then, his heaven-defying 9 footwork would have long been upgraded. You! Fan Luoyu was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, which was a feast for Lin Fei's eyes. Fan Luoyu had seen through the heaven-defying 9 footwork, which was why she wanted to get it from Lin Fei. Once she learned the heaven-defying 9 footwork, even if it was just a few steps, her strength would increase greatly. If her brother learned it, she would have no advantage. Junior Lin Fei, do you know about a black crystal card? Fan Luoyu's smile turned pitiful. Her every move could easily affect a person's emotions, which made Lin Fei see the fickleness of the 9th princess. Lin Fei was unmoved. Sai, who asked you to be my senior? How about this? I'll take a loss and only need 8 black crystal cards. This is the lowest price. Also, if you help me warn those people, I'll give you the heaven-defying 9 footwork. 8 is too much for at most. 8. How about 5? 8. In the end, Fan Luoyu was still unable to gain any advantage from Lin Fei. 8 black crystal cards plus a warning to those people. Fan Luoyu went back to prepare the black crystal cards. Chapter 24:17. Damn it. This guy is really despicable. What a greedy guy. In a magnificent palace, a beautiful figure was sulking. This beautiful figure was naturally Fan Luoyu, who had just returned. As the 9th princess of the royal family, Fan Luoyu had never seen such a greedy person. 8 black crystal cards was not a small number. Even the 9th princess would feel a certain amount of pressure. Little you, your mentality is not good. Maybe that brat is trying to provoke you. Not far away, a man in green looked at Fan Luoyu with an amiable expression. Master, what's wrong with my state of mind? Fan Luoyu rebuked. It's all because of that brat. He clearly knows that I'm a princess of the royal family, yet he still doesn't know what's good for him. I can't wait to chop that brat up. The green-clothed man laughed heartily. Little you, what do you think of that kid? Not easy to deal with. Fan Luoyu calmed herself down. I can't see through this person. The heaven-defying 9 steps is a top-secret footwork of the royal family. He even dares to sell it. I don't know if he is smart or stupid. The azure-clothed man shook his head. If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. This boy is very cunning. The heaven-defying 9 steps is the imperial clan's top-secret footwork technique. It is not easy to cultivate, but he was able to comprehend it from it. If I am not wrong, that boy must want to trade the heaven-defying 9 steps with your other brothers. Fan Luoyu stared with her eyes wide open. How dare he? Why not? The man in indigo laughed. Don't think that the kid sold the heaven-defying 9 steps to you because he's afraid of your status as a palace lord of the imperial family. That kid has a mysterious background, and I always feel that he's too mysterious. He's now the Capital Institute's newcomer king and has mastered the heaven-defying 9 steps. Even if he's only mastered 1 or 2 steps, his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, you can't oppress that kid. If he joins another brother, you'll really cry. Fan Luoyu's eyes sparkled. The more she thought about what her master had said, the more she felt that it made sense. Master, what should I do? Let nature take its course. The azure-clothed man said, let's take one step at a time, but you can't go looking for trouble with him. Wait until you get the heaven-defying 9 steps, then go into closed-door cultivation. As long as you master it before those brothers, you will have the advantage. A few days later, Lin Fei received 8 black crystal cards from Fan Luoyu. The heaven-defying 9 steps had been prepared a long time ago and had been engraved in a jade scroll. Fan Luoyu only left after confirming that there was no mistake. When she left, she did not give Lin Fei a friendly look, as if she owed him a sum of money. I didn't offend the princess. Lin Fei was puzzled. After obtaining the 8 black crystal cards, Lin Fei could be considered to have made a small profit. After the transaction, Lin Fei entered a leisurely life again. He basically stayed in the cultivation area and rarely went out. The days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was the biggest birthday in the capital. Lin Fei received an invitation from the royal family. Anyone in the entire star field who could receive such an invitation was either a big shot or a top powerhouse. It was unknown how many people would be envious of it. After Lin Fei received it, he casually threw it to the side. If this news spread, many people would probably vomit blood. This was an invitation from the royal family. The day before Great Emperor Yuanjing's birthday, someone specially sent a set of specially made clothes to be used in the birthday banquet the next day. The next day, the entire capital was decorated with colorful flags and a sea of people. It was very lively. The largest square of the capital was already guarded by the royal guards. When the auspicious time came, Great Emperor Yuanzheng would appear in the square. It was only natural that the imperial guards would appear in the square. On such a big day, all the big shots of the royal family were gathered, and it was also Great Emperor Yuanjing's birthday. If anything went wrong, no one would be able to bear the wrath of Great Emperor Yuanjing. Everyone was very careful. Brother Fong, long time no see. Yeah, it's been 200 years. Your strength is even stronger than before. You too. On the square, one big shot after another appeared. Almost all the big shots that were rarely seen were here today. All of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had smiles on their faces, giving people a feeling that they were easy to get close to. When almost all the big shots had arrived, the princes and princesses of the royal family also came to their designated positions. As soon as the princes appeared, tens of thousands of people cheered. Today, in addition to the big shots, the princes and princesses, hundreds of thousands of people from the star area gathered in the square. As everyone cheered, their voices joined together, and then it changed to Great Emperor Yuanjing, long live His Majesty, and so on. The voices spread throughout the capital, which was very sensational. All the 37 region masters are here. Li Xiong stood in the position of the Capital Institute. This time, Li Xiong was very excited to stand in this position. Last time, he could only stand in the crowd below with everyone else. Seeing the princes and princesses and even the region masters, Li Xiong felt very emotional. Lin Fei saw the region master of the region masters of the region masters, who nodded to him, which was equivalent to a greeting. Lin Fei also nodded. Lin, that is the 5th prince. Li Xiong said in a low voice, blinking in one direction. Among all the princes, he is the most grumpy one. He often fights and kills, and his killing intent is very strong. Lin Fei saw the 5th prince for the first time. As Li Xiong said, the 5th prince was very burly, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his killing intent was very strong. It seemed that he would kill people if there was any disagreement. The one standing on the left is the 1st prince, who was arranged to supervise the country by His Majesty. Li Xiong said again, unfortunately, His Majesty has not appointed a crown prince, so that the following princes are eager to fight for the throne. Li Xiong kept introducing the princes standing over there. Lin Fei finally had an understanding of the several famous princes of the imperial expedition. None of the princes was easy to deal with. Region Master of the Canglang region, your star area is really famous this time. There is a top heavenly sun, And this guy not only amazes the world with a brilliant feat, but also lives in the place where His Majesty used to practice. He has a bright future. In the position of the region master. The region master of the Zonglong region was proud of his success. The Zonglong star area, which originally belonged to the bottom, finally held its head high. It suppressed the other star areas. From the beginning, I knew that the boy would amaze the world with a brilliant feat. Fortunately, he did not let me down. The region master of the Zonglong star area talked with assurance and composure, dealing with the surrounding region masters. The only thing that made the region master of the Zonglong region a little uncomfortable was that Lin Fei offended the princes. As a result, he was more or less embarrassed. He decided to have a good talk with Lin Fei after this. How could he refuse the prince's kindness? It was totally outrageous. Master, Emperor Yuanzhang is coming. Suddenly, Lin Fei heard the voice of the little devil. Boom! Chapter 24:18. This aura appeared out of nowhere in the imperial capital square. Under this aura, everyone felt suffocated. It was as if this person could kill everyone in the square with a single thought. The feeling of suffocation disappeared as quickly as it came, as if it was only for a split second. On the square of the imperial capital, a resplendent light rose. At some point, a person had appeared in the high position. As the black-clothed man waved his hand, the resplendent starlight fell on everyone in the square. Boom! The aura of an old man exploded out of nowhere. His old face began to turn younger, returning to the look of a man in his 40s or 50s. Ah, I broke through. I actually broke through the barrier. The old man cried tears of joy. I broke through the barrier too. This is great. Your Majesty is so kind. My injuries are all healed. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The starlight continued to fall upon everyone. As more and more people broke through or recovered from their injuries in the imperial capital square, the atmosphere was pushed to its peak. The words "Long live your Majesty" spread throughout the imperial capital square. Soon, the imperial capital square was filled with the chants of "Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." Everyone looked at the man in the highest position, their eyes filled with admiration and excitement. At this moment, the middle-aged man became the center of attention, because he was the Yuanjing Emperor, the founder of the Yuanjing Empire. Just by standing there casually, Great Emperor Yuanzhang was like a gigantic mountain with no end in sight. Just like that, he stood tall and proud. At this moment, Great Emperor Yuanzhang smiled and looked at everyone on the public square. The entire process lasted for a long time. This Emperor Yuanzhang really knows how to win people's hearts. He moved everyone's hearts the moment he made a move. It seems like he has done this many times before. Lin Fei thought to himself. Emperor Yuanzhang did not give Lin Fei much of a feeling. However, Lin Fei did not underestimate him. Just now, the little devil had analyzed Emperor Yuanzhang's combat power. Emperor Yuanzhang's combat power had exceeded the limit of 9, beyond 1 trillion. In other words, he was a 9th transformation job. He had stepped into a mysterious realm. His battle prowess surpassed everyone else. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this level of combat power. No wonder he gave off a suffocating feeling. His opponent's strength was truly tyrannical. Although there were many domain lords and big shots here today, and some of them had a combat power of 90 million, the gap between them and Yuanjing Great Emperor was very obvious. Great Emperor Yuanzhang alone could suppress all the powers in the empire. Great Emperor Yuanzhang's smile was like a warm spring breeze. After the dazzling starlight faded away, everyone remained excited. Great Emperor Yuanzhang waved his hand at the crowd, and everyone quieted down. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. "Greetings, my people." Emperor Yuanzhang's words were very charming, and everyone's emotions exploded once again. Every birthday celebration, the great Emperor Yuanzhang never held a large-scale celebration. In his words, everyone had a birthday celebration and there was no need to be extravagant. If it wasn't for the request of his subjects, he wouldn't have held a birthday celebration. Therefore, every birthday celebration would be held in the Imperial City Square, and the people of the empire would celebrate the birthday together. Today, Great Emperor Yuanzhang didn't talk much, but it still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm for him. After that, Great Emperor Yuanzhang announced one thing that he would do every time, which was to have sex with some people, and such an opportunity only came once in 100 years. This year, there were a total of 128 people who had sex with people, and they were all influential people in the past. After that, there was inevitably another round of cheers. "Xiao Lin, it's your turn soon," Li Xiong said in a low voice. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. For others, Great Emperor Yuanzhang was the strongest person in the empire, and he would reach the same level sooner or later. After having sex with a group of people, Great Emperor Yuanzhang would reward those who had made contributions in the past 100 years. First was a list of aristocrats. The status of nobility was very valuable in the empire. Anyone who became a noble was equivalent to stepping into the upper class of the empire. They had certain privileges, but it was not easy to become a noble. One had to make a huge contribution to the empire to obtain the status of a noble. This was also the highlight of every birthday celebration, and people always talked about it. This year, the aristocrats were all young and powerful heavenly talents. Most of them were from the Imperial College, and they had made great contributions to the empire. Cheers kept coming when each name was announced. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to the list of aristocrats at first, but when the last name of Great Emperor Yuanzhang was announced, everyone's eyes turned to him. "I've become an aristocrat?" Lin Fei was very surprised. Looking at the eyes of those heavenly talents, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a big surprise that he had become an aristocrat without any notice. In the list of aristocrats, Lin Fei was the only newcomer. The fact that he could become an aristocrat made many people dumbfounded. He had reached the sky in one step. From now on, the aristocrats would have unimaginable benefits in the capital. At the very least, commoners would not be able to lay a hand on aristocrats. Even powerful forces would not be able to kill an aristocrat in public. The fact that Lin Fei had obtained the status of a noble clan made many people envious. This was especially so for the geniuses of this generation. Their gazes were so murderous that they could kill someone. Although the status of a noble clan did not mean much to them because they came from a large clan or sect, it still meant that they were weaker than Lin Fei. After the announcement of the list, someone would come to handle the aristocrat's identity. In less than 3 days, he would become an aristocrat, and he would be one of the top people in the capital. After the announcement of the aristocrat list, Great Emperor Yuanzhang took care of some matters, such as the 37 region lords. Some of them were praised by the Great Emperor, including the region lord of Songlong region. Everyone knew that the region lord of Songlong region was praised by the Great Emperor because a heavenly talent with unlimited potential had appeared in his region. The region lord of Songlong region was very proud, and he looked at Lin Fei with satisfaction. No matter how far Lin Fei went in the future, no one would forget that Lin Fei came from the Songlong galaxy. After Great Emperor Yuanzhang praised Lin Fei, he rewarded the region lord at the same time, which made the region lord's face light up again. Chapter 24:19. Students from Imperial College had always been regarded as the emperor's students and had a bright future. Emperor Yuanzhang attached great importance to Imperial College. Every century, the heavenly talents of Imperial College would be personally met by Emperor Yuanzhang, which was a glory that only happened once a century. This year's heavenly talents were different from the past. Because this time, there was a dark horse who blinded everyone and suppressed all the heavenly talents. Even Beigong Yuming, who was favored by many, lost the first place in the end. As the list came out, the first one to go up was the one who ranked 10th. He was very nervous because he was facing the strongest in the empire. Everyone would be nervous. Emperor Yuanzhang was very kind to each heavenly talent. Then, he gave them some words of encouragement and treasures from the emperor. All the heavenly talents who came down were very excited. Beigong Yuming, Long Batian, and other heavenly talents went up one after another. Although they all came from powerful backgrounds, compared with Lin Fei, there was a clear gap in their reactions. Lin Fei, a foreigner, not only won the first place but also became a new noble. He even lived in the mountain where the emperor used to cultivate. His future was unimaginable. Now, let's welcome this year's newcomer Fei Fei. Cheers immediately came from below. Newcomer King. Newcomer King. Many people had heard of Lin Fei, who had suppressed all the heavenly talents of this year. However, there were very few people who had actually seen it. The people outside had basically never seen it before. Today, everyone could finally see the newcomer king. What made people most excited was that this newcomer king seemed to be from a poor family and had the same characteristics as most people, which made him more popular. Li Xiong patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Go up quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Lin Fei was not nervous at all. He strode up to the stage. During this period, Beigong Yuming, Long Batian, and the others all looked over with a trace of unwillingness. All the benefits are taken by this guy. What the hell? Long Batian cursed in a voice that he could hear. Beigong Yuming's face was not much better. That is Lin Fei. He has such a temperament. The poor disciple is mighty. Amazing. He's able to suppress the elites of the imperial capital. He truly lives up to his name as the Rookie King. Lin Fei quickly came up. Emperor Yuanzhang smiled warmly, but Lin Fei could still feel that there was nothing dangerous about him. He had to be careful when dealing with the strongest expert of the empire. Lin Fei had already let the little devil seal all the excess power. There were no traces left behind, only the aura of a first transition job. The amount of energy one could hold in their body was 30 to 40% more than others. Just by revealing this, Lin Fei felt that it should be enough. As expected, when Lin Fei came up, Great Emperor Yuanzhang only looked at Lin Fei with a smile. However, it was as if all his secrets had been seen through. His gaze was very sharp. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the entire empire. Only the Great Emperor could have such a sharp gaze. Fortunately, the Yuanzhang Great Emperor only took a glance and did not continue looking. If he was not careful, there might be a problem. I heard that you've moved into the Emperor Peak. You're not bad. The Yuanzhang Great Emperor spoke first with a smile on his face. This made many people jealous. At this moment, the Yuanzhang Great Emperor seemed very approachable. If one ignored his identity, he should be a very easy person to talk to. I have to thank your majesty for the test. Without the test, it would have been very difficult for me to discover the secret that your majesty left behind. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Nervousness? What a joke. The Yuanzhang Great Emperor was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Well said. Since you've moved into the Emperor Peak and received my legacy, from now on, you're my junior. Don't let me down. With that, he patted Lin Fei's shoulder. Junior? Lin Fei was stunned. What was going on? How did he suddenly become the Yuanzhang Great Emperor's junior? Could it be that the Yuanzhang Great Emperor had seen through something? For a moment, he doubted himself. But after thinking about it, he realized that the power of the leveling system was not something that the Yuanzhang Great Emperor could see through. The people in the imperial capital square, including the upper echelons of the empire, were all dumbfounded. Long Batian, Beigong Yuming, and the other prodigies were also dumbfounded. Two words echoed in their minds. How is this possible? Lin Fei actually became the Yuanzhang Great Emperor's junior. Doesn't that mean that he's going to soar to the heavens in the future? That kid has reached the heavens in a single step. While everyone was still in shock, they immediately realized that Lin Fei was going to reach the heavens in a single step. Because of his relationship with Lin Fei, no one would dare to cause trouble for Lin Fei from now on. As long as they were on the expedition to the empire, Lin Fei would not have to worry about any rebellion or anything like that. Although they were all disciples of the emperor, the Yuanzhang Great Emperor had never acknowledged anyone as his junior. Lin Fei was the only one, and his status immediately became more respectable. What happened next was simple. However, there was a deviation in the reward of land. The reward was not the land of the expedition starfield, but a starfield outside. Everyone was very surprised and shocked by the reward of the land. Especially after they heard the location, they could not help but frown. No one knew why the Great Emperor rewarded this land to Lin Fei. Everyone was full of doubts. Lin Fei looked puzzled, but he laughed in his heart. Great, The land is actually in another starfield. Finally, I can avoid some troubles. To be honest, Lin Fei did not like the imperial capital, nor did he like the expedition starfield. Under the emperor's rule, he was not free to do anything. Even if he was careful, he would have problems sooner or later if he did too much. Lin Fei had been thinking about this problem. How could he change the land? No matter how he thought about it, there was no way. The Yuanzheng Great Emperor would not change his mind just because of his words. Walking down from the stage and returning to Li Xiong, Lin Fei was still a little puzzled. What was the reason that the Great Emperor asked him to reward a piece of land in another starfield? Don't think so much. As long as it is not in the expedition starfield, I can fly freely in the sky. Lin Fei threw all the messy thoughts out of his head. After a series of events, a variety of pleasing programs appeared on the square one after another, which was a feast for everyone's eyes. It also became the favorite program of all the birthday parties. For the high-level officials of the empire, the words of the Yuanjing Great Emperor today were worth thinking deeply, especially when it came to the matter of Lin Fei, which completely caught everyone off guard. This was obviously different from the previous ones. In particular, the location of the land was not very good because it was outside the starfield. It was the starfield of the demon god empire, and there was only a vast mountain in the middle which was very chaotic. Such a piece of land was not a good place. Chapter 24:20. The birthday of Emperor Yuanjing finally came to an end after the last program. No one forgot the scene today. A man named Lin Fei became the lucky man in everyone's eyes. He not only had the aristocratic identity, but also became the junior fellow apprentice of the emperor. He really reached the sky in a single bound. The only thing that everyone didn't understand was why the fief was in another star region, which was a little regrettable in everyone's view. However, compared with Lin Fei's gains, this problem was soon ignored by everyone. Lin Fei became the biggest topic in the capital. The emperor's peak. Lin Fei was still very surprised and hadn't completely digested the news. You must be overjoyed. I didn't expect you to become the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty. This identity. Li Xiong was drunk and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although Li Xiong didn't get the glory himself, in his view, there was nothing more delightful than this. No matter what happened in the future, Lin Fei had a bright future. Maybe he could be conferred the title of king and become a top figure in the empire. Li Xiong felt excited when he thought about it, and the consequence of his excitement was that he drank a few cups of good wine. In fact, I didn't expect to become the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty. I'm really surprised. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, picked up the bottle and poured a cup for Li Xiong, and then for himself. Li Xiong said with a smile, "Don't think so much. Anyway, from now on, you are the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty." Lin Fei nodded. "I know," Li Xiong said again, "but you should know your fief well. That star region is ranked at the top in the empire, but it is the most chaotic place and also a battlefield between the empire and the demon god empire. Every year, there will be wars of different sizes. Among them, your fief happens to be near the chaotic war. If you want to go to the fief, you'd better be mentally prepared in advance." For this problem, Li Xiong himself couldn't figure out why His Majesty chose such a place in the fief. "In the next period of time, I will practice on the Emperor's Peak, and I will not go to the fief for the time being." Lin Fei thought for a while and said. Li Xiong agreed. "Well, that's good. Recently, there are many small-scale wars. It's not good for you to go there at this time." After sitting for a while, Li Xiong left. Lin Fei gulped down the wine in his glass. "Little devil, have you figured anything out? That great Emperor Yuanzheng has a battle strength of over 100 million. I don't believe that he would bestow such a fief to me on a whim." When one reached the position of Great Emperor Yuanzheng, everything had a certain meaning to it. If one treated it as an ordinary matter, the one who would regret it would be him sooner or later. Little Devil said, "Master, you should become a chess piece for Great Emperor Yuanzheng, who asked you to be in the limelight recently, suppressing all the geniuses of this generation. Moreover, Master is going to become a top-class expert in the future, so it would be strange if that great emperor didn't have any thoughts about you. According to my analysis, that great emperor will admire master for a long period of time. Lin Fei listened to the little devil's words thoughtfully. He felt that this analysis was quite reasonable, and the possibility was very high. He would be a very important chess piece in the future. Who cares? That great emperor appreciates me. For a long period of time, I don't need to worry about anything. If I perform well, I can do whatever I want in the capital. Soon, Lin Fei smiled. You treat me as a chess piece. At that time, it's hard to say who will be whose chess piece. This night, Lin Fei slept very peacefully. In the imperial palace of the capital. On the sky-reaching platform, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the entire capital. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit too hasty to do this? An old man next to him said with a hint of worry. If Lin Fei were here, he would be surprised that the old man was the old dean of the Capital Institute. The man standing with his hands clasped behind his back was naturally the current great emperor Yuanzhang. Time waits for no one, great emperor Yuanzhang said calmly. That kid is quite talented. When he grows up, he will be a pillar of the empire in the future. He alone can defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. Arrange for Shaolin to go to the Black Iron Star Zone. That place is the closest to the Demon God Empire and also the most complicated place in the empire. Aren't you afraid that the kid will get into big trouble in the Black Iron Star Zone? The old dean said. Teacher, I know you appreciate that kid. But the kid was born into a poor family and was destined to be rejected by the big forces. Therefore, I gave that kid an identity and a chance to grow up. Great Emperor Yuanzhang's voice was like a loud bell. Whether he can grow up or not depends on his own ability. The old dean sighed. Your Majesty, when do you plan to let Shaolin go to the Black Iron Star Zone? In 3 years. That should be enough. In the capital, many people were talking about the rising Lin Fei, the 5th prince's residence. What's going on with father? How is that kid qualified to be father's junior brother? The 5th prince squinted his eyes with cold killing intent. The advisors didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The 5th prince was the most hot-tempered among all the princes. When the 5th prince bore a grudge against someone, that person would be in big trouble. Now, Lin Fei was in big trouble. The 5th prince was uncomfortable when Lin Fei rejected the invitation. Now, he had become father's junior brother and lived in the emperor's peak. According to the information he received, Lin Fei had learned a powerful movement technique of father's, the heaven-defying 9 steps, in the assessment of the emperor's peak. This caused the 5th prince's hatred for Lin Fei to increase by a few notches. I don't like that Lin Fei. Do you have any way to deal with that kid? The 5th prince glanced at the advisors coldly. Everyone's breathing quickened. The advisors started thinking, trying to come up with a good idea for His Highness in the shortest time possible. Elsewhere, in a mansion on the outskirts of the imperial capital, the Saint-Asin-waiting, Qinlan, was flipping through Lin Fei's personal information. The emperor's junior brother. What's your identity? Qinlan stared at the information. A guy from a poor family had become the emperor's junior brother and was living in the emperor's peak. It was hard for Qinlan not to know about him. No matter what my identity is, I have to get in touch with that kid immediately. Whether I succeed or not, I can't miss this opportunity. Qinlan put down the information. The next morning, Lin Fei woke up very early. The emperor's peak's rich energy of heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed by the system. A big whirlpool was constantly forming around him. This was under Lin Fei's control. Once it was fully activated, the amount of heaven and earth energy absorbed wouldn't be just a little bit. The restrictions on the emperor's peak had been upgraded, and Lin Fei could absorb it without any worries. As for the servants, no one dared to enter without orders. Awesome! Lin Fei took a deep breath, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the morning, someone from the imperial palace came to deal with the noble status. Could be said that from today onward, Lin Fei was a noble in the empire. Other than that, the matter of the fief was settled. Chapter 24-21. Lin Fei decided to rest for a few days before going to the royal treasury. At this time, an uninvited guest came to his door, causing Lin Fei to feel surprised. It's her. After the servant reported, Lin Fei looked at the array outside the mountain gate and saw a familiar stranger. It was the Saintess candidate from the demon god empire, Qin Lan. Qin Lan was dressed in palace attire and did not exude any demonic aura. Her methods were indeed extraordinary. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could through the system. The demon god empire is really resourceful. They actually arranged for a Saintess candidate to enter the Capital Institute and completely seal the demonic aura in her body. Even an 8th professional would not be able to see through her. Retracting his gaze, Lin Fei asked the servant to invite her in. Qin Lan was dressed in a black palace attire and exuded a demonic aura. She gave off a different vibe and made one's eyes light up. Lin Fei knew that this was because Qin Lan was a demon. Even if her demonic aura was completely sealed, there would still be traces left on her body. I wonder what brought you here. Please take a seat. Lin Fei greeted with a smile. Immediately, a servant brought tea over. Anyone who could appear in the cultivation grounds must be a student of the Capital Institute. Qin Lan must be his senior. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If there were no surprises, she must be here for the demon treasures in the royal treasury. Junior is now an influential figure in the institute and even in the capital. In front of you, this senior sister of mine is nothing, Qin Lan said with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Lan and I have been in the Capital Institute for 3 years. Master, this demoness has used a bewitching technique on you, the little fiend reminded. For a moment, Lin Fei felt like he was about to fall into some kind of consciousness. Fortunately, the little fiend activated her energy and broke the formless bewitching technique. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. A demoness was indeed a demoness. She had set a trap the moment she appeared. If it was someone else, they would definitely fall for it and would not even know about it. Lin Fei's impression of Qin Lan, the Saintess candidate, became worse. She had used the bewitching art on him the moment she arrived. As expected of the Saintess candidate, she really had some tricks up her sleeve. Senior sister, should I call you Saintess in training Qin Lan or Senior Sister Qin Lan? Lin Fei went straight to the point and looked at Qin Lan with a smile. Qin Lan had indeed used the secret arts of the fiend race to invisibly induce the other party without anyone noticing. After this, the other party would also suspect something. When the other party said the word Saintess in waiting, Qin Lan's pupils contracted fiercely before returning to normal at an extremely fast speed. Junior brother Lin Fei, I don't understand what you're talking about. Qin Lan blinked, looking innocent and cute, making it hard for others to suspect her true identity. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Lan's heart was in turmoil. As the Saintess candidate of the demon god empire, no one had ever doubted her identity since she entered the Capital Institute. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless kid in front of him would actually reveal his identity? Senior sister, are you really going to continue pretending? Lin Fei smiled. Then you can leave. I know very well why you're here today. You're here for the treasures in the royal treasury. Of course, you can deny it. This time, Qin Lan was really moved. She immediately suspected that her identity had been exposed. Otherwise, how could this kid know? Wasn't he from a poor family? How did you know? Qin Lan's voice was cold and carried a hint of killing intent. Lin Fei smiled. Senior Saintess, you'd better retract your killing intent. If you continue to use it on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and inform the Institute's disciplinary team. You should know the consequences. How dare you? Qin Lan stood up and glared at Lin Fei. You can try. Lin Fei was unmoved. Qin Lan's expression was complicated. She sat down again and clapped her hands. Junior, you're really amazing. Everyone in the Institute has underestimated you. You actually figured out my identity without saying a word. Also, you're very bold. Aren't you worried that I'll silence you? Since I dared to say it, I'm not afraid of you silencing me. Lin Fei said calmly. You can't do it alone. It's also impossible with the help of your master in the residence. After revealing the other party's identity, Lin Fei did not mind adding a layer of mystery to himself. Qin Lan was shocked once again. Her master's secret visit was definitely a secret. Outsiders would not know at all. Moreover, this fellow knew everything clearly. Qin Lan even suspected that there were spies in the mansion. Otherwise, how could he know so clearly? Junior Lin Fei, you think too highly of me. You're the future top expert of the empire. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Qin Lan joked. Lin Fei did not believe Qin Lan's words. She had used a bewitching technique on him right from the start. She was definitely not a kind person. If he really believed her, it would definitely be too late for regrets. Forget it. Just tell me why you're here. Lin Fei said. I still have to cultivate later. Qin Lan was furious. She was a demon beauty and a saintess candidate. In the future, she had the chance to become a saintess. She did not expect to be ignored by this guy. Thinking of the purpose of her visit today, Qin Lan kept reminding herself to calm down and not to lose her temper. This was the Capital Institute, not the Demon God Empire. I want to make a deal with you. I hope you can bring out a demon treasure from the royal family's treasury, Qin Lan said. Since he already knew her purpose, there was no need to hide it. Lin Fei did not reply. He chuckled and said, Do you really believe that I can bring out such an item from the royal family's treasury? Moreover, to be able to keep it in the royal family's treasury, it's definitely a demon treasure. Do you think I have the guts? Qin Lan was furious. You're fooling me. Lin Fei shook his head. No. You're the saintess candidate of the demon race. I'm just a kid in the first job transition. How would I dare to fool you? I don't want to be hated by someone every day. Who knows, he might assassinate me at any time. I heard that the Demon God Empire is best at assassinations. It seems that there are a few assassin professions that originated from the Demon God Empire. Qin Lan suddenly felt that she could not understand this Lin Fei. If it was somewhere else, she would not mind tearing him into pieces to vent her anger. What on earth do you mean? Seeing the angry look on the demon beauty's face, Lin Fei smiled happily. He did not care about Qin Lan's overwhelming killing intent. Tell me, if I help you get something out of it, what benefits can you give me? With that, he deliberately glanced at Qin Lan. This bastard. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. For the first time, she felt helpless. Whatever you want, I can make the decision to agree to it. Chapter 24-22. Qin Lan had seen all kinds of people, but she had never met someone like Lin Fei before. The overwhelming murderous intent pressed down on the other party like an invisible longsword, killing without leaving a trace. You can continue to try. You only have one chance, Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not resist, as if he was going to let the other party's murderous intent land on him. Qin Lan thought for a moment before withdrawing her murderous intent. You win, Qin Lan glared. As long as you can get the demon treasures, I'll be yours entirely. Lin Fei laughed heartily. So the saintess' angry expression is quite pretty. Forget about the person, I was just joking. We can postpone the transaction, you just need to go back and prepare. I'm not interested in anything else except the energy wall stones. Also, you'd better give me a list. As for what I can bring out, that will depend on my luck. Qin Lan suppressed her anger. All right. After leaving behind a list of demon treasures, Qin Lan turned to leave, leaving Lin Fei with a beautiful view of her back. No wonder she's so interested. The royal treasury really has a lot of good stuff. Casually flipping through the list, there were a few items that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. I'll be able to make a fortune from the demons this time. After resting for a few days, Lin Fei finally went to the royal treasury. Everything was ready. It was said that the second and third place this year had obtained good stuff from the royal treasury. Their strength had increased tremendously, and they seemed to be able to overpower the newcomer kings this year. Lin Fei sneered. He didn't care at all. Junior Lin, come with me. The Capital Institute had a person in charge of the royal treasury. As soon as Lin Fei mentioned that he wanted to go to the royal treasury, the person in charge immediately came out to lead the way. He was also very friendly. Along the way, the person in charge briefly explained the situation of the royal treasury, such as what was placed in each area. He explained everything clearly. After entering the palace, Lin Fei had a vague idea of what was going on. The palace was very large and the buildings were magnificent. Everywhere was exuding a noble aura. The flowing energy of heaven and earth was more than 20 times that of the capital city. Cultivating in such a place. In fact, it was even better than a cultivation place. Master, this palace is amazing. It's a top treasure. Once activated, it can burst out a terrifying power. Also, there's a powerful aura hidden deep under the palace that is no weaker than a great emperor. The little devil's voice quietly rang out in Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei's face was very calm. He was praising the palace, but his heart was not calm. No wonder people say that the heaven and earth energy in the imperial palace is unbelievably dense. Even the cultivation grounds are inferior to it. Turns out that it's a treasure. In that case, everything makes sense. There's a mysterious expert hiding underneath. The imperial palace is indeed a dangerous place. No wonder the people of the demon god empire dare not come here. As Lin Fei walked, he let the little demon continue to scan the palace. He didn't dare to make too much noise. The expedition Great Emperor with a battle power of 1 trillion was not someone easy to deal with. It would be bad if he was discovered. After walking around the palace, Lin Fei arrived in front of a door. Junior Lin Fei, this is the Imperial Treasury. Due to my duty, I can't send you in. The person in charge brought Lin Fei to the Imperial Treasury and left. Lin Fei pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei noticed that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had come to a different space. Bookshelves appeared in front of him and everywhere was filled with an antique charm. Kid, you are that Lin Fei? Before Lin Fei could recover, a figure quietly appeared in front of him and grabbed the token in his hand. After a casual glance, the figure threw it on a table not far away. This is the Imperial Treasury. There are a total of 5 floors. You will have 1 day to choose any 3 treasures. As for the cultivation technique, it can't be taken out, but I can make a copy for you. In front of Lin Fei was a short and small old man. His hair was messy and he looked like a messy old man. He said impatiently to Lin Fei, "Thank you for your reminder. I got it." Lin Fei cupped his fists. The other party didn't look like much and he didn't dare to underestimate him. To be able to guard the Imperial Treasury, he had to be at least an 8th transformation professional expert. Lin Fei originally wanted to scan it, but in the end, he gave up as he was afraid that the other party would notice something. After all, once one's strength reached a certain level, even the slightest change would be noticed. I heard that you obtained the heaven-defying 9 steps. The disheveled old man said casually. Lin Fei nodded. It was a fluke. You're not bad. The disheveled old man glanced at Lin Fei. All right, you can leave now. The Imperial Treasury is huge and the treasures are as numerous as the clouds. Choose carefully. Lin Fei turned around to check out the treasures. The disheveled old man disappeared and appeared in the depths of the void. He narrowed his eyes. This lad is a little strange. Why does he give off the feeling of a ferocious beast despite being at the pinnacle of his first transition? This doesn't make sense. Could he have drunk too much again? No. I've got to drink some immortal brew to calm myself down. A gourd appeared in his hands and the disheveled old man gulped it down. 8 treasures fan. A 6-star treasure. It can activate the 8 Desolation Divine Fire and unleash a might equivalent to a 6th transformation professional. Massacre Spear, a 5-star treasure. It can absorb the malevolent chi of heaven and earth. Meteor Fire Shower, 7 stars secret skill. There were countless treasures in the Imperial Treasury, and it was a dazzling sight to behold. This was a truly extravagant collection. 5-star and 6-star treasures were like cabbages that could be found everywhere. If they were placed outside, countless people would kill for them. It would definitely be a bloodbath. Lin Fei took a casual look and had no choice but to take his leave. This was a huge temptation. No matter who it was, once they saw too many treasures, they wouldn't know where to start. It was especially so for those with low cultivation realms. No matter what they chose, their mental state would be affected. Little devil. Start scanning the data immediately and build a database. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mustn't miss it. Got it. The black crystal card that he had obtained from Princess Fan Luoyu had finally come in handy. Even a simple scan of the data was not an easy task. I'll take this treasure. I'll take this as well. Black axe. Not bad. Mighty. I'll take it. Lin Fei did not walk quickly and had to stop at almost every place before moving on to the next. This lad isn't bad. He has a good mentality and isn't in a hurry at all, unlike the ones above who rushed for treasures the moment they arrived. There aren't many young lads like him. I really want to know what treasure he will choose in the end. The disheveled old man drank a mouthful of wine and muttered to himself. Chapter 24-23. The Royal Treasury. That lad is already at level 3 and he hasn't made up his mind yet. He's indeed patient. You're not even interested in that? I'm even more curious as to what treasures you're going to choose. Weapons? Cultivation techniques or elixirs? The disheveled old man watched as he sipped his wine. Ever since the other party entered the royal treasury, the lad had not been tempted by any of the treasures. At most, he would stand at each spot for a short moment before continuing forward. Unknowingly, he had arrived at level 3. There were many items in the royal treasury, including all sorts of treasures and cultivation techniques from the empire and beyond. Although there were only 5 levels, it didn't mean that the higher the level, the better the treasures. In order to find something suitable for oneself in the royal treasury, one had to have a calm heart and a discerning eye apart from patience. Lin Fei took more than half a day to reach level 3. Not many people could have such a mentality. This was the first time the disheveled old man was interested in someone. It had been a long time since something as interesting as this happened. With a flip of his hand, he took out another wine gourd. He gulped down the wine. This seems to be the white-bone demon bow of the demon race. It's a 7-star treasure, and it's also one of the top 10 treasures on the list. Lin Fei was standing before a sealed treasure. It was a 7-star treasure called the white-bone demon bow. From level 1 to level 3 to level 4. Lin Fei's horizons had been broadened along the way. He had seen more than 100,000 treasures, and the amount of energy required to collect data had reached a terrifying figure. It had only been half a day, and he had even used up a few black crystal cards. Collecting data wasn't an easy task. Furthermore, the system had to expend a terrifying amount of energy to build a database within a short period of time. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would have only been able to watch helplessly. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the white-bone demon bow for a moment before moving on to the next item. Right now, he only had to collect data continuously. He only had to deal with the selection of treasures later on. In any case, he had the database and he could slowly swap them out in the future. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Lin Fei stopped as he walked. The database recorded the data of more than 1 million treasures, including medicinal pills, weapons, and other data. Lin Fei had taken everything in the royal treasury in one fell swoop. From now on, Lin Fei also controlled a royal treasury. He could get whatever he wanted, all he had to do was spend some time and energy. It's finally done. When the data of the last treasure was recorded, Lin Fei had the urge to laugh out loud, but since it was not the right place, he could only hold it in. Over 10 million treasures. This is awesome. Lin Fei beamed with joy. I have to choose 3 treasures first. As for what treasures to choose, Lin Fei had already made up his mind. The first would be an alchemical pill which could be used to break through to the next level. Using the alchemical pill would allow him to advance to the second job transition. The second would be a cultivation technique, and the third would be a weapon. No one would doubt his choice. Kid, you're pretty good. When Lin Fei came down with the 3 items, the disheveled old man was already there. There are way too many treasures in the royal treasury. I don't know how to choose. Lin Fei said with a simple and honest expression. I can only choose these 3. Average. The disheveled old man made a copy of a cultivation technique for Lin Fei and tossed it over casually. It was followed by a wine gourd. "Kid, not bad. This old man will treat you to a drink today." The wine gourd flew over and Lin Fei caught it instinctively. "Thank you, senior." Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He knew that the immortal brew in the wine gourd was good wine, and it wasn't easy to refine this gourd. He opened the gourd and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, it turned into a surging wave of heat. It was extremely domineering, and it caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, the system immediately transferred energy units over to suppress this wave of heat, allowing it to enter his body. "Good wine. It's the best in the world," Lin Fei exclaimed. The disheveled old man was slightly stunned. The biggest difference between this wine and others was its domineering nature. Most people would have to channel it with all their might after taking a single mouthful. Even a 7th transition job expert would not be able to suppress that domineering nature after taking 3 mouthfuls. The disheveled old man had only realized that he hadn't reminded Su Zimo after the other party took a sip. To think that the other party was an expert in wine. "Kid, are you all right?" the disheveled old man asked. Lin Fei chuckled. "I'm all right. It's just a little domineering." The disheveled old man's greatest interest was wine. Outsiders had given him the nickname Wine Immortal. One could imagine how much he loved wine. "Good, good. You can drink 3 mouthfuls in a row. This is the blazing yang wine. It's made from rare materials that I've gathered from all over the place. Most people can only drink half a mouthful and they would have to meditate for half a day. Kid, you're amazing. You're fine after 3 mouthfuls. How rare." The disheveled old man loved wine and admired men who knew how to drink even more. "You're in a hurry to leave as well. I still have a lot of good wine here." Before Lin Fei could say anything, the disheveled old man pulled Lin Fei out of the royal family's treasure vault and entered the void world. In the depths of the void, there was a residence. The moment he entered the residence, the fragrance of wine wafted over. For someone like Lin Fei, he could barely control himself when it came to wine. "This old man sure is terrifying. If not for the system, I wouldn't have been able to take it." Lin Fei was tipsy by the time he returned to Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei was dragged away by the disheveled old man to drink for 2 days straight. The disheveled old man was exceptionally hospitable, bringing out all sorts of fine alcohol as if it didn't cost money. He had even prepared a delicious meal personally. It took 2 days for Lin Fei to recover after returning to Emperor's Peak. "I've got to be more careful next time." Lin Fei rubbed his throbbing temples and let out a bitter laugh helplessly. Initially, he thought that the old man was an 8th transition job. But in the end, he found out that the old man was a 9th transition job expert with extreme combat strength. Lin Fei had gained a lot from his trip to the palace. At the very least, he knew that the great emperor wasn't the only 9th transition job expert in the empire. "Master, the 5th prince is here." A servant ran in hurriedly. He interrupted Lin Fei's peaceful cultivation. "5th prince." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. "Seems like he's received the news. Invite him in." The servant turned to leave. Lin Fei had no intention of changing locations. He was prepared to meet the 5th prince in the courtyard. Soon, the 5th prince led a few black-robed subordinates over with great strides. It was especially so for the 5th prince. He was from the royal family and had an esteemed status. His aura was exuberant and he was like a god of war. The void trembled as though it was about to collapse from his aura. Chapter 24:24. The 2 of you go up and teach Lin Fei what the rules are. After all, nothing can be accomplished without rules. The man in black spoke once again, his gaze as sharp as knives. The 2 men in black behind the 5th prince pounced forward one after the other. Their killing intent gushed forth, and the space where Lin Fei was immediately trembled. The men in black were experts in the military, and they specialized in joint attacks. It would be a piece of cake for them to deal with a guy who was just a 1st transition job. Scram! Lin Fei took a step forward and let out a loud bellow. The man in black who had charged forward acted as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. He was instantly sent flying like a broken sack. After landing on the ground, He spurted out large mouthfuls of blood and lost his ability to fight. And this was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Trying to put on a show of strength? You guys can't do it, Lin Fei said calmly. Although that bellow was not directed at the fifth prince, no one was a fool and could easily sense how terrifying that bellow was. Horrifying roar. The fifth prince stared at Lin Fei and said, "That's right." The trusted aide at the side wanted to say something, but the fifth prince threw a glance at him and did not dare to speak again. "Go and stand outside the door. No one is to enter without my orders." The fifth prince's subordinates acting on their own was actually the fifth prince's intention. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei. This was also the fifth prince's way of using people. He had not expected that Lin Fei would be harder to deal with than he had imagined. He had taken action at the slightest disagreement and had seriously injured his subordinates. "I heard that you've obtained the royal family's secret technique, the heaven-defying 9 steps. You should know the reason why I'm here today." The fifth prince's eyes were bright and piercing, as if he would deal with Lin Fei if Lin Fei did not hand over the secret technique. Lin Fei sat down again and said with a smile, "I can understand it as your highness threatening me, or—" The fifth prince did not like schemes as they were very sinister. It was not as satisfying as using martial strength. Any schemes would be like paper tigers before absolute martial strength. They would not be able to withstand a single blow from martial strength. "Are you going to hand it over or not?" The fifth prince looked impatient. If not for the importance of the heaven-defying 9 steps, the fifth prince would not have come in person. This was also giving enough face to Lin Fei. If it was an ordinary person, one word and they would have taken the initiative to deliver it obediently. "I'm sorry. I don't have the intention of handing over anything," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Since you know about the heaven-defying 9 steps, you must know that it's not impossible to get it from me, provided that you pay a certain price. For the sake of your status as the fifth prince, as long as you give me 20 black crystal cards, the heaven-defying 9-step secret skill is yours. This price is very fair." The fifth prince almost vomited blood. The veins on his face bulged. "Stinking brat, you're courting death." He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. It was the most ordinary air-splitting palm. In the hands of the fifth prince, its power had increased by more than 10 times. This fifth prince's occupation should be related to the fire-type Blazing Sunday. The most ordinary air-splitting palm contains a domineering palm intent of extreme yang. No wonder he appears to be so domineering. The fifth prince's palm had allowed Lin Fei to see through the fifth prince's background. "Who's afraid of you?" Lin Fei did not stand up. He roared at the air-splitting palm, one roar after another. His voice was like a great bell, continuously colliding with the other party's air-splitting palm. After 6 roars, the palm was completely shattered. Blazing sun aura rose around the fifth prince, isolating him from the impact of the repercussions. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Roaring warrior, a top-notch occupation. You do have some capabilities, but this is not enough." The fifth prince's casual palm strike was enough to test his opponent's strength. If they were at the same realm, the fifth prince might have some reservations. However, the other party was only at the pinnacle of the first transition, and the difference between them was too great. You can't even withstand a single air-splitting palm. "If I were to use some other tricks, you'd definitely die," the fifth prince said domineeringly. "On account that you're my father's junior brother, hand over the heaven-defying 9 steps and I can forgive your disrespect." Lin Fei smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his true strength, he would have injured the fifth prince with a single terrifying roar and made him leave the emperor's peak obediently. "Your highness seems to be very confident. Then continue to try and see if you can injure me." Lin Fei was still smiling. "As long as you can injure me, I'll give you the heaven-defying 9 steps with both hands. If you lose, scram as far as you can." The fifth prince's killing intent surged. "No one has ever dared to say such words to me. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because my father gave you the identity of my junior brother. As long as I don't kill you, my father won't say anything. Now, I'll let you witness my fist technique." "Well said, well done." I'll be waiting for your fist technique. Lin Fei's lips curled up. He stared at the fifth prince fearlessly. The fifth prince was infuriated by Lin Fei. If it were somewhere else, he would have killed Lin Fei with a single punch and would not have bothered to waste time. However, this was the Emperor's peak. He had already decided that he would make Lin Fei lie in bed for a year and a half before he could vent his anger. Otherwise, he would not be able to think clearly. Blazing Sun Fist. The fifth prince punched again. The surrounding void was instantly filled with a scorching aura. A golden blazing sun rose behind the fifth prince. As the fifth prince punched out, the temperature where Lin Fei was and even his surroundings rose abruptly, forming an unimaginably high temperature. Even space started to crackle and collapse, forming many black holes. This fist technique was very terrifying. In an instant, it could kill all enemies with the extreme yang temperature. This was only the temperature in the periphery. The fist was covered in a golden color, giving off a terrifying feeling. Any existence that was hit by this fist would turn into ashes and cease to exist. Your fist technique is domineering, but it's still far from enough to deal with me. I forgot to tell you that this is the Emperor's peak, my territory. I call the shots in my territory. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the stone table, and the entire Emperor's peak produced a huge commotion. A huge whirlpool was formed, and endless energy of the universe surged over, forming a huge barrier in front of Lin Fei. This was a barrier formed by the pure energy of the universe. The fifth prince's attack only shattered over 20 barriers before the force dissipated. Lin Fei was still sitting there, looking very calm. You're using unorthodox methods. Watch how I destroy you. The fifth prince did not intend to give up on dealing with Lin Fei. If he did not take care of Lin Fei today, how would he be able to show his face? If his brothers and sisters heard about this, he would become a big joke. The fifth prince did not care about his methods against Lin Fei. The fifth prince did not take this seriously. In front of his scorching sun fist, nothing could withstand a single blow. Chapter 24-25. The disturbance caused by Lin Fei and the fifth prince had caused a commotion in the cultivation area. The energy of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation area surged crazily as a huge vortex appeared on the Emperor's peak. A massive amount of energy of heaven and earth surged toward the Emperor's peak. The students and even the elders who were cultivating on the peak immediately sensed the fluctuation of the energy of heaven and earth. Immediately, they felt the energy of the world fluctuating. The energy of the world was being drawn over by an indescribable force, and it was being forcefully extracted. Everyone woke up from their cultivation. What's going on? Why is the energy of heaven and earth out of control? Look, the energy of heaven and earth is flowing over there. Emperor's Peak. Look at the sky above the Emperor's Peak. What the hell? Is that Lin Fei cultivating? Everyone immediately reacted to such a huge commotion and soon found the direction of the energy of heaven and earth. When they saw the vortex above the Emperor's Peak, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. This is too terrifying. How does that kid cultivate? He's absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. You guys are lucky that you're far away. I'm not far away, and I can't absorb the energy of heaven and earth at all. You too. Me too. That's a tough life. Looking at the energy of heaven and earth that was constantly being absorbed, everyone's faces darkened after the shock. If this went on, how were they going to cultivate? In the cultivation area, it was not uncommon to absorb the energy of heaven and earth in a domineering manner, but it was far less domineering than today's. This was simply killing them. No, someone is fighting on the Emperor's Peak. The fifth prince. That's the fifth prince. The elders of the cultivation area also arrived. Such a huge commotion would definitely alarm those elders. They immediately came to the sky above the Emperor's Peak and saw the situation on the Emperor's Peak, and their expressions changed. This is the fifth prince's blazing sun fist. An elder exclaimed. How is this possible? The fifth prince's blazing sun fist has been blocked. Lin Fei is actually safe and sound. This is a restriction formation. I understand now. Lin Fei is really a genius. An elder came to a realization. All the elders present had excellent eyesight. Very quickly, he understood what was going on, and his heart was filled with shock. He was truly shocked by Lin Fei's wealth. Lin Fei is really smart. He's using formations and restrictions to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth to contend against the fifth prince. Not everyone can do such a thing. Yes, Lin Fei was in an invincible position by relying on the array formations and restrictions. Although the fifth prince was a first-rate job with tyrannical strength, if he wanted to go against the entire cultivation ground's world energy, he would not be able to do so. He's destined to lose. Just based on this formation restriction, I'm convinced. As expected of this season's rookie king. I just don't know. Does this Lin Fei have any means of retaliation? So, for Lin Fei, who came from a poor family, many elders did not like it. Today's scene had greatly changed their impression of Lin Fei. To be able to go up against the renowned fifth prince of the royal family with the abilities of a pinnacle first transition job and remain undefeated, there were not many people who had such capabilities. The deputy headmaster is here. Due to the commotion, the deputy headmaster arrived as well. The first to arrive was Li Fengjing. Seeing the situation at Emperor Peak, he was also shocked. This kid is too daring. Why is he fighting against the fifth prince? A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Li Fengjing's impression of Lin Fei was very bad. This guy had caused them to lose face time and time again. Now, he was evenly matched with the fifth prince, displaying terrifying means. This made Li Fengjing feel very uncomfortable. A pinnacle first transition job is able to use formations and restrictions to fight against the fifth prince. How long has it been? If this continues, who will be able to suppress this kid? Li Fengjing kept frowning. Brother Fengjing, you're here too. Deputy Headmaster Fang Mingwen arrived as well. His expression was ugly and dangerous. How could I not come with such a big commotion? Li Fengjing said. Even the energy of heaven and earth in the cultivation ground is fluctuating. I didn't expect this kid to cause such a big commotion. Fang Mingwen had been paying attention to the commotion at Emperor Peak. His Highness seems to be about to use his killer move. The Scorching Sun Fist seems to be unable to break the barrier formed by the energy of heaven and earth. While the two deputy headmasters were conversing, there were new changes below. The fifth prince had thought that by using the Scorching Sun Fist, he would be able to injure Lin Fei. However, after tens or hundreds of punches, the fifth prince had exhausted more than half of the energy in his body. On the other hand, Lin Fei was completely fine. Lin Fei hadn't even made a move. Lin Fei had a relaxed smile on his face, constantly provoking the fifth prince. If the Scorching Sun Fist doesn't work, then I'll give you a ruthless move. The fifth prince was unwilling to give up. Why did a guy with a first transition job dare to be impudent before him? No one was qualified to be impudent before him. Fifth prince, you've been attacking for so long. Aren't you going to stop and take a break? Lin Fei crossed his legs. He chuckled and said. The fifth prince withdrew his fist and said, You're really not bad. You used a restrictive array formation to block this prince. No matter how powerful a restrictive array formation is, it's still a restrictive array formation. This prince will let you see what a true killing move is. Blazing hell! The fifth prince let out a loud bellow and a golden blazing sun rose up. Everyone's vision was filled with golden light. Even the spectators outside felt as if they were being grilled by the blazing flames. Their vital energy and blood started to seethe and evaporate incessantly. They hurriedly circulated their energy to fend off the invasion of this power. The royal family's martial arts fanatic has mastered this secret technique. As expected of the fifth prince, another deputy headmaster appeared in the sky above the emperor's peak, nodding incessantly at the fifth prince's secret technique. Blazing hell. Once it's performed, not a single blade of grass will grow within a perimeter. Everything will be wiped out. Only the fifth prince, who has a pure yang constitution, can perform this. I wonder how the newbie, Lin Fei, will be able to fend off this. If there were fights in the cultivation grounds, the elders would not interfere. As long as there